होते ना. Dear students, I believe all of you have got the GS paper by this time. I talked to some of our students because here, as a teacher, we can always find the paper easy, but there is a big difference in doing the paper in your own comfort zone and solving the paper in the exam with the exam pressure. Still, on the basis of some of the students with whom I tried to be in touch and know, the overall impression is paper is simple. And my own impression is also the paper is simple in comparison to the last year. Still, if we see and analyze the paper, we can find that the paper is quite balanced in comparison to previous years. There was earlier little bit reduction in the number of the questions in polity, but this time again the polity questions have increased, though polity, current affairs, international relations, they are quite overlapping thing. But if I consider something core polity questions, then there are 18 core polity questions. I always suggest that it is a game of strategy and students should focus on the areas which are the areas of their strength. What is good about polity is if you have a thorough understanding of the constitution. When I say thorough understanding, it doesn't mean that you just literally know the provisions, but understand the context. Q, because facts in itself will not help you to analyze. There may be lot of factual questions, but in exam situation, you will have to apply some analysis. It is not necessary that even if there is some simple factual question, everybody is aware of. But if they understand the principles of governance, for example, how parliamentary system operates, how presidential system operate, we can also make a intelligent guess with the higher chances of getting it correct. If I see today's paper, the polity section, they are primarily the questions coming from the constitution section. As always, and keeping with the trend of past few years, there is a domination of parliament, parliamentary procedures, parliamentary techniques. So for next year also, we have to prepare parliament very thoroughly. Again, if you see the questions are even from post-independence, and I have seen questions of other sections also. So one of my suggestion is don't ignore NCERT. I have been repeatedly telling NCERT should be your core textbook. Second thing is don't run madly after the study material. The study material that is being produced in volume does not necessarily mean that this is required, you can realize that how much anxiety students have about the current affairs and the magazine. Always see input and output ratio. As always, my favorite sections, and if I had been there, my favorite sections would have been economy, polity, and history. In this time, what we see, there is a greater focus on art and culture in comparison to मॉडर्न इंडिया. एक ट्रेंड है मॉडर्न इंडिया से क्वेश्चंस कम होते जा रहे हैं, आर्ट एंड कल्चर से क्वेश्चंस बढ़ते जा रहे हैं. क्योंकि आईएफएस का भी एग्जाम है, हम क्या देखते हैं, ज्योग्राफी और इन्वायरमेंट, उसका फोकस बढ़ता जा रहा है. तो चलिए अब स्टार्ट करते हैं ये डिस्कशन. लेकिन साथ ही आपको ये भी समझना है कि हमें PYQs को कैसे एनालिसिस करना है. केवल इतना इनफ नहीं है कि आप जान लें कि ये क्वेश्चन है और इसका आंसर है. आप ये भी जानिए यही आंसर क्यों है, और अगर मुझे फैक्ट्स नहीं पता होते तो मैंने लॉजिकली क्या गेस किया होता. साथ ही साथ चूंकि जो लोग भी अगले साल के लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं उनके लिए PYQ ही एक तरीके की बाइबल है. PYQ पढ़ें, एक क्वेश्चन सही है लेकिन उसके आसपास की भी चीजों को आप जानिए. अभी बेस्ट टाइम है, कोई भी जो 2025 के लिए भी प्रिपेयर करेगा, आज से आप उसका प्रिपरेशन स्टार्ट करिए. सबसे पहले क्वेश्चन एनालिसिस करिए. मार्केट की अवेलेबल क्वेश्चन एनालिसिस पर मत जाओ. क्यों? क्योंकि अपना दिमाग लगाना और अपने दिमाग से चीजों को समझना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. चलिए अब फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन हम देखते हैं. तो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन क्या है? हु वाज द प्रोविजनल प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली बिफोर डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद टुक ओवर? तो हाउ विल आई रेट दिस क्वेश्चन? अ very easy question, because we know that before a president is elected for the constituent assembly, यदि हम constituent assembly को पार्लियामेंट माने, जो वो थी भी प्रोविजनल पार्लियामेंट, ठीक है, तो जब भी नया पार्लियामेंट कॉन्स्टिट्यूट होता है तो पहले कौन आता है? प्रोटेम स्पीकर. अब यहां पर डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली के रूप में है, तो उनसे पहले भी कोई होगा जो उनको ओथ एडमिनिस्टर करेगा. तो वो कौन है? देखिए, डॉक्टर सी राजगोपालाचार्य, टीटी कृष्णामाचारी, अंबेडकर एंड सच्चिदानंद सिन्हा. तो शायद इन नामों में आपको गेस करने की क्या जरूरत है, हमेशा हर बुक में डॉक्टर सच्चिदानंद सिन्हा का नाम आपको मिलेगा ही मिलेगा. तो राइट आंसर क्या है? डॉक्टर सच्चिदानंद सिन्हा. लेकिन अब यहां से आपको पढ़ना कैसे है? यहां से पढ़ना ये है, एनालाइज करना है पिछले सालों में कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली से कितने क्वेश्चंस आ रहे हैं, क्या ट्रेंड है, ठीक है, किस पैटर्न पर क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं. साथ ही ये आंसर तो आप देखिए, इसके अलावा सी राजगोपालाचारी से रिलेटेड फैक्ट्स ढूंढिए, टीटी कृष्णामाचारी से रिलेटेड फैक्ट्स ढूंढिए, अंबेडकर से रिलेटेड कई फैक्ट्स हैं, लेकिन फिर भी ऐसी चीजों को सर्च करिए, उनकी प्रोमिनेंट बुक्स कौन सी रही, उनकी पार्टी कौन सी है. तो इसी से नॉलेज को बिल्टअप करना है, ठीक है. नाउ here the answer is D, Dr. Sachidanand Sinha. अब हम आते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे. With reference to Government of India Act 1935, consider the following statements. It provided for द इस्टेब्लिशमेंट। और हमेशा देख लो कि क्वेश्चन में आंसर में वो क्या चीज पूछ रहे हैं, करेक्ट या इनकरेक्ट। इस बार इसको भी लेके काफी सिंपल है, मेजॉरिटी क्वेश्चंस में करेक्ट ही पूछ रहे हैं, जो हम कह सकते हैं कि काफी सिंपल है। पेपर सिंपल है, इसका मतलब क्या होगा, मेंस में कंपटीशन बढ़ेगा। फाइन। तो इट प्रोवाइडेड, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1935 प्रोवाइडेड फॉर establishment of all India Federation and British Indian consisting of British Indian provinces and princely states। तो हमेशा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट से क्वेश्चन मैंने देखा ही है, रेगुलर इंटरवल पे आता है, आप पढ़ें, मेंस में भी पढ़ें। क्यों? क्योंकि हमारा जो प्रेजेंट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है वो किस पर बेस्ड है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1935 पर बेस्ड है। अब क्या है, इट प्रोवाइडेड फॉर एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ फेडरेशन, हालांकि फेडरेशन डिड नॉट कम इनटू एग्जिस्टेंस। तो अपनी नॉलेज इसी क्वेश्चन तक नहीं रखनी है, इसको और डिग करते जाना है और इसको एक्सपैंड करना है, पर यह समझना है कि ये इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज हैं। अब इसका सेकेंड ऑप्शन देखें, यानी ये तो सही हो गया, डिफेंस एंड फॉरेन अफेयर्स वेयर केप्ट अंडर द कंट्रोल ऑफ फेडरल लेजिस्लेचर। तो क्वेश्चन तो सिंपल लग रहा है, लेकिन गलती की संभावना है। क्यों? क्योंकि आप जल्दी से साइकोलॉजिकली इसको करेक्ट कर देंगे, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। क्यों? क्योंकि डिफेंस एंड फॉरेन अफेयर्स वाज केप्ट अंडर द कंट्रोल ऑफ गवर्नर जनरल, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1935 से भी जो सेंटर है उसमें कोई कैबिनेट फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट नहीं आई थी कि फेडरल लेजिस्लेचर के पास ये पावर आ गई, एग्जीक्यूटिव फेडरेशन रहा, एग्जीक्यूटिव हमेशा से स्ट्रांग रहेगा। तो इसलिए अगर आपने जल्दी में ध्यान नहीं दिया तो क्वेश्चन गलत हो सकता है। तो अब क्या है, ये आंसर हो गया गलत। तो सही क्या है, ए ओनली। ओके, तो ये क्वेश्चन ऐसा क्वेश्चन था जो अधिकांश लोगों का जल्दी में गलत हो सकता था, क्योंकि हम हमेशा कुछ प्री डिफाइंड हमारी मेमोरी होती है, हमारा ह्यूमन नेचर है कि हम बिल्कुल एक रिफ्लेक्स एक्शन से भी कई बार डिसीजन लेते हैं। तो यूपीएससी क्या चाहता है, आप सोचें, हर चीज के ऊपर सोचें, ऐसा रिफ्लेक्स एक्शन से काम ना करें। चलिए अब हम आते हैं आर्टिकल 368, और ये देखिए कि जो प्रीलिम्स का सिलेबस है वो डिफाइंड नहीं है। तो जब आप प्रीलिम्स पॉलिटी की तैयारी कर रहे हैं तो यूपीएससी के मेंस सिलेबस को ध्यान में रखिए और सारे एरियाज को कवर करिए। अब ये भी बहुत बेसिक क्वेश्चन है, सिंपल क्वेश्चन है। मैंने हमेशा बताया कि अगर हम एक कॉमा फुल स्टॉप भी बदलते हैं तो वो भी अमेंडमेंट माना जाता है। तो आर्टिकल 368 ऑफ द इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन says parliament may amend any provision of the constitution by way of addition, variation and repeal। ये तीनों करेक्ट हैं और वे करेक्ट आंसर ही पूछ रहे हैं। तो आपका आंसर क्या हो गया, 1, 2 and 3। आई विल रेट इट एज अ वेरी वेरी सिंपल क्वेश्चन, और अगर आपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में से चीजें पढ़ी हैं तो गलती की संभावना है ही नहीं। अब ये ट्रेंड है, पार्लियामेंट से बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस पूछना ट्रेंड है। इसके साथ साथ मनी बिल की प्रोसीजर्स को, कैसे बिल पास होता है, कैसे बजट पास होता है, ये हमेशा पूछा जाता है। अगले साल के लिए भी आप सबसे ज्यादा ध्यान दीजिए 3 चैप्टर्स पर। पार्लियामेंट तो बिल्कुल पूरा ही पूरा पढ़ना होता है, उसके अलावा फंडामेंटल राइट्स इस बार क्वेश्चन नहीं है लेकिन इंपॉर्टेंट है, कम क्वेश्चन है। साथ ही साथ जुडिशरी को भी आपको हमेशा से ध्यान में रखना है। सेंटर स्टेट रिलेशंस। मैंने हमेशा क्लास में बताया है, लास्ट मोमेंट पे लिस्ट और लिस्ट के सब्जेक्ट्स हमेशा पढ़ने चाहिए, शेड्यूल्स हमेशा पढ़ने चाहिए, पार्ट्स की जानकारी हमेशा होनी चाहिए। तो इन्होंने तो बिल्कुल इस स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट के क्वेश्चंस पूछे कि भाई 368 वाला पूछा, इमरजेंसी का पार्ट पूछा, तो बिल्कुल ये एक बेसिक चीजें हैं। चलिए अब इस पे आते हैं। Which of the following statements are correct in respect of money bill? Article 109 mentions special procedure in respect of money bill. Correct है। तो मनी बिल के बारे में क्या खास बात मैंने बताई कि डेफिनेशन बाद में आती है 110 में और प्रोसीजर पहले दी हुई है। तो 109 आर्टिकल याद रखना तो काफी आसान है। Now, a money bill shall not be introduced in राज्य सभा। करेक्ट। पर केवल इतना नहीं कि हमको बस फैक्ट्स पता है, आपको ये भी तो पता होना चाहिए कि क्यों। क्यों क्यों इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। वाई। ठीक है, तो वाई का रीजन ये है, देयर इज नो टैक्सेशन विदाउट रिप्रेजेंटेशन। अब काउंसिल ऑफ स्टेट क्या हमारी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव बॉडी है? नहीं है। कौन है? लोकसभा है। तो हमेशा लोकसभा का रोल रहेगा किसी भी देश में, चाहे आप इंडिया की बात करें, चाहे आप यूएसए की बात करें। लेकिन अगर मैं यूएसए से रिलेटेड एक इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट बताऊं कि यूएस में जो अपर हाउस है, सेनेट, उसके पास मनी बिल से संबंधित जो पावर है वो इक्वल है हाउस ऑफ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव के साथ। क्यों? क्योंकि यूएस का जो सिस्टम है वहां पर कांग्रेस बहुत स्ट्रांग है। क्यों स्ट्रांग है? क्योंकि यूएस को किसने बनाया? स्टेट्स ने, और स्टेट्स ने बहुत ज्यादा पावर सेनेट को दी। सेनेट यूएस में क्या है? अपर हाउस है। तो जब आप एक देश के प्रोविजंस को पढ़ते हैं, दूसरे देश के भी प्रोविजंस के बारे में, स्पेशली अगर वो कंट्री ऐसी कंट्री है जहां से हमने बहुत कुछ बोरो किया है, तो आपको वो भी देखना चाहिए। ठीक है। नाउ राज्यसभा कैन ईदर अप्रूव द बिल और सजेस्ट चेंजेस बट इट कैन नॉट रिजेक्ट इट। अप्रूव कर दिया तो वैसे ही कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, अमेंडमेंट सजेस्ट कर सकती है लेकिन रिजेक्ट नहीं कर सकती है। इनफैक्ट क्वेश्चंस इतने सिंपल हैं कि आपको शायद एलिमिनेशन की भी कोई खास जरूरत नहीं लगती। मुझे तो नहीं लग रही है कि इन जनरल एलिमिनेशन की भी कोई जरूरत है। नाउ अमेंडमेंट्स टू द मनी बिल सजेस्टेड बाय राज्यसभा हैव टू बी एक्सेप्टेड बाय लोकसभा। तो अपने इंडिया में ये सिस्टम नहीं है। मनी बिल के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में राज्यसभा क्या है? केवल डिलेइंग हाउस है, रिवाइजिंग हाउस नहीं है वो। इसीलिए मैंने कहा कंपेयर करिए यूएस से। यूएस में जो सेनेट है वो क्या है? केवल डिलेइंग हाउस नहीं है। यूएस में बिल जो बजट है, मनी बिल इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं होता है लोअर हाउस, हाउस ऑफ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव में, लेकिन सॉरी लोअर यूएसए में जो मनी बिल है सेनेट में इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं होगा। यूनिवर्सल ये प्रैक्टिस है कि मनी बिल हमेशा लोअर हाउस में इंट्रोड्यूस होगा। क्यों? नो टैक्सेशन विदाउट रिप्रेजेंटेशन। लेकिन यूएस में सेनेट के पास इक्वल पावर्स हैं, इंडिया में ऐसा नहीं है। ठीक है, क्योंकि हमारा जो सिस्टम है उसमें स्टेट इतनी स्ट्रांग नहीं है हमारे फेडरेशन में। ओके, सो द आंसर इज 1, 2 and 3 and of course 4 is a wrong answer. चलिए अब आगे देखते हैं। मैंने हमेशा से बताया है डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन हर साल, इस साल, अगले साल, जब तक यूपीएससी है, हमेशा इंपॉर्टेंट है, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन, ओके सॉरी, अच्छा उससे पहले एक इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न काउंसिल was established by this particular act and then it was amended. हो सकता है ये क्वेश्चन कुछ लोगों को डिफिकल्ट लगे, लेकिन जब हमने जोनल काउंसिल पढ़ी थी तो ये पढ़ना ही पढ़ना था, ठीक है। तो इसका पूछ रहे हैं कंपोजिशन, गवर्नर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट स्टेट, ऑफ कोर्स यस, क्योंकि जोनल काउंसिल के पैटर्न पर है। चीफ मिनिस्टर यस, 3 members to be nominated by president of India yes, होम मिनिस्टर नो। तो अब हमेशा आगे जब आप अपने नोट्स बनाओ तो नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न काउंसिल पढ़ रहे हैं तो साथ ही साथ कंपैरेटिव एनालिसिस करिए जोनल काउंसिल में क्या है। तो जोनल काउंसिल में होम मिनिस्टर जो है वो चेयरपर्सन होगा, लेकिन नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न काउंसिल में ऐसा नहीं होगा। क्यों? क्योंकि सेंसिटिविटी को देख करके, फाइन। तो यहाँ पर स्पेशल प्रोविजंस हैं स्टेट्स के लिए। इवन आप देखिए 6th शेड्यूल में तो यूनियन के पास थोड़ा उस तरीके से प्रेसिडेंट के पास थोड़ा अपर हैंड होता है। तो अगर यहाँ पे जोनल काउंसिल होती तो ये सही हो जाता, ठीक है। तो 3rd है रॉन्ग, इसलिए आंसर है 1, 2 and 3। शायद लोग इसमें गलती कर सकते हैं, ठीक है, लेकिन आगे के लिए इस पर आप ध्यान रखिए और कंपैरिजन में हमेशा पढ़िए। यस, तो मैं बात कर रही थी डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन की, जो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बॉडी है। डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन पर क्वेश्चन हमेशा आता है और क्वेश्चन ये है कि डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन कितनी बार कॉन्स्टिट्यूट किया गया। तो डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन अब तक 4 टाइम कॉन्स्टिट्यूट किया गया, 4 टाइम। तो आंसर 4 है। लेकिन आप ये भी देखिए कि ये क्यों पूछा गया होगा, क्योंकि हम बात कर रहे हैं नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम की, जो डिलिमिटेशन, एक नया डिलिमिटेशन होना है सेंसस के आने के बाद, तो इसमें एक मुद्दा उठा। अब आपको ये भी पता होना चाहिए कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का कौन सा आर्टिकल, आगे आप पढ़ें तो आर्टिकल पढ़िए, आर्टिकल 82 पढ़िए, डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन की पावर पढ़िए। डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन से और क्या क्वेश्चंस बनते हैं? क्वेश्चन बनते हैं कि भाई डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन की पावर, क्या जुडिशरी डिसीजन को क्वेश्चन कर सकता है? किस डेट से डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन के रिकमेंडेशंस को अप्लाई किया जाएगा? ये सारी चीजें आर्टिकल 82 में है, बहुत सिंपल ढंग से लिखा हुआ है। और डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन की कॉम्पोजिशन आगे जाके पूछी जा सकती है। आपकी जानकारी के लिए कब कब डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन बना? 1952, 1963, 1973 एंड 2002। तो 2002 से क्या हुआ था ये भी जानिए। इससे लोकसभा की सीट्स नहीं बढ़ी, फाइन, जो बढ़नी चाहिए थी, लेकिन हमने फ्रीज किया। लेकिन क्या हुआ, स्टेट्स में इंटरनल रीएडजस्टमेंट हुआ, उससे जो SC/ST सीट्स हैं वो बढ़ी, विद इन स्टेट्स एडजस्टमेंट हुआ। तो आप देखिए कि आगे क्या क्वेश्चंस हो सकते हैं। चेयरपर्सन कौन था, उनको कंबाइन, उनको मैच करने का क्वेश्चन हो सकता है। और ये मैंने ट्रेंड देखा है कि ये हमेशा इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है। चलिए अब हम आते हैं 71st अमेंडमेंट एक्ट पर। लैंग्वेज से रिलेटेड है, 8th शेड्यूल का क्वेश्चन है। तो 71st अमेंडमेंट एक्ट amends the 8th schedule and addresses and adds which of the language? Konkani, Manipuri and Nepali. इसके अलावा अब मैथिली कब इंट्रोड्यूस हुई, बोडो, डोगरी ये कब इंट्रोड्यूस हुई, तो इसको जानने के लिए आपको ये भी पता होना चाहिए 92nd अमेंडमेंट एक्ट, ठीक है, 2003 का। तो मैं आपको बता रही हूं कैसे रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग करके कैसे पढ़ना चाहिए। अब 8th शेड्यूल में कितनी लैंग्वेजेस हैं, 8th शेड्यूल के पीछे क्या फिलॉसफी है। 8th शेड्यूल इस्टेब्लिश करती है नेशनल लैंग्वेजेस, क्योंकि हमारी सभी लैंग्वेजेस नेशनल लैंग्वेजेस हैं। हम ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेजेस और नेशनल लैंग्वेज एक डिफरेंट कॉन्सेप्ट है। और आपको देखना चाहिए कि व्हाट इज द एडवांटेज व्हेन अ स्टेट, व्हेन अ लैंग्वेज इज पुट अंडर 8th शेड्यूल, उसको एक्सपैंड करिए, केवल क्वेश्चन तक लिमिट मत रखिए। फाइन, तो कैसे हमने सभी लैंग्वेजेस को नेशनल लैंग्वेज के फॉर्म में एडॉप्ट किया है। साथ ही साथ अगर देखा जाए कि गवर्नमेंट को हिंदी को किस तरीके से डेवलप करना है, तो गवर्नमेंट को ऐसे डेवलप करना है कि हिंदी लैंग्वेज में डिफरेंट लैंग्वेजेस के भी पार्ट्स आते चले जाएं, क्योंकि हमारा कल्चर क्या है, कंपोजिट कल्चर है, ठीक है। तो इसका आंसर हुआ 1, 2 and 3। चलिए अब हम नेक्स्ट, ये क्वेश्चन जिसने एनसीईआरटी पढ़ा तुरंत वो क्वेश्चन कर लेगा, काफी इजी क्वेश्चन है, इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन है। भारतीय जनसंघ, क्वेश्चन क्या कर रहे हैं, कौन सा करेक्टली मैच्ड है। भारतीय जनसंघ श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी, सोशलिस्ट पार्टी सी राजगोपालाचारी, नहीं, सोशलिस्ट पार्टी तो आचार्य नरेंद्र देव की थी, कांग्रेस सोशलिस्ट पार्टी। सी राजगोपालाचारी की कौन सी पार्टी थी, स्वतंत्र पार्टी। लेकिन आप जानिए स्वतंत्र पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी क्या थी। स्वतंत्र पार्टी को हम राइटिस्ट पार्टी भी बोल सकते हैं, या हम क्लासिकल लिबरल पार्टी बोल सकते हैं, यानी कि ये फ्री मार्केट इकोनॉमी की बात करती है। कांग्रेस फॉर डेमोक्रेसी का निर्माण जगजीवन सिंह ने किया, कब, जगजीवन राम ने किया 1977 में, जब इंदिरा गांधी ने इमरजेंसी इंट्रोड्यूस की तो उससे अलग जाकर के इसका निर्माण किया गया। इसके अन्य लीडर्स कौन थे ये देखिए, जैसे कि हेमवती नंदन बहुगुणा, उसके अनदर प्रोमिनेंट लीडर थे। यानी कि कितने पेयर्स, ये कह रहे हैं पेयर्स कितने करेक्टली मैच हैं, 2 पेयर्स करेक्टली मैच हैं, पहला 1 और दूसरा 3। तो आंसर क्या हो गया, ओनली 2, जो हमने यहाँ पे रेड में कर रखा है वो करेक्ट आंसर है, ठीक है। चलिए यस, अब देखिए कितना बेसिक क्वेश्चन है, पार्ट्स पूछे गए हैं। Which of the following statements are correct about the Constitution of India? Power of municipalities are given in Part 9A, correct. Emergency provision, Part 18. Provision related to the amendment of the Constitution, Part 22. फाइन, तो हमेशा हम लोग क्या पढ़ते हैं, पार्ट्स पढ़ते हैं, शेड्यूल पढ़ते हैं, उसको आप फोकस करिए, यानी ऑल द 3 आर करेक्ट, ओके। नाउ अब ये वाला क्वेश्चन है, अगर आपको नहीं पता है तो कॉमन सेंस से भी हो सकता है, पर हमेशा मैंने कहा है कि स्टेट लिस्ट, यूनियन लिस्ट, कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट को आपको पढ़ के जाना चाहिए, क्वेश्चंस आते हैं, मैं इससे रिलेटेड फैक्ट्स भी आपको भी बता देती हूँ। तो सबसे पहले क्वेश्चन है, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट, पहले तो यही देख ले, करेक्ट इनकरेक्ट। इंटर स्टेट ट्रेड कॉमर्स इज अ स्टेट सब्जेक्ट अंडर स्टेट लिस्ट। तो कॉमन सेंस क्या कहता है, अगर इंटर स्टेट है तो वैसे ही स्टेट सब्जेक्ट नहीं होगा। इंटर स्टेट माइग्रेशन इज अ स्टेट सब्जेक्ट अंडर स्टेट लिस्ट। जहां भी इंटर स्टेट आ रहा है वो कभी भी स्टेट लिस्ट का सब्जेक्ट नहीं होगा। फेडरलिज्म से क्वेश्चन है, इंटर स्टेट क्वारंटाइन इज अ यूनियन सब्जेक्ट अंडर यूनियन लिस्ट। दिस इज करेक्ट। इन फैक्ट अगर हम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में देखें तो ये दोनों चीजें साथ ही साथ दी हुई हैं। और कॉरपोरेशन टैक्स इज अ स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, बिल्कुल गलत, क्योंकि आपको पता है कि कॉरपोरेशन टैक्स कौन लगाता है, यूनियन गवर्नमेंट लगाती है। अगर आपको फैक्ट्स जानने हैं तो फैक्ट्स ये हैं कि कॉरपोरेशन टैक्स यूनियन लिस्ट एंट्री नंबर 85, इंटरस्टेट माइग्रेशन एंड क्वारंटाइन ये यूनियन लिस्ट एंट्री नंबर 81, और इंटरस्टेट ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स यूनियन लिस्ट एंट्री नंबर 42। ठीक है, तो आंसर में सिर्फ सी करेक्ट है, एक ही आंसर करेक्ट है। बहुत अच्छा तरीका है, जो भी प्रिपरेशन कर रहा है क्वेश्चन एनालिसिस करे, वरना you will be swimming in a borderless and a bottomless sea. नेक्स्ट देखते हैं क्या क्वेश्चन है। राइट टू प्राइवेसी। राइट टू प्राइवेसी शायद जब से 2017-18 में पुट्टा स्वामी केस आया, शायद तब से ऐसा कोई साल ही नहीं है जब राइट टू प्राइवेसी पे क्वेश्चन नहीं आया। अब इस साल क्या वजह हो सकती है, मे बी गवर्नमेंट ने डेटा प्राइवेसी लॉ लाया, सो दे हैव आस्क्ड दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन। ठीक है, नाउ विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग आर्टिकल्स ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हैज सुप्रीम कोर्ट प्लेस राइट टू प्राइवेसी। ठीक है, तो देखिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट जब भी प्लेस करता है देयर इज वन रूल। व्हाट इज दैट रूल? वो रूल है आर्टिकल 21 में। आर्टिकल 21 में मेनका गांधी केस के बाद से सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने हमेशा क्या किया है, लिबरल इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजंस। ठीक है, इसलिए राइट टू लाइफ में हमेशा आता है राइट टू लिव विथ डिग्निटी, और राइट टू प्राइवेसी किससे लिंक्ड है, राइट टू लिव विथ डिग्निटी से। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो भी राइट्स आपको देता है, नए राइट्स, राइट टू एजुकेशन, राइट टू हेल्थ, राइट टू डिग्निटी, वो सामान्यता नॉर्मली पार्ट ऑफ आर्टिकल 21 के भी होंगे। इसके बाद भी अगर क्वेश्चन आए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जैसे कोई राइट दिया फॉर पोल्यूशन फ्री एनवायरनमेंट एक्सेट्रा, तो आप, अब राइट टू प्राइवेसी तो बहुत वेल नोन है, आसानी है, लेकिन आगे भी इस प्रिंसिपल को ध्यान में रखें। और आर्टिकल 21 इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट राइट विच सिंबलाइज जुडिशियल एक्टिविज्म। ठीक है, जुडिशियल एक्टिविज्म को सिंबलाइज करता है। तो जुडिशियल एक्टिविज्म करके जुडिशरी क्या कर रही है, डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स को धीरे धीरे आर्टिकल 21 में ला करके उसको और ज्यादा लीगली इन्फोर्सिएबल बनाती है। नाउ आई विल टेल यू वन इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट, एंड दैट इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट क्या है, याद रखिए, आगे कभी क्वेश्चन आ सकता है कि भाई राइट टू प्राइवेसी इज इट एन एब्सोल्यूट राइट? नहीं है, इट इज रेगुलेटेड बाय पार्लियामेंट, इट इज रेगुलेटेड बाय लॉ। इसीलिए ऐसे राइट्स आर्टिकल 21 में रखे जाते हैं। ठीक है, आर्टिकल 21 में क्या है, प्रोसीजर एस्टैब्लिश्ड बाय लॉ। इसीलिए जो भी राइट्स यहां से आएंगे वो कभी एब्सोल्यूट नहीं होंगे। फाइन, चाहे आप राइट टू एजुकेशन की बात करें, चाहे और किसी भी राइट की बात करें, ठीक है। तो राइट टू प्राइवेसी, मान लीजिए आगे क्वेश्चन है, इज इट एन एब्सोल्यूट राइट? नो, it is subjected to the law made by parliament. What will be the reason? That it is given by article 21. Fine, hopefully you are understanding what I mean to say. So the answer is D. Now, which of the following statements about ethics committee in Lok Sabha are correct? अब ये इतना सारा न्यूज में था कैश फॉर क्वेरी स्कीम के, कैश फॉर क्वेरी स्कैम के कारण। फाइन, तो जब महुआ मोइत्रा जी के अगेंस्ट निशिकांत दुबे जी ने इस प्रोसीजर को यूज किया, और आने वाले मेंस में GS2 में, GS4 में काफी संभावना होगी कि इस पर क्वेश्चन आए। तो चलिए देखते हैं क्वेश्चन क्या है। Which of the following statement about ethics committee are correct? Initially it was an ad hoc committee, correct. लेकिन बाद में इतने केसेस आने लगे कि उसको परमानेंट बना दिया गया। और इनिशियली पहले it was only of लोक सभा, but around 1977 somewhat even it was introduced for Rajya Sabha too. Now, only a member of Lok Sabha can make a complaint relating to unethical conduct of a member. तो क्वेश्चन क्या है, क्या ओनली मेंबर ऑफ लोक सभा एथिक्स कमेटी को अप्रोच कर सकता है? आंसर है नहीं, यानी कि इवन ऑर्डिनरी पर्सन्स जैसे हम और आप भी कर सकते हैं, पर डायरेक्टली नहीं करेंगे। कैसे करेंगे? अपने या किसी भी MP के थ्रू, और लोकसभा का है तो लोकसभा MP के थ्रू करेंगे। लेकिन जब हम ऐसा करेंगे तो हमारे लिए एक कंपल्शन है। वो कंपल्शन ये है कि हम साथ में एक एफिडेविट लगाएंगे कि वॉट एवर इंफॉर्मेशन इट इज करेक्ट, इट इज नॉट फ्रिवलस इंफॉर्मेशन। लेकिन अगर लोकसभा का MP ऐसा डायरेक्टली करता है तो ही डजंट रिक्वायर टू पुट एनी एफिडेविट। एथिक्स कमेटी से रिलेटेड आई सजेस्ट आप और भी मेंस के लिए भी इसको प्रिपेयर करके रखें। तो करेक्ट है, ये इनकरेक्ट है। दिस कमेटी कैन नॉट टेक अप एनी मैटर विच इज सब जुडिस, ठीक है, तो ये सही है, क्योंकि कोई भी कमेटी कैन नॉट टेक एनी मैटर विच इज सब जुडिस। ये लोकसभा कमेटी का रूल्स है। सो 1 and 3। नाउ क्वेश्चन नंबर 13 रिट से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन है। अ रिट ऑफ प्रोहिबिशन इज एन ऑर्डर A writ of prohibition is an order issued by Supreme Court or High Court to lower courts. ये रिट कैसी नेचर की है? जुडिशियल और क्वाजी जुडिशियल, यानी कि ट्रिब्यूनल्स या जुडिशियल बॉडीज को होती है। नाउ प्रोहिबिशन रिट एंड सर्शियोरारी, इसमें आपको डिफरेंस समझ में आना चाहिए। तो प्रोहिबिशन before the judgment, certiorari is after the judgment to quash the judgment. Fine, हमेशा प्रिपेयर करिए डिफरेंट रेट्स। दे कैन बी इशूड अगेंस्ट whom, against not, against administrative body. This is always a probable question. Now let us see. A writ of prohibition is an order issued by Supreme Court, High Court to a government officer prohibiting him, government officer नहीं, lower court. Parliament and Legislative Assembly, not possible. Separation of power. Lower courts, yes. The government prohibiting it from unconstitutional policy, no. So whenever there is a possibility of the lower court transgressing its jurisdiction, the writ of prohibition is introduced or utilized. Now, consider the following statements. I am giving you the articles also so that you can later on utilize these articles and see उसमें आप थोड़ा अपना और knowledge बढ़ा लीजिए. It is the governor of the state who recognizes and declares any community of that state as a scheduled tribe. नहीं. Reference article कौन सा है? Article 342. Special provisions with respect to certain sections. आप इसको पढ़िए. 342, 343 ये सारे बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं. तो इट इज नॉट द गवर्नर ऑफ द स्टेट. गवर्नर पर आप ट्रस्ट नहीं कर सकते. किस पे करेंगे? प्रेसिडेंट. क्योंकि यहाँ पर पार्शियलिटी पॉसिबल हो सकती है. गवर्नर इज सपोज टू एक्ट ऑन द रिकमेंडेशंस ऑफ काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर. तो लॉजिकली this power is given to the president. A community declared as scheduled tribe in a state need not to be so in another state. Correct? Every state may have its own specific thing. ऐसा भी है. Some communities recognized as a state in scheduled tribe in one state, that is recognized as a scheduled caste in other state, because in India the distinction of caste and tribe, sociologically speaking, not legally speaking, is not so clearly defined. Okay. So the answer is 2 only. Now comes the next part, that is question number 15. बजट से क्वेश्चन आता ही है. विथ रेफरेंस टू यूनियन बजट कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट. आर्टिकल 112 पढ़िए. एनुअल फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट. यूनियन फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर lays the annual financial budget before both the houses of parliament. तो यहाँ पे कहाँ दो क्वेश्चन हो सकते हैं. पहली बात, both the houses. yes, दोनों ही हाउसेस में होता है. करेक्ट है. ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर, नो. प्रेसिडेंट मेक इट. ये प्रेसिडेंट की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. कॉज इट टू बी लेड. नॉट ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर बट ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ president. At the union level, no demand for grant can be made except on the recommendation of President of India. Yes, this is a correct answer. And for your reference, I am giving you the article. Article 103 clause 3. ठीक है. तो ये आर्टिकल्स आप देखिए, बिल्कुल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से बिना मतलब के लिए इतना अननेसेसरी मटेरियल पढ़ने की कोई जरूरत ही नहीं होती है. नाउ विद रेफरेंस टू द स्पीकर ऑफ लोकसभा कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट. स्पीकर ऑफ लोकसभा मैं तो बता ही दूंगी, आपके रेफरेंस के लिए आई एम गिविंग द आर्टिकल. आर्टिकल 96 जाइए और उसको देख के कंफर्म करिए. विद रेफरेंस टू द स्पीकर ऑफ लोकसभा, ये भी कई बार आता है. स्पीकर ऑफ लोकसभा, रिमूवल ऑफ चेयरपर्सन ऑफ राज्यसभा. तो while any resolution for removal of speaker of Lok Sabha is under consideration, he shall not preside. ये तो obvious ही हो गया. He shall not have right to speak. ऐसा नहीं है कोई और preside कर रहा है तो he becomes an ordinary member. He has right to speak. और ये part of natural justice system भी है. He shall not be entitled to vote on the resolution in the first instance. ये भी गलत है. He shall be entitled to vote, but वो कब वोट नहीं करेंगे? He will not have the casting vote जो he had as a speaker, because right now he is not presiding as a speaker. So one only is the answer. Now, with reference to Indian Parliament, consider the following statement. Again, Article 107. आप देखिए, आपको एज इट इज वर्ड बाय वर्ड चीजें मिल जाएंगी, इसीलिए मैं हमेशा एम्फेसाइज करती हूँ आर्टिकल से आप पढ़ें, ठीक है? और इसका रूल क्या है? इसका मैंने रूल क्लास में कई बार बताया. बिल originating in Lok Sabha and pending in Lok Sabha will lapse. Bill originating in Rajya Sabha will not lapse because Rajya Sabha is a permanent house, and a bill for which joint sitting is referred will not lapse. ये simple rule है. Let us see the questions. A bill pending in Lok Sabha lapses on its dissolution. Rule क्या है? Origin कहीं पढ़ लीजिए और pending, दोनों में से कोई भी word आता है सीधे जान लीजिए, ठीक है? A bill pending in Lok Sabha will lapse. Correct. A bill passed by Lok Sabha and pending in Rajya Sabha. Passed by Lok Sabha हो गया, मतलब origin in Lok Sabha, ठीक है? तो बिल ओरिजिन इन लोकसभा इस फॉर्मूले से क्या होगा? लैप्स हो जाएगा. फाइन, तो ये भी करेक्ट है. अ बिल with regard to which president notified his intention to summon the house to a joint sitting lapses. No, it does not lapses. इसका मतलब this is wrong. So 1 and 2 is correct. रूल याद रखना है, origin and pending in Lok Sabha. You will never get it wrong. Now, question number 18. With reference to Parliament of India, consider the following statements. Prorogation of the House by President of India does not require the advice of Council of Minister. गलत. क्यों? We have a parliamentary form of government. प्रेसिडेंट कौन है? नॉमिनल हेड. इवन प्रोरोगेशन का जो एडवाइस है वो काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स के द्वारा ही दिया जाता है. प्रोरोगेशन ऑफ अ हाउस इज जनरली डन आफ्टर द हाउस इज एडजर्न्ड sine die, but there is no bar to President of India propagating the house which is in session. करेक्ट है, ठीक है? और ये क्या है? ये तो कन्वेंशन है. फाइन. और ये आंसर क्या हुआ? ये रॉन्ग हो गया. डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ लोकसभा इज डन बाय प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया who save in exceptional circumstances does so on the advice of council of minister. ये भी करेक्ट है. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में दिया हुआ है. डिसोल्यूशन कौन करता है? प्रेसिडेंट. किसकी एडवाइस पे करता है? काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर. लेकिन कभी कभी प्रेसिडेंट ऐसा भी कर सकता है, इमीडिएटली ही डजंट डिसॉल्व एंड ही ask for or he search for forming the alternative government. So 1 is wrong, 2 and 3 is correct. So the answer is C. Fine. So this was the last question of polity. I hope you will analyze the paper. Don't just know the answer. Fine. Understand the things in a holistic manner. And I will suggest, जिन्होंने एग्जाम दिया है, आप आज और कल आंसर की देख लें. अगर आपके अच्छे मार्क्स आ रहे हैं, मेंस का प्रिपरेशन करें. सभी लोग मेंस का प्रिपरेशन करें, because when you prepare for mains, then only you prepare for prelims. And again, just preparation for prelims carries no value if you do not clear the mains. तो मेंस का आप प्रिपरेशन करें. All those students who are appearing and who think they will be appearing for mains this year, always you should have a strategy. I can tell the strategy of political science students. This time also around 370 of our students have cleared the mains. Out of them, 113 have finally made their name in the list. And go through their videos, understand their strategy, and what has been their strategy. Try to maximize the marks in your optional paper. अगर आप पॉलिटिकल साइंस ऑप्शनल कर रहे हैं, आपको GS2 में IR ये सब करने की वैसे ही जरूरत नहीं है, फिर आप GS2 पर नेक्स्ट पेपर जो नेग्लेक्टेड है, सभी लोगों को फोकस करना चाहिए, वो ऐसे पेपर है. क्योंकि ऐसे पेपर में जहां आप 1, 2, 3 पेपर में बहुत सारा पढ़ेंगे और फिर भी 140, 150 मार्क्स नहीं ला पाएंगे, ऐसे पेपर में आसानी से आ जाते हैं. नेक्स्ट है पॉलिटिकल साइंस से बहुत ही इंटरलिंक्ड एथिक्स का पेपर है. आपने पॉलिटिकल साइंस पढ़ा तो एथिक्स हाफ डन ही है, बस केस स्टडीज ही आपको थोड़ा सा करना है. और GS2 में आप टॉपर्स की स्ट्रैटेजी देखिए, कुणाल रस्तोगी, इन लोगों की, कि कैसे पॉलिटिकल साइंस का ही नॉलेज को यूज करके उन्होंने किया. किसी मिथ्स में मत आइए, अपना प्रिपरेशन करिए, मन अच्छा रखिए, बी पॉजिटिव, हैव अ सेंस ऑफ वेल बीइंग. और अगर आप अच्छे मन से कुछ चीजें करते हैं तो वो हमेशा सफल होती है. कोई चिंता मत करिए, जस्ट रिलैक्स, पढ़ाई को एंजॉय करिए. एंड एज ऑलवेज वी आर हैविंग आवर स्पेशल प्रोग्राम्स, मेंस स्पेशल, उसका ऐड भी आ जाएगा, यहाँ पे भी आपको जानकारी मिल जाएगी. मेंस स्पेशल जिन लोगों ने जैसे फाउंडेशन कोर्स जीएस का नहीं किया है, वो लोग भी हमारा मेंस स्पेशल, जिसमें होंगे टेस्ट, जिसमें होंगे स्पेशल क्लासेस, मेरे मास्टर क्लासेस, और हम सब लोग प्रयास करेंगे कि इसी बार आप सक्सेसफुल हों. थैंक यू. जय भारत, जय हिंद. आगे के कार्यक्रम
एक मिनट. बस हाँ. ठीक 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 है, और वो निकालना होगा तो Hi, hello everyone. Very warm welcome to all of you on Shubhra Ranjan IS platform. My name is Akhilesh and I'm here, Faculty of Geography. Prelims is over now. We are having the analysis of the prelims question paper. In one word, I will say that the paper is not so tough and not so easy. And paper is good and it contains a lot of section. The geography section is containing a lot of question. And yes, if you are going for a silly mistake, it is very much possible that you can make a wrong statement or wrong answer. That's why it looks easy, but there are some things, some traps are there, which is has to be understood, and it is already discussed in the extensive class of general study as well as in QEP program. So let's start with the question number 1, and that is the atmosphere is heated more by incoming solar radiation than by terrestrial radiation. Heating of atmosphere, in the topic of climatology, when we discuss heating of atmosphere, we talked about short wave radiation and long wave terrestrial radiation. And I also discussed that long wave terrestrial radiation absorbed by greenhouse gases, that is carbon dioxide and water vapor. And when this greenhouse gases system absorb this oxygen, long wave radiation, they radiate counter radiation, and that counter radiation is responsible for heating of the atmosphere, or you can say greenhouse effect. And these are the gases which is responsible for making the earth habitable place. In absence of these gases, the earth would have the temperature of minus 19 degrees centigrade. That's why heating of atmosphere is more by terrestrial radiation, not by atmosphere, heated more by incoming solar radiation than by terrestrial radiation. Okay. The heating of atmosphere more by incoming solar radiation than by terrestrial radiation. This is statement 1 is incorrect. And carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in atmosphere are good absorber of long wave radiation. So long wave radiation absorb more. So statement 2 is correct and statement 1 is incorrect. In this case, the answer is D. So answer is D. Please correct it. Mark it right. Answer is D. Heating of atmosphere. Heating of atmosphere is due to long wave terrestrial radiation. Please mark it correct. Long wave terrestrial radiation. Incoming solar radiation, it is short wave. Short wave radiation, high energy radiation, they are not being absorbed. They basically penetrate and they are not the reason of heating of atmosphere. But when this long wave terrestrial radiation, this is your incoming short wave radiation. Again, when it absorbs on the earth's surface, then there is long wave terrestrial radiation. Long wave terrestrial radiation. They are of low energy, and these long wave terrestrial radiation basically absorbed by greenhouse gases. Absorbed by greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases that include water vapor and carbon dioxide. And because of absorption of greenhouse gases, what happened? Heating of atmosphere takes place because of this counter radiation. The system of greenhouse gases absorb the long wave terrestrial radiation, and then what happened? There is counter radiation, and this counter radiation is responsible for heating of atmosphere. So heating of atmosphere is because of long wave terrestrial radiation. In that case, statement 1 is incorrect and statement 2 is correct. So mark the right answer, and that is delta. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. Let's come to the second question. Question number 2. Question number 2 states that thickness of troposphere at the equator is much greater as compared to pole. Thickness of troposphere. This question is also very basic question. We have discussed it in climatology when I discussed the zonation in atmosphere. You can find in zonation of atmosphere, we discuss thickness of troposphere at equator is going to be of 18 kilometer. Why? As I told you, at troposphere, there is convergence of trade wind. Here ITCZ is there. And the area is having lot of heating zone, and a rise of convectional current takes place. In every rise, what happens? There is condensation, and after condensation, there is cloud formation. And because of condensation, what happens? The latent heat which is associated with water vapor get released. And because of release of this heat, slowly and gradually, the air further warm up and further rise. And this is the reason why the height of tropopause is going to be 18 kilometer at equator. And this is why the height of troposphere or thickness of troposphere is going to be 18 kilometer. Why? Because there is release of latent heat. After each condensation, there is release of latent heat, and this latent heat is going to warm up the rising air, and that's why air rise up further, and here the height of tropopause become 18 kilometer. So at equator, there is rise of convectional current. Convectional current. There is a rise of convectional current. Fine. There is rise of convectional current, and that's why the height of tropopause is going to be 18 kilometer. Our troposphere. Then the statement second, at the equator, heat is transported to great height by strong convectional current. I'm just showing the statement number 2. That means both the statement are correct, and statement 2 is explaining the statement 1. Hence, the answer will be alpha. Is it okay? Let's come to the next question, and the next question is something related with volcanism. Remember the class when I was discussing volcanism and associated terminology, we discussed the pyroclastic material that contains boulder, pebbles, cobbles, volcanic bomb. On the very basis of size, we have differentiated it. So if you remember it, pyroclastic debris are there. Ash and dust. Dust is the most smallest, or you can say the smallest particle which is coming from the volcanic eruption is dust and ash. Then nitrogen compound and sulfur compound. We have to take care of this. Nitrogen compound, NOx, nitrogen oxide as well as ammonia. There is sulfur compound, that is what? Sulfur dioxide. So extensively when we discussed volcano, I talked about the impact of volcanism in local area. And I talked about sulfur dioxide with respect to it. We talked about acid rain. We also talked about like cooling of the region. We also cite the Pinatubo case study, if you remember the class. Pinatubo eruption 1991 case study. What are the impacts? As well as this nitrogen oxide. So all these are part of volcanic eruption. How many of above are product of volcanic eruption. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. Hence the answer is delta. Please mark it correct. Okay. Let's come to the next question. Okay, fine. Which of the following is our correct inference from isothermal map in the month of January? When I discussed the thermal anomaly and isotherms, I talked about the thermal anomaly takes place in the month of January. And I also cited a case study of North Atlantic Ocean. And I told you at that very time it is going to be important. Fortunately, you are going to have a question. So the first statement is saying that the isotherm deviate to the north over the ocean and to the south over the continent. The isotherm deviate towards the south over the ocean, towards the north over the continent. This statement is wrong. And the presence of cold ocean current, try to read it properly. There is some trap. Presence of cold ocean current, state one word. Then Gulf Stream is going to be a warm current. North Atlantic drift, this is also going to be warm current. The North Atlantic colder, the isotherm bend towards the north. Okay, isotherm bend towards the north, this is right, isn't it? But not because of the cold ocean current and not because of colder Atlantic Ocean, but warmer Atlantic Ocean. I'm explaining it little bit with the map. Let me give you some time. Come to the North Atlantic Ocean. Let's find out how to solve this question. So we have this North America. Here it is South America. Not required, that's why I'm not going for a detailed map. I'm just putting all these things so that you have understanding. This is Mediterranean. Fine. Here it is equator, Tropic of Cancer. This is equator. Okay. And this is the ocean current, that is what called as Gulf Stream. Gulf Stream, meeting of Florida current, North Equatorial current, Antilles current, as well as the branch of South Equatorial Atlantic current. So there is formation of Gulf Stream, and this Gulf Stream is going to be the warm current. Gulf Stream. And after this Gulf Stream meeting with Florida, this Labrador current, there is formation of North Atlantic drift, North Atlantic at 45 degree west, 45 degree north. There is North Atlantic drift and it is warm current. Again, this North Atlantic drift divided into Irminger current, Norwegian current and Rennell current. These are the warm current responsible for making the Western European water, sea water, almost 12 to 15 degrees centigrade at higher temperature. At this time, this is the month of December and winter prevails in the northern hemisphere. And this is what? January. So in the month of January, this area that is almost beyond 45 degree north latitude happened to be in a very harsh winter condition, harsh winter. But because of advent of the warm water over here, this area is having almost 10 degree centigrade temperature. The area having sub-0 degree centigrade temperature is having 10 degree centigrade temperature because of warm ocean current, and the warm ocean current is North Atlantic drift. Gulf Stream, and that's why you will find that 10 degree isotherm, which is like here, is moving like this. This is 10 degree centigrade isotherm. So in month of January, you will find the 10 degree isotherm is curved towards north because of the warm ocean current. Is it okay? So this shows the warming of North Atlantic Ocean. Now let's come to the question. The question is, the presence of cold ocean current, Gulf Stream and North Atlantic drift make the North Atlantic Ocean colder. This is the problem. This is the trap also. And the isotherm bent towards the north. Isotherm bent towards the north, but not because of this, but because of the warmer ocean. Because of the 10 degree centigrade temperature around the West European countries. And I also talked about this North Atlantic drift, either Irvinger warm current, Rennell current, or Norwegian current is responsible for making the Western Europe the best of the all kind of climate prevailing over there. So this is the answer, and statement 1 is also incorrect, 2 is incorrect. Hence, neither 1 nor 2. Neither 1 nor 2. Fourth, that is delta. Let's come to the next question. Next question is from World Regional Geography, and mainly it is from resources, and subtopic is agriculture. So, which of the following country are well known for two largest cocoa producing country in the world? It is Ivory Coast as well as Ghana. So answer is Charlie. Answer is Charlie. So there is nothing to discuss. Answer is Charlie. Okay, fine. Let's come to this question number 6, and it's very easy. When we talk about Indian geography, we discuss the drainage of India, and Ganges is most important river, lifeline of North India. So with reference to the Himalayan river joining Ganga downstream of Prayagraj from west to east, of Prayagraj, Prayagraj तक यमुना मिल जाती हैं, और प्रयागराज के बाद there is Ghagra, Gomti, Gandak, and then Kosi is going to be the tributary of Ganga. So if you see Ganga coming from Himalaya, first tributary is going to be Ram Ganga. Then we have Gomti, we have Ghagra, and there is Kosi, and ultimately there is Mahananda. These all are going to be the important left bank tributary of Ganga. And before Prayagraj, means at Prayagraj, you happen to have Yamuna, and after Prayagraj, near Ghazipur, you will find there is Gomti, and then in Bihar you will find Ghagra, Kosi, and Mahananda. These are the tributary. So in this case, what will be the right answer? You can easily find it out, and that is what? Alpha, Ghagra, Gomti, Gomti, Ghagra, Gandak, and Kosi. Gomti, Ghagra. Gomti is meeting near Ghazipur. Please correct it. It is Gomti first. Gomti. Then there is Ghagra, Gomti, Ghagra, and then Gandak, and then Kosi. Gomti, Ghagra, Gandak, and Kosi. Gomti, Ghagra, Gandak, and Kosi. It is in beta. So B is the right answer. Please correct it. Mark it correct. Please correct it. Okay. Gomti, Ghagra, Gandak, and Kosi. question number 6. Let's come to the question number 7. And again, it is very important question. There is lot of trap. And if you ask that where it was taught, I will tell you when I discussed weathering and erosion, our denudation process, I talked about chemical weathering. And I said to you, when there is water as an agent, so water plays very pivotal role in weathering and weathering mainly. So there is chemical weathering, and in chemical weathering this water along with oxygen perform oxidation reaction, and the water along with carbon dioxide forms carbonic acid, and this carbonic acid is responsible for what? Carbonation. Okay, so carbonic acid, this become acid, and this acid can dissolve those element which is undissolved in water. Like there are some chemical that are readily dissolved in water, and there are some chemical which is not dissolved at all by water. So water do what? पानी का ये दो दोस्त होते हैं, मैंने बताया था क्लास में, और दोनों बड़े सीधे साधे होते हैं. पानी शैतान होता है. पानी ने क्या किया है? वाटर ने इसके साथ मिलकर के एक गैंग बना लिया, इसके साथ मिलकर एक गैंग बना लिया, यहां किया ऑक्सीडेशन. अब भले आयरन हो, so iron will be changed into its oxide, iron oxide, and you know the rust is easily removable, है ना? तो weathering में rust बना देता है बच्चे, तो rust easily remove हो सकते हैं. ठीक वैसे ही there are certain element like iron as well as aluminium, their salt is not dissolved in water, so acid formation takes place, and this acid formation taking place because of the reaction between water and carbon dioxide. And when this reaction takes place, carbonic acid form, and this carbonic acid readily dissolve this iron and aluminium and cause weathering. Now let's find out the right answer. Statement 1, rainfall is one of the reason for weathering of the rock. Availability of water ensured by rainfall. It is right. Rainwater contains carbon dioxide in solution. Yes, if you see the pH value of rainwater, it is 5.6, and it is because of dissolution of carbon dioxide in water. And due to dissolution of carbon dioxide in water, what happened? Carbonic acid is also the resultant. Rainwater contains atmospheric oxygen. Indeed, oxygen also get dissociated inside the raindrop, and then they fall onto the ground, and hence they cause weathering. So statement 1 is correct. Statement 2 and 3 are also correct. Let's find out the answer. Both statement 2 and 3 are correct, and both of them explain statement 1. This is the right answer. So alpha is going to be the right answer. One of the best question of this year from geography is this. So you have to synthesis this answer from your understanding of the class denudational process, which we discussed in your general study topic. You can easily find it out in my notes also. Fine. Let's come to the next question. And the next question is question number, I think एक ज़्यादा हो गया. No, question number 8. Let me remove it, then I will come on to the solution. And do remember, you must go for smooth reading, otherwise there will be problem in understanding the question. This question is map based question. Question number 8. Fine. And I talked about, when I discussed the mapping, I said to you North Sea, South China Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, and around it, whatever the countries are there, it is very important. Balkan states are very important. Not only this, I discussed about all the mountain ranges, all the ग्रासलैंड, ऑल्दो ग्रासलैंड पे कोई सवाल नहीं आया है, बट मैपिंग में हम लोगों ने ये सारी चीजें की थी. अगर आपको याद हो नॉर्थ सी, और अगर आप आंख बंद करें तो आपको दिखेगा कि फिनलैंड और रशिया बहुत दूर दिखेंगे. फिनलैंड एंड रशिया, they are far away from North Sea, and Germany as well as Norway, they are the bordering country of North Sea. So answer will be only two. Germany and Norway, they make border with North Sea, and Russia and Finland, they are much away. That's why the right answer will be beta. Right answer will be beta B. Let's come to this question again. इसमें भी अगर आपने ध्यान से नहीं पढ़ा, ध्यान से नहीं देखा, तो पक्की बात है गलती करेंगे. और ये एक नया तरीके का ट्रैप है. पहले ये लिस्ट ए और लिस्ट बी देते थे, अब इन्होंने एक लिस्ट और बढ़ा दी है. इसके पीछे का अभिप्राय यही है कि वॉट एवर यू नो इट इन इंटायरिटी. लेट्स कम टू दीज टू क्वेश्चन. देयर इज क्वेश्चन and that is matching the list. Waterfall, region, river. धुआंधार, जैसे ही धुआंधार आप देखोगे आपके दिमाग में धुआंधार रिएक्शन होंगे और नर्मदा के साथ उसे आप मैच करा दोगे. सही बात है, धुआंधार जबलपुर में, नर्मदा रिवर पे, भेड़ा घाट, ये सारी बातें हमने आपको बताई थी. मालवा लिखा हुआ है बच्चे. मालवा प्लेटू कहां है? When we discuss Malwa Plateau, आइए बात करते हैं मालवा प्लेटू की. मैं आपको हमेशा कहता हूं कि यूपीएससी आपसे कॉन्सेप्ट बेस्ड क्वेश्चन पूछती है, और आपके कॉन्सेप्ट अगर ठीक हो तो ये सवाल बड़े आसानी से किए जा सकते हैं. जरा बताइए मालवा प्लेटू है क्या, कहां? ये रहा आपका अरावली, यहां रहा विंध्यन, ये है सतपुड़ा. नर्मदा बहती है बच्चे विंध्यन और सतपुड़ा के बीच में बनी रिफ्ट वैली. दिस इज विंध्यन, हियर इट इज सतपुड़ा, हियर इट इज अरावली. ओके, सो विंध्यन, सतपुड़ा, अरावली. This area is considered as, this area is known as Malwa Plateau. Malwa Plateau. Malwa Plateau. ठीक है बच्चे. और नर्मदा कहां बह रही हैं? नर्मदा बहती हैं रिफ्ट वैली में. रिफ्ट वैली रिवर है, वेस्ट फ्लोइंग रिवर है, सारी बातें आपको बताई गई हैं. और रिफ्ट वैली किन के बीच में है? विंध्यन और सतपुड़ा के बीच की रिफ्ट वैली. ठीक है. अब इस रिफ्ट वैली में ये रहा आपका जबलपुर का इलाका. अब जरा देखिए, आपने धुआंधार तरीके से गलत कर दिया होगा. यहां ट्रैप क्या था? मालवा प्लेटू. सो मालवा प्लेटू को आपको देखना होगा बच्चे. दिस इज व्हाट मालवा प्लेटू. लेट्स कम टू द क्वेश्चन, एंड द क्वेश्चन इज धुआंधार, ऑल्दो इट इज ऑन नर्मदा बट नॉट एट मालवा प्लेटू, दैट्स व्हाई इट इज रॉन्ग. Hundru, Chota Nagpur Plateau on Subarnarekha. It is perfectly correct. Again, you will find that all the match is going to be there. Chota Nagpur Plateau, Subarnarekha River, दामोदर की सहायक नदी है बच्चे. उसके बाद है गरसोपा. गरसोपा वेस्टर्न घाट, वेस्ट फ्लोइंग रिवर है. सरावती, सरावती रिवर हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिक प्रोजेक्ट भी है कर्नाटका के अंदर वेस्टर्न घाट में. ये गरसोपा या इसको जोग वाटरफॉल भी कहते हैं. तो फिर क्या हुआ? ये भी गलत हो गया. तो आंसर क्या होगा बच्चे? हुंदरू केवल मैच कर रहा है, दैट्स व्हाई ओनली वन इज गोइंग टू बी द राइट आंसर. मैं हमेशा कहता हूं यूज योर कॉन्सेप्ट. जिस किसी ने रिफ्ट वैली का कॉन्सेप्ट लगा लिया होगा उसको इसमें दिक्कत नहीं हुई होगी. ठीक है बच्चे. लेट्स कम टू the next question, and the next question is,
hello everyone, let's go ahead and start discussing
again,
the history questions.
इनकी requirement
now, let me just give you a context about the history questions this year.
इनको mountain range के बारे में भी बताना है और area को भी बताना है और types of mountain. This is also going to be list 3 added, list C, है ना? So the question talks about matching the list, region, नेम ऑफ द माउंटेन रेंज एंड टाइप ऑफ द माउंटेन. टाइप ऑफ माउंटेन में आपको फोल्डेड माउंटेन बताए गए हैं, फोल्डेड माउंटेन, ब्लॉक माउंटेन एंड वॉल्केनिक माउंटेन. and the fourth one is residual mountain. Residual mountain वो mountain है बच्चे जो बहुत पुराने हैं, वो चाहे ब्लॉक माउंटेन हो या फोल्डेड माउंटेन हो, उन पे कई सारे साइकिल ऑफ इरोजन चले हैं और आज अपने ओरिजिनल फॉर्म में नहीं है. They are residual mountain. Volcanic mountain, mountain of accumulation because of volcanic eruption. Block mountain is because of subduction. Okay, because of upliftment, or there is creation of rift valley. And folded mountain, again tectonic activity is going to be there, and due to that there is folded mountain formation takes place. And when I discuss the types of mountain, I also discuss the world distribution in the class. You can find it in the class notes.
So, hello everyone.
And this Vosges
is
going to be a block
mountain.
questions.
Now, let me just give you a
Block
context about the history
mountain.
questions this year. This year,
Vosges
as compared to the
as
last
well
year,
as
the history, art and culture
as well as Black
section
Forest,
gave
both
lesser
are
questions.
in Europe, more precisely in Germany and France. Fine. सेंट्रल एशिया में नहीं है बच्चे, तो ये गलत हो गया. वोजगीज ब्लॉक माउंटेन है, फोल्ड माउंटेन नहीं है, इसलिए स्टेटमेंट 1 लिस्ट गलत है. दूसरा है बच्चे आल्प्स, यूरोप मैच कर रहा है, ब्लॉक माउंटेन लिख दिया बच्चे. जब मैं आपको ओरोजेनी ऑफ माउंटेन बता रहा था, आई टॉक्ड अबाउट एल्पाइन ओरोजेनी एंड आई टॉक्ड अबाउट आल्प्स, काकेशस, Zagros, Himalaya, Karakoram, Tian Shan. These are the alpine mountain series, and they were the Eurasian mountain series, and they are folded in nature. Folded mountain. So first one is wrong, second one is wrong. North America, Appalachian. Appalachian is a fold mountain. This is the right answer. And South America, Andes, the longest mountain series in the world, Andes mountain, that is in South America, and it is folded mountain. So we happen to have two statement right, and hence the beta is going to be the right answer. I hope you mark it correct. Let me explain the next question, and the next question is it get hanged. Question number 11. Okay, again this question comes from climatology and water vapor. बड़ा hot topic है भाई water vapor. Environment के लिए भी और geography के लिए भी. With reference to water vapor, which of the following statement is are correct? It is a gas, water vapor in gaseous phase, the amount of which decreases with altitude. When I discuss the introduction to our atmosphere, I also said to you that this is the class, that single class is going to give you at least 1 to 2 questions in your examination. And this is not this year, but it is the history of last 50 years. You will find that 1 or 2 questions in each state PCS examination as well as in UPSC, they used to find the place from introduction to atmosphere. I discussed the entire gaseous composition of atmosphere, and each and every gas is playing pivotal role or peculiar role in our atmosphere. In that process, I discussed the water vapor, which has been given the responsibility to redistribute the heat on the earth surface because they have latent heat. So let's come to the question. It is a gas, the amount of which decreases with altitude. This is the statement 1. Let me explain it. With altitude, this is your earth, and as you move up, what happened? Most of the atmosphere concentrated in the lower altitude. Most of the atmosphere. Almost if you are moving up to 5.6 kilometer of height, you happen to have 50% of atmospheric gases, and when you move up to 29 kilometer of height, you happen to have almost 97% of the gases. It is because of the gravity. Earth has gravitational pull, and because of this gravity, the entire atmosphere get concentrated near the earth. As we move up, we know that amount of not only water vapor but other gases also going to decrease. With altitude, there will be decrease in amount of water vapor. This is true, and this is the reason why there is normal lapse rate. normal lapse rate, that is 6.5 degree centigrade per kilometer. This is a decrease while we are going up. Why? Because amount of water vapor as well as carbon dioxide both decreases, and their absorbance also decreases. Absorbance of what? Long wave terrestrial radiation. तो ऊपर जाते समय लॉन्ग वेव टेरेस्ट्रियल रेडिएशन घटता जाएगा, उसका एब्जॉर्बेंस। क्यों? कि उसका अमाउंट घट रहा है। अमाउंट क्यों घट रहा है? क्योंकि सारा का सारा नीचे कंसंट्रेटेड है। क्यों नीचे? क्योंकि अर्थ हैज ग्रेविटी और इनके पास मास है, तो कहां जाएंगे? नीचे ही रहेंगे, और नीचे रहेंगे तो ऊपर जाते समय इनका अमाउंट घट जाएगा। मैंने इस लेवल पे आपको बातचीत की थी, यूपीएससी ने वो भी नहीं टच किया। मैंने ये बताया था कि नॉर्मल लैप्स रेट कम क्यों होता है, वाई दिस इज 6.5 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पर किलोमीटर, एंड दैट इज अट्रीब्यूटेड टू अमाउंट ऑफ ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस गेट डिक्रीज while we are going up, and hence their absorbance decreases, and hence their counter radiation decreases, which is responsible for heating for the atmosphere. Okay, so now come to the question. Okay, so it is a gas, the amount of which decreases with altitude. That is right. Its percentage is maximum at pole. Again, when we discuss the composition of atmosphere, I talked about this is equator, here it is north pole, south pole, and amount of water vapor which is present is vary 1% to 4% by volume. At equator we happen to have 4% water vapor. As we are moving towards pole, there is minimum water vapor almost 1%. Okay, so at pole we have minimum water vapor. In general, there is decrease in amount of water vapor, and it is attributed to evaporation and high temperature. High temperature prevail in lower latitude, hence more evaporation, hence more water vapor. Low temperature prevail at pole, and hence low rate of evaporation, isn't it? That's why maximum water vapor you will find in equatorial region. There are exceptions. At the western margin of the continent, there is low water vapor, and that has some different region which we discussed in the class, why the deserts are present at the western margin. If you remember the class, you can have the understanding. Let's come to the question now. It is a gas that amount of which decreases with altitude. That is right. Its percentage is maximum at pole. पोल पे तो कम है भाई, तो स्टेटमेंट 2 गलत हो गया, स्टेटमेंट एक सही हो गया। सेलेक्ट आंसर, करेक्ट खोजना है, so we have to have alpha. The right answer is alpha. Question number 12. Annual and daily range of temperature is low, very low of the range 4 degree centigrade. Precipitation occurs throughout the year. दो ही जगह precipitation throughout the year होता है। एक है बच्चे आपका इक्वेटोरियल रीजन, लेकिन वहां टेम्परेचर रेंज ज्यादा होता है, एंड देन precipitation varies from 50 सेंटीमीटर to 250 सेंटीमीटर। यहीं अगर मोर देन 250 सेंटीमीटर रहता तो उत्तर बदल जाता, लेकिन 50 to 250 सेंटीमीटर इट अमाउंट्स टू मरीन वेस्ट कोस्ट climate. Answer is D. Please mark it correct. Delta. Next question, with reference to Coriolis force, which of the following statement is are correct? Coriolis force is a pseudo force. It is due to the rotation of Earth and sphericity of Earth. This is apparent frictional drag on anything moving horizontally in northern hemisphere and as well as southern hemisphere. In northern hemisphere it tend to move towards its right, in southern hemisphere it tend to move towards its left. So if wind speed is going to be higher, so there will be higher deflection. In that sense, it increases with increase in the wind velocity is right. It is maximum at pole and it is absent at equator. Yes, at equator there is no relative motion, that's why it is absent, and it is not a true force, it is a pseudo force. And both the statement are correct. So answer is Charlie. Coriolis force, Farrell's law, ये सब कुछ हम लोगों ने डिस्कस किया हुआ है. Let's come to On 21st June every year, which of the following latitude experience sunlight of more than 12 hour? फिर भी इन्होंने इजी रखा है बच्चे. मैंने आपसे कहा था हो सकता है ये इक्विनॉक्स और सॉल्स्टिस वाले दिन ना पूछ करके किसी और दिन पूछ दें. आप सबको पता है on 21st of June sun's rays are vertical over Tropic of Cancer. Tropic of Cancer. This is North Pole, this is South Pole, and the circle of illumination is passing through North Pole. Okay, let me show this circle of illumination. Circle of illumination passing through North Pole. Entire North Pole has, what you can say, day. So at equator every time there is 12-hour day and 12-hour night. 12-hour day and 12-hour night. This is what summer solstice. Summer solstice on 21st of June, and this summer solstice, there is 12-hour day and 12-hour night at equator, but once you are marching towards north, यहाँ 12 घंटे plus extra hour of daylight will be there. At Arctic Circle, you happen to have almost more than 18-20 hour of day. Okay, so there is more than 12-hour light will be there. So let's find out the answer. On June 21st every year, which of the following latitude experiences sunlight of more than 12 hour? More than 12 hour है बच्चे, तो इक्वेटर तो हट जाएगा क्योंकि इक्वेटर पे 12 hour. So equator will not be there. Tropic of Cancer will be there. Tropic of Capricorn पे अंधेरा है बच्चे, कम समय के लिए, मतलब this is the time. Okay, and this part is what, dark. So this is not there. And Arctic Circle. So Tropic of Cancer and Arctic Circle will have more than 12-hour day. 2 and 4. So delta is going to be the right answer. और इस कॉन्सेप्ट को ध्यान में रखिएगा, ये 21 जून के बजाय 15 अगस्त भी पूछ सकते हैं और 14 फरवरी भी पूछ सकते हैं. मैंने क्लास में बताया था आपको नेक्स्ट लेवल के क्वेश्चन के लिए तैयार रहना होगा. उस समय सन के रेज की स्थिति को देखना होगा बच्चे. सो लेट्स कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, एंड द क्वेश्चन नंबर वी टॉक्ड अबाउट 14 ना. ओके, question number, okay, again this is question, it was in news in 2023 July. One of the following region has the world's largest tropical peatland. The keyword is peatland, world's largest peatland, and that is Congo Basin. And this was in the news because of the destruction over there, and this peatland is containing lot of undecomposed carbon, and when it get decomposed, certainly there will be more and more carbon dioxide as well as methane emission, and both are what, greenhouse gases. Okay, the global carbon emission from fossil fuel and the possible destruction of which can exert detrimental effect on the global climate. Which one of the following denote the region? And it is what, Congo Basin. The right answer is Congo Basin. Please mark it correct. The next question, कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग प्लांट्स. ये प्लांट्स देखने आप इसे एग्रीकल्चर में रख सकते हो बच्चे, एंड यू कैन पुट इट इन योर जनरल साइंस. एग्रीकल्चर पर्सपेक्टिव से अगर आप देखें तो बच्चे ग्राउंड नट ऑल बिलोंग्स टू फैमिली लेग्यूमिनोसी. सारे के सारे फैबेसी या लेग्यूमिनोसी या पी फैमिली जिसको कहते हैं उससे आते हैं बच्चे. ग्राउंड नट 50% ऑफ ऑयल सीड. This is what the condition of groundnut. 50% of oil seed is what, from groundnut, and this 50% groundnut, if you see the production, mostly it is in Kharif season. Kharif season. Okay, 90% cropping of 91% rather 91% of groundnut produced in Kharif season and 9% in Rabi season. और ऐसे जो भी क्रॉप हैं जहां पे थोड़ा बहुत कंफ्यूजन होता है वो यूपीएससी की निगाह में रहता है, आपको मैंने पहले भी बताया था। ध्यान से देख लीजिएगा, ये रबी क्रॉप है कि खरीफ क्रॉप, अगर कभी पूछ ही दे तो आपका डिसीजन क्या होना चाहिए। सो आंसर हैज बीन गिवन 91% इन खरीफ सीजन। हॉर्स ग्राम, जिसको कुल्थी भी कहते हैं बच्चे, अनदर काइंड ऑफ व्हाट यू कैन से पल्स। सोयाबीन, soybean also belongs to oil seed and it is rich in protein. And in the class I talked about this year 2023 is important for soybean because of the reason मैंने बताया था क्लास में भी कि सोयाबीन का जो प्रोडक्शन है, मध्य प्रदेश पिछले कई सालों से नंबर 1 बना हुआ था, लेकिन इस साल महाराष्ट्र ने उसे पीछे कर दिया है। मैंने आपको कहा था सोयाबीन करंट अफेयर में है, थोड़ा देख के जाइएगा। ये सारी चीजें आपको इसीलिए बताई जाती हैं कि आजू बाजू इधर उधर से जो सवाल आते हैं उसको भी हल कर सकें। सो दीज ऑल आर बिलोंग टू व्हाट यू कैन से पल्स फैमिली, ऑल द 3। लेट्स कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। इज देयर एनी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन? यस, क्वेश्चन नंबर 17। ओके फाइन, दिस क्वेश्चन इज फ्रॉम एस्ट्रोनॉमी। इस साल एस्ट्रोनॉमी से केवल ये सवाल पूछा है, कह क्या रहा है कि जो बड़े स्टार होते हैं वो लिव मच लॉन्गर देन द स्मॉलर स्टार, ड्वार्फ स्टार। व्हाइट ड्वार्फ नहीं लिखा है, ड्वार्फ स्टार। ड्वार्फ स्टार का मतलब होता है स्मॉल स्टार, स्मॉलर स्टार्स, एंड दीज आर जाइंट स्टार मीन्स मैसिव स्टार। कह क्या रहे हैं कि जाइंट स्टार लिव मच लॉन्गर देन द ड्वार्फ स्टार। उल्टा होता है बच्चे, जाइंट स्टार होगा उसका कोर बड़ा होगा, कोर में फ्यूजन रिएक्शन तेजी से हो रहे होंगे, हाइड्रोजन फ्यूज होकर के हीलियम बना रहा होगा और एनर्जी निकल रही होगी, तेजी से हाइड्रोजन कंज्यूम होगा हीलियम में, और जैसे ही कोर का हाइड्रोजन हीलियम में कंज्यूम हो जाता है, मैंने लाइफ ऑफ स्टार्स के फेजेस आपको बताए थे, आपको पता है उसके बाद क्या होता है बच्चे, देयर इज अ concentration of outer cloud of star coming to the core and red giant stays, then supernova is there, then there is white dwarf, black dwarf or neutron star as per the size of the star, and I also talked about Chandrasekhar limit in the class. So giant star live shorter than the dwarf stars. क्यों? क्योंकि वहां rate of fusion reaction is very high. Compared to the dwarf star, giant star have greater rate of nuclear fusion reaction. Statement 1 is wrong, statement 2 is right. So in that case, we have the answer, that is what delta is going to be right. Okay. Next question. टोटल फर्टिलिटी रेट, इसको हम लोग कवर करते हैं बच्चे जब सेंसस पढ़ते हैं, आपको इकोनॉमी में भी इसे कवर किया जाता है, सोशल इशू में भी आपने कवर किया है, और इट्स अ सिंपल डेफिनेशन, द एवरेज नंबर ऑफ लाइव बर्थ अ वुमन वुड हैव बाय द एंड ऑफ हर चाइल्ड बियरिंग एज। दिस इज द राइट डेफिनेशन, डी इज द राइट आंसर। ओके, इज इट एंड? नो. The longest border between any country, very simple question and basic question, it is Canada and United States of America. Canada and United States of America sharing the longest border and 8,900 kilometers. Okay, then we have Chile and Argentina more than 7,000, then Kazakhstan and Russia more than 5,000, and India 3,400 almost. So the answer is going to be alpha. Consider the following statement, the Red Sea receive very little precipitation in any form. Red Sea में precipitation क्यों नहीं होता? Because of continentality effect. बीच में है ना बच्चे, आप देखो Arabian Peninsula and there is this plate, this African plate, and Red Sea is in continentality effect and no water enters in Red Sea. Both are a right statement. Both are right statement, and answer Charlie is going to be correct. Charlie is correct answer. I think this is the end of the question. I hope you enjoyed the examination. Don't get panic. क्योंकि सेंसेक्स बढ़ेंगे घटेंगे। आप आइएगा घर पे, आराम कीजिएगा, मैच करिएगा आपके क्वेश्चन, और ठीक ठाक बैठ रहे हों तो फिर जल्दी से जल्दी बैठ जाइएगा मेंस की तैयारी के लिए। मेंस के लिए हम लोग क्रैश कोर्स ला रहे हैं बच्चे, आप सबका स्वागत है, जहां मैं आपको ज्योग्राफी को सीखना और उसके आंसर राइटिंग के बारे में चर्चा करेंगे, क्योंकि मेंस अल्टीमेटली इट इज योर राइटिंग विच इज गोइंग टू फेच द मार्क, और वहीं से आप में दम भरते हैं, साहस भरते हैं कि आपकी पर्सनालिटी टेस्ट के लिए आपको बुलाया जाए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
So, hello everyone. Let's go ahead and start discussing the history questions. Now, let me just give you a context about the history questions this year. This year, as compared to the last year, the history, art and culture section gave lesser questions. So, for example, if the last year the questions were somewhere between 16 to 20, this year the questions have reduced to something around 11 questions. Now, when you look at these 11 questions in the history and the art and culture section, आप ये देखेंगे या what you're going to notice is that out of these 11 questions, something to the tune of 5 questions तो आप आंसर कर सकते हैं relatively easily, but the other 5 questions are relatively more on the tougher side. So I would say that the history questions, roughly 50% questions were relatively easy to moderate, and roughly some 50% of the questions were relatively on the tougher side. So that is what is about the history and the art and culture section. One thing also this year's paper stands out for is that there are lesser questions from modern Indian history as compared to the last year. But there is one fundamental thing I want to tell here, कि students often assume कि what has happened this year is going to also happen the next year. We often look at the current paper trying to मेक अ गेस कि अच्छा इस साल हिस्ट्री से कम पूछा है तो अगले साल हिस्ट्री से कम पूछेंगे, इस साल ज्योग्राफी से ज्यादा पूछा है देन अगले साल भी ज्योग्राफी से ज्यादा पूछेंगे. बट दिस इज नॉट हाउ इट हैपेंस, एंड ऑन द कॉन्ट्ररी यूपीएससी प्लेज अ वेरी कैट एंड माउस गेम टू द एक्सटेंट दैट इफ देयर आर, for example, last year history had almost close to 18 to 20 questions. Now, and that was in 23. This year in 2024, the questions for history have decreased. But last year, you may have found that the weightage for some other sections would have been lesser, say for a geography, etc. But this year geography has a higher weightage. So this is a cat and mouse game. Please don't look at this year's question paper with the intention कि अच्छा इस साल history कम आया तो अगले साल भी कम आएगा, इस साल X subject ज़्यादा है तो then अगले साल it is going to be the same. This is not how UPSC works. On the contrary, to avoid making the paper very predictable, they keep changing the weightage of different sections in the paper. Now, if that much is okay, let's just go ahead and discuss the other things, the questions themselves. Now, when we talk about these questions, the first thing to note, okay, so the first question, for example, was about what are the popular names of Buddha, right? And he's known by which other names? The answer is that Shakya Muni, because he was the son of the Shakya clan, so he's also called as the Shakya Muni, and that is one which is correct. The other, he himself referred to himself as Tathagata, or the one who was the enlightened one, or he was also referred to in Buddhist literature as the one who was the enlightened one. So Tathagata and Shakyamuni, ye answer hai. Nyayaputra is not, it was used to refer to the Jain monk Mahavira. So this is a wrong statement, and so the answer automatically becomes 2 and 3. I hope that's clear. Let's move on to the next question, and the next question, for example, is about match the following. Now, if you look in this question, you will find, now is this, so the first question was an easy question, but what about this question? Now, if you look at this question is not, it's of a moderate difficulty, because there are some statements which are easy to pick. For example, if you see Inam Gone, this is something that students often read and must read about important Chalcolithic, Neolithic sites, and questions on Neolithic sites have been asked before. For example, on Neolithic sites in the Jammu and Kashmir region, a question was asked a couple of years ago. This time they've asked a question on the Chalcolithic sites. So you will find that the Chalcolithic site question, so Inamgon is a Chalcolithic site found in the Maharashtra region, and it is a Jorwe culture site which is dated to something around 3000 BC, and Inamgon is popularly known for burials in pits or in urns. तो pots के अंदर और burials of human bodies in pots, or so burials of human bodies in pots where human bodies were buried in pots, pot burial is known or is a very characteristic feature of Inamgon. It's a Chalcolithic site. this is the correct statement. If this is the correct statement, we can always understand that the option is either 2 is, so 2 is a correct answer in 1 in option A and B. But if you look at statement 1 and statement 3, you will find that Mangdu in Kerala is an important megalithic site. That's a correct statement. So it is a megalithic site which is dated somewhere to between around 900 BC period, and to that extent this is a correct statement. Now this is not a easy thing to pick up for most students if you've not studied this before. So I would say that this is not a very easy question, but not a very difficult one also, because you could still make an attempt. So it's a question of some moderate difficulty, if I was to say so. Next, quickly moving on to the third question. So moving on to the third question, you see, if we move on to the third question, then the third question is about, and this is a question on the early Europeans, that the Portuguese were given the permission to build a fort at Bhatkal by which of the rulers? Dekhiye, please understand that the Portuguese came in 1498, and this is a topic which comes under the early Europeans, and this is a topic that students must read more, I would suggest, because if they've asked questions on the Portuguese, in the future they can ask questions on the Dutch as well, and this is one topic that students often ignore. So I would recommend that you should read about it. Now the answer for this is that the Portuguese actually wanted to take over the Bhatkal port. It is in the Karnataka region, because this was an important trading port, and though it was an important trading port for spices, and it is at this time that the Vijayanagar ruler Krishnadev Raya, so the Vijayanagar rulers had a conflict, with the Bahmani rulers of this time, and as they had a conflict with the Bahmani rulers of this time, you see that the Vijayanagar rulers were looking for support, and this support came to them from the Portuguese. The Portuguese were willing to extend support to the Vijayanagar rulers against the Bahmani rulers if the Vijayanagar rulers gave them a control of the Bhatkal region and the territories around it, because it is an important port. Eventually Krishnadev Raya, it is argued, some texts argue that Krishnadev Raya by 1510 granted the Bhatkal port to the Portuguese, though other texts also say that even Krishnadev Raya refused and Portuguese eventually plundered Bhatkal. But for now the answer stays A, Krishnadev Raya in 1510. So I hope that statement is clear. Next is to talk quickly about question number 4. Now when we talk about question number 4, what you will find is, now this is a question on, and this is a very standard topic, right? Then this is a easy question which is about the land revenue settlement policies of the British rule. So economic impact of British rule का एक बड़ा standard question है, and so it's a relatively easy question. Under the Rayatwari settlement system, the peasants were exempted from revenue payment in case of bad harvests or natural calamities. देखिए, Rayatwari settlement system में were peasants exempted from paying taxes in case of a famine or a calamity? The short answer is no. No, they were not exempted, and on the contrary, often the British tried to collect taxes even in times of famines, and this is what often led to violent protests. And in fact, these violent protests or peasant rebellions happened if peasants were forced to pay taxes at the time of famines. And in fact, the Deccan agrarian riots also partly happened in such a context in the 1870s, because Deccan region is where Rayatwari system was, and despite being owners of land, they had no relief from tax collection even in times of famines, and which led to Deccan agrarian riots also contributed, not the only reason, but it contributed to Deccan agrarian riots also. So the statement 1 is wrong. The second statement, under the permanent settlement system in Bengal, if the zamindar failed to pay his revenues to the state or on before the fixed date, he would be removed from zamindari. So is this statement right? Yes, this statement is right. क्योंकि हम ये कहते हैं कि जमींदारी सिस्टम में दो जमींदार is made the owner of land, पर अगर जमींदार did not pay the land revenue on time, then the British would auction their land. and that is how old zamindars would often be replaced by new zamindars also. So this statement is correct. The answer becomes 2 only. That is your question number 4. I hope so. This was an easy question, I would say, but still you had to be careful. And it is always very, very important in UPSC that you read the question completely and carefully and read all the options also before choosing the answer. Now, let's go to this question. Consider the following statement: there are no parables in Upanishads, and second, Upanishads were composed earlier than the Purans. तो देखिए, पहली बात Upanishads, and this is a standard question and it is a very good conceptual question, not a tough question. If you understood what are Upanishads, why they came about, why are they important, then you can answer it. Okay, तो देखिए, Upanishads are the ones who came towards the end of the Vedas, and so after the Vedas were constituted, the Upanishads were constituted almost as an explanatory text for the Vedas, or for elaborating upon some of the teachings of Vedas. And often while elaborating upon some of the teachings of Vedas, the Upanishads also made use of stories to emphasize upon certain wise ideas. And so that's correct. So were they using any parables? का मतलब क्या? कई लोगों को parables का मतलब ही नहीं पता होगा, then they may have found it a bit difficult. Parables are wise sayings, wise stories, and stories which are being used to tell stories which are being used to imbibe a lesson or imbibe wisdom. So were there use of stories to imbibe the wisdom in Upanishads? Yes. So is this statement correct? No. There are no parables in Upanishads. No, there are parables in Upanishads. And Upanishads were composed earlier than the Puranas. देखिए, please understand, Vedas were somewhere conceptualized or were compiled between 1500 BC to even 1000 BC and even up till 600 BC, and the Upanishads came thereafter. But the Purans came during often the Gupta period, we say, and they are compiled much later, around 400 AD. So these are around 400 AD, and they are Vedas and Upanishads are almost 1000 years before that, at least 1000 years before that. So the Upanishads were composed earlier than the Puranas. Yes, that's a correct statement. Answer becomes 2 only. So this is a good conceptual question. इसमें बहुत रटने का नहीं था, but if you knew the major central points about Upanishads, you could have answered this question. So it was a relatively doable question. और इस तरह का question आप नहीं छोड़ सकते, because these are questions which can where your chances of getting it right are much better. Which of the following is the latest inclusion in the intangible cultural heritage list of UNESCO? Simple, straightforward question. और आपको important UNESCO World Heritage sites पता होनी चाहिए. और थोड़ा, if this was also in places in news, etc., it has been included last year. The answer is Garba. Garba as a dance form was included in 2023. So this is the latest inclusion. The others have been included before. So this is a factual, straightforward question. Now, so this is a factual, straightforward question, which if you were also reading things like places in news, etc., you can easily answer it. Next question. Who was the provisional president of the Constituent Assembly before Dr. Rajendra Prasad? The answer is Dr. Sachinandra Sinha. Yes, Rajendra Prasad was the presiding officer on the Constituent Assembly, but for a brief period of 2 to 3 days, initially it was Sachinandra Sinha who was made. Sachinandra Sinha was had previously taken part in the Home Rule League movement also. He had been a deputy speaker as well at the center, even under the Government of India Act 1919. Under the Government of India Act 1919, and he was a lawyer by profession. So you see, he was a part of the Home Rule League movement after 1914 as well. So he's an important individual and was a member of the Constituent Assembly. So this is also a factual question, not a very and partly, frankly, for attempting such a question, you could have used elimination as a strategy and could have arrived at this answer that Ambedkar is not, Rajgopalachari is not, and so either T.T. Krishnamachari, if you had heard that name before, then you could have eliminated it, because definitely Krishnamachari was not was not the chairman of the Constituent Assembly. Which of the following is a work attributed to the playwright Bhasa? Now, this is also a question of ancient India. Bhasha or Bhasa was a very important author who is referred to also by later authors like Kalidasa. So Kalidasa also argued that Bhasa was a very prominent and a very well-known author. It has been argued that Bhasa wrote more than 13 plays, and a number of them were comedies and not tragedies. And one of this was Madhyama Yoga, and this is a story based on the Mahabharata, and it is a story about Ghatotkach, who was the son of Bhima, and Mandodari, and he was a middle Mandodari, and this was a story about Ghatotkach. So this is a play based on the Mahabharata, written by Bhasa. Again, is it a easy question? No, it's not a easy question. It's a relatively difficult question, but Bhasa is a prominent poet that everybody knows about and should know about. So I would still say that important poets and their works belonging to different eras is a very important theme from your exam point of view. So आप उसको याद रखिए कि whether it is about Kalidasa or Bhasa or many other authors and poets, whether it is in the Mauryan era to the Gupta era, you should cover all of them. Okay. Now, Sanghabhuti was an Indian Buddhist monk and who traveled to China during the 4th century AD, was the author of a commentary on. Now, is this a easy question? No, it's not. It's not an easy question, but students have been habituated कि वो जब prelims की तैयारी करते हैं तो they just focus on a Faheen or a Yuan Zhang, etc. or Ising, etc. who were travelers who came from China to India and took back Buddhism there in a major way. Who came from China to India and took back Buddhism in a major way. But also there has been a strong tradition also of Buddhist monks who were Indians and who from India went to China. And for example, Sanghabhuti was a 4th century monk who came from the Kashmir region, and it is under him also that Buddhism spread to Tibet as well as China was undertaken in a major way. And the work that he wrote was a commentary on the Sarvastivada Vinaya, and Sarvastanism was an interpretation of Buddhism which actually originates from which has a major point of origin as the Kashmir region of India. So again, this is an important point. Is it an easy question? No, it's not. So if you could not have attempted this question, it would have been wise to leave this question if you did not have much idea about this question. So it is a relatively difficult question, as I'm saying. Now, the next thing is also that, and it's a question also about the UNESCO World Heritage List. And if you look at this UNESCO World Heritage List, which of the were included in 2023? That's the question. The answer for this is Shantiniketan and the sacred assemblies of the Hoysalas. Now, so yes, places in news में से ये पूछा भी गया है, और UNESCO World Heritage sites, architectural and otherwise, you should anyways know. These were included in 2023. Rani Ki Vav was included in 2014, and Mahabodhi Temple, this was included as early as 2002. So the answer becomes only 2, 1 and 3. So that's the answer. Next, quickly moving on to question number 11, of which would be the last question here. It's a question on the Government of India Act 1935. Can partly be asked in the polity also, but it is a very central part of modern Indian history. If you look at it, what about the first statement? And ये बड़ा important है कि आप Act of 1909, 1919 और 1935 इनके key features and provisions आपको पता होने चाहिए, because repeated questions are asked from here. Now, this is on 1935. It provided for the establishment of an all India federation based on the union of British provinces and princely states. So, did the Act of 1935 propose the formation of an All India Federation? Yes, that's a correct statement. Defense and foreign affairs were to be kept under the control of the federal legislature. Is that statement correct? Now, some of you may think it is correct, but it is not. It was not to be kept under the control of a federal legislature. It was to be kept under the control of the Governor General, because the Governor General would continue to be a British agent. So when it came to the foreign affairs, army, etc., it would stay under the Governor General and not under the not under the control of a federal legislature. So the answer is one only. Now, so always read the question paper completely, read the questions carefully, and also try to understand from this paper कि कौन से area से किस तरह के questions पूछे जाते हैं. The idea is not to predict a question. The idea is not to say that if this year these many questions came, next year this many questions will come, but to broadly understand how UPSC frames questions and how from certain areas it tries to ask more nuanced questions. I hope the session's been useful to you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sahil and I shall be taking the discussion of current affairs question that were asked in Prelims 2024. And I shall be taking this discussion from set A of UPSC CSC. So let's get started with these questions. So first question that we have here is consider the following statement with respect to airports. So recently what happened, the cabinet gave a principal approval for certain greenfield airports. 21 airports were given the approval. So basically question is asking about the which of the airport is a greenfield project. Now greenfield projects are those which are constructed from the scratch. Brownfield projects, brownfield airports are the ones which have been upgraded. It means that there was infrastructure earlier, it has been upgraded, a terminal might have been added, an airstrip might have been added, some runway might have been added. So greenfield are the one which have been started from the scratch. So when we talk about these options, so Doni Polo Airport, so this is located in Arunachal Pradesh and it was constructed in order to enhance the connectivity of Northeast India. So it is right. Kushinagar International Airport was also constructed recently in order to enhance the Buddhist pilgrimage, Buddhist tourism. Fine. So yes, 1 and 2 are correct. Vijayawada International Airport. Now this is not a greenfield project. Recently, Vijayawada airport was upgraded as an international airport, but it is not a greenfield project per se. So right answer would be statement 1 and statement 2. So we get the right answer, that is option A, 1 and 2. Moving on to the next question. So next question that we have here is consider the following statement regarding World Toilet Organization. So basically World Toilet Organization happens to be a body whose main role or whose main objective is to educate people, sensitize people with respect to sanitation and the toilet usage. Now, first of all, the statement 1, it is one of the agencies of the United Nations. No, this statement is not right. It is not an agency of United Nations. Okay, it is a independent, not for government NGO. Fine. Okay, so it is not an agency of the UN. World Toilet Summit, World Toilet Day, World Toilet College are the initiatives. Yes, these all initiatives are under the World Trade Organization, World Toilet Organization. So statement 2 is right. The main focus is to grant funding. Now see, main focus is not to grant funds. Main focus is advocacy, education, sensitization of the people. So what we have here, statement 1 is not right, statement 3 is not right. So the right answer that we get here is A2 only. Fine. Moving on to next question. Moving on to the next question. Okay, so here we have question asking which one of the following is the correct description of 100 million farmer. So 100 million farmer initiative is one of an initiative under WEF. Now this particular initiative aims to make agriculture carbon neutral. It aims to make agriculture more sustainable. Now we see this particular thing that a lot of agriculture happens, and for that a lot of groundwater is withdrawn. So agriculture's footprint happens to be high, and in order to reduce the agriculture's carbon footprint, water footprint, this particular initiative has been started. Now here we have 4 statements. Let's analyze the 4 statements. Statement 1, it says that it is a platform for accelerating the transition towards food and water system that are net zero, nature positive, and that aims to increase farmer resilience. Let's keep it aside. Option B, it is an international alliance and a network of individual and farming organization interested in supporting and strengthening development of organic animal husbandry. Now you see this particular thing that by this statement, domain of this body has been made very much narrow. Okay, it is a digital platform fully integrated with service provider and built on blockchain. It is a platform with a mission of encouraging the farmer to form FPOs or agri-businesses consortiums, facilitating the access of global open market to sell their products. So as I explained you, the most optimum or the most balanced option that we have here is the A1, which is indeed the right answer. So the right answer is A. Moving on to the next one. Okay, which one of the following word phrases is most appropriately used to denote an interoperable network of 3D virtual worlds that can be accessed simultaneously by millions of users who can exert property rights over virtual items? Now this has been in a lot of news. Now what it is talking about? So it is actually talking about a metaverse. Now you all might be aware about the metaverse. So what is metaverse? Metaverse is a kind of a parallel digital universe. People can make their avatars. They can interact with each other in this metaverse, which is a digital world. So, fine. The question says that an interoperable network of 3D virtual world. So yes, it is this particular metaverse. It is an parallel universe where you will find 3D objects, where you will find the avatars, the 3D imagery of the people. So 3D virtual world is there. It can be accessed simultaneously by millions of users. So now, when we talk about the metaverse, concerts can be organized on metaverse, meetings can be organized on metaverse. Okay, in hundreds, thousands, and in fact millions people can come together on metaverse and they can interact. And they can also exert property rights over the virtual items. Okay, so the right option here is metaverse. Big data analytics is not right one. What is big data analytics? Big data analytics is to draw patterns out of the huge data. When we talk about big data, what is a big data? Big data is one which has huge volume, it has huge variability, okay? Then there is huge velocity, the speed at which the data is being generated, it is huge. So big data is a huge pile of data, and making sense of that data, drawing patterns, is the big data analytics. Not right. Cryptography again, virtual metrics. So right answer is metaverse, C. Moving on to the next one. Question number 5. Consider the following statement. India is a member of International Grain Council. A country needs to be a member of IGC for exporting or importing rice and wheat. Now, when we talk about International Grain Council, so it originally started as International Wheat Council, and originally its idea was to facilitate the export and import of wheat. Gradually, the domain of rice got added, then oilseeds got added, so it got renamed to International Grain Council. Now this particular body has the countries which are the major exporters and the importers of the grains. Now when we talk about India, India, yes, is a member of International Grain Council. So statement 1 is right. Second statement, a country needs to be member of IGC for exporting or importing rice and wheat. Now see this thing. It is not a compulsion that for importing and exporting rice and wheat, you have to be the member. Now, when we talk about the IGC, what IGC does? IGC provides the information with respect to the trends in exports, trends in import, okay? Basically, the direction of trade. It provides a lot of inputs which can be used in policy making, which can be used in making corrective actions, but you need not to be a member in order to export or import, okay? So such rigid domain is not there. So statement 2 is not right, statement 1 is right. So we got the right answer, that is A, 1 only. Moving on, consider the following countries: Italy, Japan, Nigeria, South Korea, South Africa. Which of the above country are frequently mentioned in media for low birth rate? So basically what actually happened, so there was World Population Prospect report that was released. Now, World Population Prospect report, this was the same report which mentioned that India will surpass China as most populous country. Okay. Now, this particular report has also highlighted that there are the countries which are facing declining total fertility rate, and TFR in certain cases, they are alarmingly low. Okay. So, let's understand this thing. Now, first of all, Italy. So, Italy has one of the lowest total fertility rate in Europe. So it is a concern. It is a concern. Their low birth rates is a concern. Japan. So when we talk about Japan, Japan also is facing the dual problem. Number one, they have aging population, and number two, their total fertility rate have also been declined, and the World Population Prospect report mentioned about the Japan also. Okay, so Japan will be there. Nigeria. Now, Nigeria is not there. Nigeria is one country whose population is expanding rapidly. So Nigeria is not there. South Korea. So South Korea is also facing the situation like Japan, and South Korea, the total fertility rate is again hovering around 1.03, something like this. Fine. Now, first of all, let's let's try to make sense. Only suppose you have idea about Italy and Japan, and I am pretty sure that Japan idea you might be having, because whenever we talk about demographic dividend, Japan's name always comes, that it is facing a big problem, that is of declining TFR and graying population, aging population. Now see, suppose I know Italy, means one has to be there. One has to be there. So means 2 and 4 will not be there, and 3 and 5 will not be there. I left with only 2. Okay. Japan has to be there. Now if Japan has to be there, means option B cannot be the one. So what I got 1, 2 and 4. So 1, 2 and 4. South Africa, Nigeria, they have rising population. Fine. So right answer is 1, 2 and 4. Okay, moving on to the next question. Which of the following is our correctly matched terms of equivalent rank in the 3 services of Indian Defence Forces? So here this question can be answered on the basis of knowledge. If you know, then fine, otherwise no. So the right answer here is D, 3 only. Then moving on, question number 8. What are the duties of Chief of Defence Staff as head of the Department of Military Affairs? So basically, when we talk about the CDS, so Chief of Defence Staff post was created. If you see, India is right now facing a real threat of 2 theater war. India is sandwiched between the 2 hostile neighbors, and in order to bring the jointness of tri services, the position of Chief of Defence Staff was created. Now, what are the duties of the CDS? Fine. So, permanent chairman of Chief of Staff Committee. This is right. Principal military advisor, exercise military command over the 3 services. Now, this is not right. So, it has not been. Now, this has even been given a clarification that military command will not be exercised by the CDS. So statement 1 is right, statement 2 is wrong. Okay, so statement 2 will not be there. Fine. And what we get, if we eliminate the 2, we get only D, 1 and 3. So permanent chairman of Chief of Staff Committee is right. Principal military advisor to Raksha Mantri, Defense Minister, right. So we have the right answer, that is D, 1 and 3. Moving on to the next one. By the way, the question that we discussed here, it's not broadly current affairs question, but largely a miscellaneous question. So I have included it. So it was more of a miscellaneous question. Fine. Okay. Operations undertaken by army towards upliftment of the local population in remote areas to include to address their basic needs. So Operation Sadbhavana is the right answer for this. Okay. Consider the following statement regarding Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. So recently, Women Reservation Bill was passed in Parliament, and it has also amended the Constitution, 106th Constitutional Amendment Act. So we have certain statements here. Number 1, provision will come into effect from 18th Lok Sabha. No, this is not right. See, there are the 2 conditions that have been provided. Number 1, it will only be implemented once delimitation of 2026 is done and once census of 2021 is conducted. So obviously 18th Lok Sabha, it will not come in place max earliest when it will be implemented, it might be 2029. So not 18th. This will be in force for 15 years. So sunset clause is there, and that sunset clause is 15 years. There are provision for reservation. Yes. So this is also, there are provision for reservation of seats for SC women within the quota. Fine. Reserved for scheduled caste. Yes, this is also right. So the right answer that we have here is 2 and 3. 2 and 3. Okay. Question 11. Which of the following statement about exercise Mitra Shakti 2023 are correct? So Mitra Shakti, it is a joint exercise between India and Sri Lanka. India and Sri Lanka. So here you can rule out statement 1. So as you rule out the statement 1, A, C, D, A, C, B all get ruled out. So what do we get? 2, 3 and 4. Okay, 2, 3 and 4. It commenced in on the Pune. Yes, it is right. Fine, all other statements are right. So I hope that you have understood it. So joint response during counter-terrorism operation was a goal. Yes, it was also right. Other statements are right. Fine, it is not between India and Bangladesh, it is between India and Sri Lanka. Fine, you get only one option, D, left out, that is 2, 3 and 4. Now, moving on to the next one. Who of the following is the author of the books The India Way and Why Bharat Matters? So, very easy question. Fine. In fact, by giving 2 books, they have made it more easy. So, right answer is Mr. S. Jaishankar. Moving on to the next question. Consider the following pair: Argentina, Sudan, Turkey. So places in news. Argentina, worst economic crisis. Yes, they are facing very high inflation. They are facing fiscal deficit. They have defaulted on their sovereign loans also. So yes, it is facing economic crisis. Sudan, war between the country's regular army and paramilitary forces. Yes, it is right. Turkey rescinded its membership of NATO. Not right. Okay, so we got 2 right pairs. Fine, only 2 pair. Fine, B will be the right answer. Moving. Okay, here we have the question about Sumed pipeline. Sumed pipeline is a strategic route for Persian Gulf oil and natural gas shipments to Europe. Now, when we talk about Sumed pipeline largely passes through Egypt, and yes, it do connects the Red Sea with the Mediterranean, and basically it connects the Red Sea to Mediterranean, and through this particular pipeline, fine, oil and natural gas is supplied. Now, one thing I just want to clarify here. Before moving on. On the website of EIA, it has been mentioned that it transports oil and natural gas, but other sources provides that it transports oil. Okay, so if we talk about the EIA's website, it talks that it provides the oil and it supplies the oil and natural gas. So on that particular basis, statement 1 is right. Sumed pipeline connects the Red Sea with the Mediterranean Sea. That is also right. What is the statement? Fine. Statement. The right answer is A. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2 explains the statement 1. Now, why? Because it is providing these 2 strategic important points, and fine. Therefore, it happens to be one. It happens to become one very important route, strategic route. Fine, for the transport of oil. Moving on. Okay. There is instability and worsening security situation in Sahel region. Okay. Now, when we talk about the Sahel region is towards the northern side of Africa. And in the past, we have seen many crises plaguing the Sahel region. For example, Mali, Chad, Burkina Faso, there have been a lot of attempts of coup also. So, there is instability. Yes, there is instability. There have been military takeovers in several countries. Yes, for example, Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad, I have already given you. So, both the statements are correct. And because of these coups that have happened, because of these takeovers that are happening, security condition has been worsened. So, the right answer is A. Both statement and 1, 2 are correct. And the statement 2 explains. Moving on. Okay. Yes. European Parliament approved Net Zero Industry Act recently, right? Statement 2, European Union intends to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040 and therefore aims to develop all of its own clean technology by that time. Now, statement 1 is right, okay, and they basically Net Zero Industry Act will support the adoption of clean energy, renewable energies to become net zero. But you see, European Union's intention to become carbon neutral is not by 2040, it is by 2050. It is by 2050. So one gap we found here. Second, aims to develop all of its own clean technology by that time. Fine. So this is a very kind of a wide statement. This is a very kind of a, what do you say? This statement is a very absolute statement, which is also not right. But again, first is that the intention of EU is not 2040, it is 2050. So second statement is not right. So what we got here? Here we got the right answer as C. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Now moving on. Recently, Venezuela has achieved a rapid recovery from its economic crisis and succeeded in preventing its people from fleeing to other countries. Now, recently, Venezuela's economy has marginally improved, not rapid improvement is there. So, this rapid recovery is not there. Okay, marginal recovery is happening, but rapid recovery so that the people will not escape. Now, this is not right. So, statement 1 is not right. Venezuela is the world's largest proven oil reserves. Yes, they have the largest proven oil reserves. So, this statement, the second statement is right. So, what will be the right answer? Right answer is D. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. With reference to Digital India Land Records Modernization Program, now, to be very frank, this is not actually too much in the news, but we are taking it under the miscellaneous. Now, to implement the scheme, the central government provides 100% funding. Yes, in 2016, it got converted to the central sector scheme. So, statement 1 is right. Okay, so B will be outruled. Under the scheme, cadastral maps will be digitized. So, cadastral maps are the maps which broadly try to show the boundary lines, etc. So, yes, they will be digitized. An initiative has been undertaken to translate the records of rights from local language to any of the language recognized by the Constitution of India. Yes, this is also right. So the right answer that we have is 1, 2, and 3. With reference to Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan, consider the following statement. Okay. The scheme guarantees a minimum package of antenatal care service. Now, see, antenatal care and postnatal care are the two type of care that are to be provided to the pregnant women. Now, antenatal is before delivery, postnatal is after delivery. So, yes, it provides a package of antenatal care in the second and third trimester of pregnancy. That is right. Second, after that, 6-month post-delivery healthcare service is also provided. No, it doesn't mention about the 6-month post-delivery healthcare service. So first part is right, second part is not mentioned. Under the scheme, private sector healthcare provider of certain specialties can volunteer to provide service at a nearby health facility, government health facility. Yes, in fact, this proposal was kept forward by Prime Minister in Mann Ki Baat. So yes, this is right. First is not right. So right answer that we got here is 2 only. Is 2 only. Then moving on. After that, the next question that we have here. With reference to Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Mandhan Yojana, consider the following statement. The entry age is 21 to 40. No, this is not right. It is 18 to 40. Okay. Age specific contribution shall be made by beneficiary. Yes, that is right. Each subscriber under the scheme shall receive a minimum pension of 3,000 per month after attaining the age of 60 years. That is also right. Family pension is applicable to spouse and unmarried daughter. No, to spouse only. Unmarried daughters are not included. So the right answer that we have here is 2 and 3. B. 2 and 3. So guys, that is all about the questions from this particular section. I hope that you have got clarity on this particular aspect, and I hope that this was fruitful for you. So that is all from my side. Thank you.
and welcome. We are discussing the UPSC Prelims of 2024. This year again, the question paper has been on predictable lines, and those predictable lines are the unpredictability. The number of questions from history, from economy, they have reduced. I'll be dealing the economy portion, so let's talk specifically about Indian economy. And welcome. We are discussing the UPSC Prelims of 2024. This year again, the question paper has been on predictable lines, and those predictable lines are the unpredictability. The number of questions from history, from economy, they have reduced. I'll be dealing the economy portion, so let's talk specifically about Indian economy. From Indian economy, the trend has been that the questions would be around 15 to 20. The questions would be between 15 to 20 every year. Last year, the number of questions were 19. This year, the number of questions have come down to 11. And the traditional important topics for prelims, which were fiscal policy, monetary policy, inflation, balance of payments, unemployment, all those chapters, they haven't given a single question. This year, the number of questions they have increased from money market, capital market. Out of 11 questions, 4 questions have come from money market and capital market. 2 questions have come from banking, and 2 questions have come from introduction to economics. Very basic questions have come from the chapter introduction to economics. The questions were fewer in number. It appeared that the questions were easy, but all questions were not easy. Out of these 11 questions, 5 to 6 questions were solvable, were doable, which the aspirant could get 100% correct. For the remaining question, the aspirant had to go for a guess, and I have always suggested one should not put his or her fate in a guess. So let's start discussion first. The first question which I will be discussing is regarding, with reference to Indian economy, collateral borrowing and lending obligations. It is, in short form, it is called collateral borrowings and lending options, CBLO. Now, why do we have CBLO? CBLO, as its name says, it is based on collateral borrowing. You would have heard about in money market, there is an instrument which is called call money market, call money. So when a financial institution, say a bank, a NBFC, a pension fund, a mutual fund, when they require short-term funds, say for one day, they have an instrument which is called call market, they have an instrument which is called call money, under which the borrowing is only for one day. But under call money, there is no collateral involved. So as there is no collateral involved, therefore the rate of interest is high. We have one more instrument in money market which is called CBLO, which is collateral borrowing and lending obligations. It means here the borrowing would be done for, say, less than 1 year. It's a money market instrument. The borrowing would be for, say, the borrowing is for 1 day. It can go up to 364 days, and in this case the borrowing would be backed by a collateral also. The collateral can be government securities. So as the borrowing is backed by collateral, therefore the rate of interest is less. So CBLO is what? CBLO is basically a money market instrument which comes as an alternative to call money instrument. So that's the first question. Let's move to the next question. The next question, it has come from the chapter, I would again say, a mixture of money market, capital market and monetary policy. This question has come from this chapter, and the previous question which I was discussing about CBLO, it had come from money market, capital market. So this question which is regarding NBFCs, which is regarding government securities, let's discuss that question. The question is, in India, non-banking financial companies, NBFCs, can access liquidity adjustment facility window of the RBI. Now, liquidity adjustment facility under which RBI lends money through repo rate. Under liquidity adjustment facility, the funding is available only to scheduled commercial banks and primary dealers. LA facility is not available to NBFCs. But if RBI wants that liquidity has to be provided to NBFCs, it can use LAF facility indirectly. For example, you have heard about TLTROs, targeted long-term repo operations, under which RBI would be lending funds to the banks for long term, and it is asking the banks to lend that fund to NBFCs for long term. So under TLTROs, LAF facility is being used by RBI to lend to NBFC indirectly, but it is not happening on a direct basis. So the question is that under LAF, NBFCs can get funds from that under LAF, NBFCs can borrow fund from RBI. That statement is wrong. This cannot happen. RBI cannot lend, doesn't lend them directly. Indirectly it does happen, but here it doesn't talk about indirectly. So I would take this statement to be wrong. The second statement, in India, FIIs, basically US based mutual funds, FIIs can hold the government securities. Yes, they can hold government securities in India. This statement is correct. In India, stock exchanges can offer separate trading platform for debts. Yes, in India's case, stock exchanges can offer separate platforms for debt. They can offer separate platform for equity also. So there are separate platforms. So this statement is also correct. Answer is 2 and 3 only. Let's move to next question. The question is, in India, which of the following can trade in corporate bonds and government securities? We know one thing, that there is primary market and secondary market for corporate bonds, for government bonds, for shares. So when I say who can trade in corporate bonds and government securities, it means who can participate in the secondary market of corporate bonds and government securities. Answer is, can insurance companies do? Yes, they can do. Pension funds can also do. Retail investors can also do the trading in corporate bonds and government securities. Answer is 1, 2 and 3. Next question. This question again is from money market, capital market. This question which we had discussed, corporate bond and government securities, this question was again from money market, capital market. So let's discuss to this one. Let's discuss this part. Consider the followings: ETFs, exchange traded funds, motor vehicles, currency swap. We have to tell which of them are financial instruments. Exchange traded funds, we can invest in stock market indirectly through exchange traded funds. They are similar to mutual funds, but not exactly mutual fund. Mutual funds, they would be getting their value based on what is the value of the shares underlying at the end of the day. But exchange traded fund, they have a real time value based on the shares or bonds which are underlying. So basically, exchange traded funds, it would be reflecting the value of securities and of the underlying securities. So ETF has a real time value. They can be traded on stock exchange just like shares. So ETFs are financial instruments which are traded on the stock market. So ETFs are financial instruments. Motor vehicles, as we can understand, motor vehicles are obviously not financial instruments. This statement is wrong. Currency swap. Currency swap, it is a derivative contract. It's a derivative. As it is a derivative, hence it is also a financial instrument. So answer is, we have to tell which is the financial instrument. Answer is 1 and 3. Do we have 1 and 3? Yes, we have 1 and 3. Let's move to next question. So this question, a straightforward question which has come from the chapter Introduction to Economy. We have to tell which of the economic activities are part of which sector. So with reference to sectors of Indian economy, consider the following pairs. Storage of agricultural produce. It falls under secondary sector? No, it falls under primary sector. Production of agricultural produce, storage of agricultural produce, grading of agricultural produce, till the time the agricultural produce is processed, it would fall under primary sector only. So, storage of agricultural produce, it is part of primary sector, not secondary sector. This is wrong. Dairy farm, we can understand, dairy farm, it is from primary sector. Mineral exploration, yes, it is from secondary sector, it's not from tertiary sector. Mineral exploration, it is from primary sector, not tertiary sector, because mining, it comes under mining and quarrying, it comes under primary sector. So this option is wrong. Weaving cloth is secondary sector. This statement is also correct. So we have to tell how many pairs are correct. So only two pairs are correct. B is correct, D is correct. Answer is only 2. Next question again, it has come from money market, it has come from Introduction to Economy chapter. The question is, with reference to physical capital in Indian economy, consider the following pairs. Look, when I say physical capital, it is not used up when we produce the goods. It depreciates, but it keeps on producing the goods. That is what physical capital is. So, farmer's plow, is farmer plow a working capital? No, farmer's plow is a fixed capital. Alright, farmer's plow is a fixed capital because it is not used up completely in production of goods. So it is a fixed capital. This statement is wrong. It is not a working capital. Computer, yes, it is a fixed capital. Yarn used by the weaver, it is a working capital. So this is wrong. Petrol, it is also a working capital. So we have to tell how many statements are correct. Both, only 2 statements are correct. Answer is only B. Let's move to the next question. This question has come from the banking chapter. With reference to the rules imposed by RBI, I'll just forgot one thing, sorry. This question. With reference to Indian economy, collateral borrowing and learning obligation, this question, this term of CBLO, it hardly comes in the news. It is hardly given it's hardly given in the study materials, hardly given in the reference books also. This question was not solvable at all. It was not solvable. So students could have skipped it altogether. Second question regarding this, FII is regarding stock exchanges, NBFCs, LAF. This question was solvable. Corporate bonds, government securities, who can trade them? This question was solvable. So till now 2 have become solvable. Which are considered as financial instrument? This was also solvable. 3 have become solvable. This is also solvable. This is also solvable. Now let's come to the next part. With reference to rules imposed by RBI while treating the foreign banks, consider the following statements. So now this is an out of box question because hardly a student would be knowing about foreign bank. Foreign banks as such, they are not that much in news. Specific details about them is also not in news. In this question, one statement a student could answer. One statement a student could answer by knowing the basic concepts regarding capital requirement and all. But the second statement, it was very difficult to answer that. Let's see the question. With reference to rules imposed by RBI while treatment of foreign banks, consider the following statements. There is no minimum capital requirement. There is no minimum capital requirement for wholly owned banking subsidiaries. Wholly owned subsidiaries. If there are foreign banks, they can work in India in 2 ways, either in branch format or in the form of wholly owned subsidiaries. Wholly owned subsidiaries, it is a legal entity, separate legal entity from the main entity. it has a separate legal existence, it would have its own BOD, it would have its own capital base, unlike a branch system. So, if it is wholly owned subsidiaries, if foreign banks are working as wholly owned subsidiaries in India, do they not, is it like they do need to maintain a minimum capital requirement? No, they need to maintain a minimum capital requirement in line with how much capital requirement is to be met by private banks in India. So private banks in India, they need to have a minimum capital requirement as per Basel guidelines, as per RBI guidelines, and same is the status with foreign banks. So this statement is they maintain capital requirement. For wholly owned banking subsidiaries in India, at least 50% of board members should be Indian nationals. This was done so that the foreign banks do not have too much of influence in the banking sector in India. Hence, to exert even Indian pressure, I would say, or hence to exert Indian presence in foreign banks, it was mandated in 2003 that for wholly owned banking subsidiaries in India, at least 50% of the BOD should be Indian members. This statement is correct. So, what we have to tell is, we have to tell how many statements we have to tell how many statements are correct. This statement is wrong, this statement is correct, answer is only one. So how many are correct? Only one is correct, because no minimum, this statement is wrong, this statement is correct, answer is only one. So we have to tell how many are correct, right? So sorry, I made a mistake. So we have to tell how many are correct. We know one thing, that this statement is wrong, this statement is correct. So which is correct? Only 2 is correct. Fair enough. Next, move forward. This question was difficult to solve because first statement could still have been answered, second statement very difficult to know about it. With reference to CSR, corporate social responsibility, CSR rules specify that expenditures that benefit the company directly or its employees will not be considered as CSR activities as per Companies Act 2013. Rules were brought for CSR. This first statement, the aspirants may not have read it directly, but they can deduce it logically that, CSR should have been for those things in which the company or its employees are not getting benefit. It should not be for that purpose. CSR should be for those people who are not directly linked to the company. So CSR rules specify that expenditures that benefit the company directly or its employees will not be considered as CSR activities. This statement is correct. CSR rules do not specify minimum spending. This statement is wrong, because CSR rules, they mandate that 2% of the net profit in the last 3 preceding years that has to be spent on the corporate social responsibility part, right? So this statement is wrong, because a minimum of 2% of net profit has to be spent. So this statement is wrong. First statement is correct, which have to tell which of the following statements are correct. Only one is correct. All right, let's move forward. This question was sort of doable. Student would have to take a little bit of guess and he would be able to do it. This question is from the chapter Balance of Payments, or I would say external sector. If the US were to default on its debt, holders of US Treasury bonds will not be able to exercise their claims to receive payments. Yes, if any country would default on payment, then all those people who have borrowed, all those people who have purchased bonds or T-bills of that country, they will not be able to receive the payment, right? So first statement is correct. The USA government is not backed by any hard assets, but only by the faith of the government. This statement is also correct. Rather, this statement is not only correct for US, this statement is also correct for all countries in the world. The debt of countries is not backed by any hard assets like gold or any other currency. It is just backed by the faith of the government. So, both the statements are correct, that if US were to default on its debt, holders of T-bills will not be able to get the payment, Why won't they be able to get the payment? Because the debt is not backed by any hard currency, it is just backed by the faith of the government. So both the statements are correct, and the second statement explains the statement 1. So answer is A. Next is about syndicated banking. Now syndicated banking, it was in news because Jio, it had the biggest syndicated borrowings in India's history in the year 2023. So what is syndicated banking? It appears from the name. Syndicate means a group of banks are coming together to lend. So in syndicated banking, there would be a group of banks, they are coming together, they can be lending to a company, they can be lending to a project. And here we would have one lead bank which would be taking the lead in the whole process. So what is syndicated banking? It spreads, and as a lot of banks are coming together to lend, therefore the risk of default, it is not only on a single bank, it gets spread on multiple banks. So it spreads the risk of borrower default across multiple lender. So this statement is correct. That is, if the borrower is defaulting, then the multiple lenders, the risk will be shifted across all those multiple lenders. The statement 1 is correct. The syndicated loan can be a fixed amount, lump sum of funds, but it cannot be a credit line. What is a credit line? One is that the loan is taken in a lump sum. Say loan is taken of 1000 crores. In that case, the company borrows 1000 crores. Similar, what is a credit line? A credit line is similar to a credit card. In credit card, there is a spending limit, expenditure limit. Say I have expenditure limit of 1 lakh rupees on my credit card. That doesn't mean every month I need to borrow 1 lakh rupees. It means I can borrow, or I can have expenditure of 1 lakh rupees up to 1 lakh rupees. So when the lump sum borrowing is of 1000 crores, it means 1000 crores are borrowed. But if there is a credit line of 1000 crores, means it is as per the wish of the company when and how much it wants to borrow. But the cumulative borrowing would be 1000 crores. At one time it can borrow 100 crores, next time it can borrow 200 crores, after 3 months it can borrow 400 crores more. But the total borrowing would be 1000 crores. So in syndicated borrowing, it is the borrowing can be in a lump sum, the borrowing can also be in terms of the credit line. So if the statement says that syndicate loan can be fixed amount but not a credit line, this statement is wrong. So what's the answer? Statement 1 is correct and statement 2 is incorrect. Answer is C. And let's move to the last question of Indian economy. This question was sort of solvable. Solvable only if student would be knowing credit line. Most of the students won't be knowing credit line. So hence I would be taking my words back. I would say this question was not solvable. Students should be skipping this. Then next question. This question was, I would say, the easiest in the Indian economy part. We have to tell about digital rupee. E-rupee was launched by RBI. So what exactly is e-rupee? These are characteristics of e-rupee. They generally discussed in the classes, given in the study materials, given in reference books. A student who is well read, he will be able to give the answer correctly. Let's see the options. It is a sovereign currency issued by RBI in alignment with its monetary policy. This statement is correct. It is a sovereign currency. E-rupee was launched because we wanted to counter cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency are not backed by RBI. They cannot be tracked by the central bank. It has a lot of drawbacks on it. Hence, to counter the cryptocurrency, RBI launched its own digital currency, which was e-rupee, or I would say digital rupee. So it's a sovereign currency issued by RBI in alignment with its monetary policy. This statement is correct. It appears as a liability on the RBI's balance sheet. Look, on all terms, digital rupee is similar to physical rupee. Physical rupee, physical notes, they act as liability on RBI's balance sheet. Similarly, digital rupee also appears as a liability on RBI's balance sheet. This statement is also correct. It is insured against inflation by its very design. As I told earlier, digital rupee is similar to physical rupee. And we know one thing, that cash, it loses its value over a period of time. It loses its value over a period of time. So whether I have 100 rupees in note, in hard currency, or I have 100 rupee in terms of digital rupee, this 100 rupee would next year still would stay 100 rupees only. So if today the price of one mango is 100 rupees and I have a digital currency of 100 rupees, I would be able to buy it. But next year the digital currency of 100 rupees would stay 100 rupees, and if price of mango becomes 105, I won't be able to buy the mango. So there is a inflation risk against the digital rupee. So I would say it is insured against inflation. No, it is not at all insured against inflation. It is just a normal currency. So this statement is wrong. It is freely convertible against commercial bank money and cash. Yes, it is freely convertible. We can get the digital currency convertible into cash and into bank and against money. So this statement is also correct. Third statement is wrong. So answer is 1, 2 and 4. With this we complete the discussion on Indian economy. Out of these 11 questions, around 5 to 6 questions are solvable, were doable, student could get them correct, but all 11 were not at all easy. They appeared easy. They appeared easy in the sense they appeared approachable. At least the student would know what the question is asking, unlike earlier years when the student did not even have a guess, did not have an idea what is being asked. Here the student had little bit of idea what is being asked, but he just had the idea. With that idea he could not solve the question. So out of 11, 5 to 6 were doable, and with say a cutoff going around 50% most of the times, 5 to 6 were a good attempt. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Neeraj Nachiketa, Faculty of Environment in Shubhra Ranjan IS Academy. Now in this session of discussion of answers, I will also cover from not only environment questions asked in this exam, but also from science and technology questions. I will also deal with that. Now you all have gone through the question paper, you have seen the questions, and you have the fair idea how the questions came in the exam. Now every year, UPSC is all about surprises, and UPSC is trying to set the questions which are a balanced approach, both from the static and dynamic area, right? Now if you take my subject, environment, it has really become very, very important because this year exam, if you look at, the total 16 questions are there. And you all know that there are questions on environment which is connected with geography, then science and technology, energy, agriculture, some other areas of general studies. So there are also applied questions there. But again, the questions will also come from purely from the subject point of view. And now you all know that environment as a subject has really become very, very dynamic in nature, right? That's why I always keep on saying that this subject you cannot neglect. अगर हम साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें तो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में अगर देखें then around 14 questions are there, but 14 questions again connected with energy part also comes there, है ना. जैसे एनवायरमेंट के क्वेश्चंस हैं वैसे ही साइंस टेक के भी क्वेश्चंस हैं कि मिक्स टाइप के हैं कि कुछ एरिया एनर्जी, कुछ एग्रीकल्चर, कुछ अप्लाइड एरिया से क्वेश्चंस पूछे जा रहे हैं, राइट. सो व्हाट आई वांट टू से टू ऑल ऑफ यू दैट this both subject requires kind of a approach that once you have gone through the core concept, then current affairs and applications, daily current affairs become very, very important, right? Daily current affairs, the newspaper, you have to connect the things there. And I always keep on saying, you have to go beyond classroom. Classroom is one of the very important foundation, but again, the brain has to be open up, correct? So now if you look at the nature of the questions, so there are direct questions asked in the environment subject and also with the science and technology, and there are also some questions which are very, very indirect way asked in the exam. So we'll not waste too much of time. We'll go to the questions one by one. So let's go into that. So I'll take the questions in a sequential order, and these all questions are from set A, right? So I'm covering first question number 7. So let's look at the question here. Statement 1 and statement 2, that means assertion reason type question as what UPSC started last year in the prelims exam, that pattern of a question. So statement 1, rainfall is one of the reasons for weathering of rocks. You know that weathering of rocks you read in geography also, mechanical weathering, thermal weathering, chemical weathering, and one of the even the biological weathering, but chemical weathering that happens with the kind of a solution of water, and particularly one of the sources rainwater. But now you look at this question, there is not 2 statements, rather 3 statements, right? There are 3 statements given. ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज दर्शाता है. ये मैं ये बताना चाह रहा हूं इस क्वेश्चन के थ्रू कि ये 2025 के बारे में बता रहा है. If you remember 2022 exam, UPSC gave one question on Ramsar site, only 1, only 2, and only 3. Then in 2023 exams, number of questions like that, only 1, only 2, only 3, that kind of questions were increased. Right now, this year exam, prelims exam, you have again certain type of questions which basically point that next year 2025 such kind of questions will be more in the exam. तो here पहली बार जो है इसमें जो देखने को मिल रहा है स्टेटमेंट टाइप क्वेश्चन 3 स्टेटमेंट्स के दिए हुए हैं. कुछ क्वेश्चन ऐसे भी हैं जो पेयर वाले, जहां 2 ऑप्शन के साथ पेयर वाले क्वेश्चन पूछे गए. So here this is the question number 7 from part A, which set A, which says 3 statements, and this is a question. I think this is an indication by UPSC that the next year such kind of question numbers will be increased. Look at the question here. So weathering of the rock, statement 1. Now statement 2, rainwater contains carbon dioxide in solution. You know that gases, dissolved gases in the rainwater, oxygen, carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxides, right? Now third statement, rainwater contains atmospheric oxygen. See, rainwater contains dissolved oxygen, that is correct statement. Rainwater contains dissolved carbon dioxide, correct statement. Even dissolved nitrogen oxide, correct. Sulfur oxide, correct. But the question is that whether that dissolved gases in the water cause weathering of rocks. So if you see, interestingly, what UPSC has given the options here. Both statement 2 and 3 are correct, and both of them explain the statement 1. 2 and 3 are correct, but does it both lead to the weathering of rocks? That's the question. Now B, both statement 2 and statement 3 are correct, but only one of them explains the statement 1. Now this will be correct, because weathering of rocks, chemical weathering, where the carbon dioxide gas dissolved with the rainwater become acidic in nature, so that will accelerate, but not with oxygen. Right? The statement 2 and 3 are correct. Statement 3, dissolved oxygen, correct, but contributing to weathering, that is not correct. So here B is the answer. C option, only one of the statement 2, 3 is correct, and that explains statement 1. Then D, neither statement 2 or nor statement 3 correct. So this is a very interesting question this time given in the question paper. Next year you may expect such kind of question, 3 statements type more in the 2025 papers, All right. So here the answer is B. Let's move on. Next question here. Question number 16, very important question. I have covered this one in my environment classes, and I always keep on saying that peatland is one of the largest carbon sink, terrestrial carbon sink, right? And is made of a dead decayed plant matter pit, and is one of the examples of wetland. Whenever I take the topic of wetlands, I cover this. So here, if you look at the question, one of the following regions has the world's largest tropical peatland, which hold about 3 years worth of global carbon emissions from fossil fuels, and the possible destruction of which can exert detrimental effect on the global climate. Which one of the following denote that region? Even in the classroom, I have said about global peatland initiative by the IUCN. Right. If you look at one very important area is the Congo Basin in Africa, African continent. Congo Basin is the largest kind of peatland. Even you find the peatland in Indonesia, Indonesian peatland, right? So if you're given the options, very direct question. That way you know the things, you can easily mark the answer and move to the next question. The answer is here: A, Amazon Basin; B, Congo Basin; C, Kikori Basin, and D is given here as an option Rio de Plata Basin. So you know that correct answer is Congo Basin. Here the option is this one. Congo Basin is the answer. Amazon Basin is a tropical rainforest, Brazil. You know that. The Kikori Basin, that is a part of this is called Guyana, Papua New Guinea, Papua New Guinea in the part of Southeast Asia, and above Australia you find that. And Rio de la Plata Basin, there's a part of the majority part comes in Bolivia, and some part with Brazil and all this one. But that is not a peatland. Peatland you'll find in Europe, Indonesia, or Congo Basin. The answer is B here. Right. Now moving on to the next question. Next question on environment is question number 17. There is another very interesting question, and you know that every year in the exam questions are asked on pollutants, and sometimes you know the questions on pollutants are based on our day-to-day life. कहीं ना कहीं चर्चा में रहा है, कहीं ना कहीं न्यूज में रहा है, और कुछ ना कुछ ऐसी चीजें जो है ना ग्लोबल लेवल पे रहा है और पोल्यूटेंट के तौर पे रहा है, कुछ ना कुछ ऐसे पेपर में कवर हुआ है. और एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सोर्स होता है डाउन टू अर्थ मैगजीन, that has been covered. So their questions are asked. Now look at the question here, that what has been asked here with reference to perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, that are used in making many consumer products. Consider following statements. Now 3 statements given here. PFAS are found to be widespread in drinking water, food and food packaging materials. PFAS are not easily degraded in the environment. The second statement. Third statement, persistent exposure to PFAS can lead to bioaccumulation in animal bodies. So in environment, you know, food chain, food web, bioaccumulation, biomagnification, if any harmful toxic substance enter the food chain, right? But let us first see about PFAS, that perfluoroalkyl or polyfluoroalkyl substances. This was the news with respect to USA, where USA banned such kind of substances, and it was very predominantly used in many products. Even for the water purification, these products were used, and they were persistent in nature, stay for longer time, right? And was used there, commercially used there. But later on, when the harmful effect was found, then the government decided to control such PFAS. So statement 1, if you look at widespread drinking water, food packaging product, that's correct. Second statement, easily degradable, not easily degradable, that means persistent in nature, that is also correct. And harmful also, and easily can enter the food chain, food web. So here और यहाँ पर guesswork नहीं करना है. You don't have to take the guesswork, because it's a fact-based question. Either you know or you don't know, and you will end up with wrong answer and losing your marks. So it's better to be safer. But yes, I will discuss this question. Right? Parasitoids. See here, carbide, beetles, centipedes, flies, termites, wasps. Question is parasitoid species are found in how many of the above kind of organism? Only 2, only 3, only 4, all 5. This is what options given. Last year pattern of exam, only 1, only 2, that kind of options given here. What is parasitoid? Here, see, main thing is that you have to first understand the term. Parasitoids are those kind of insects which as a parasite feed on other insect. The other insect become a host for such insect. ये इसका मतलब है, पैरासिटॉइड का मतलब है। मैंने बोला ये टोटली एकेडमिक ओरिएंटेड क्वेश्चन है कि जो दूसरे पे निर्भर है एज अ पैरासाइट, जैसे वास्प होता है, पैरासाइटिक वास्प, कैटरपिलर वगैरह होता है, वहां फीड करता है। अगर किसी ने पढ़ रखा है उनको पता होगा वास्प वहां पर है, ठीक है। टर्माइट जो होते हैं, टर्माइट वगैरह जो है वहां पर वो नहीं करते हैं, टर्माइट्स वगैरह जो जनरली वहां पर अवॉइड करता है, उसमें कोई कोई ऐसे वास्प होते नहीं, या सॉरी पैरासाइट होते नहीं वहां पर, ठीक है। तो टर्माइट डजंट सपोर्ट एनी पैरासिटॉइड, तो ये ऑप्शन मतलब 4 तो रूल्ड आउट है। वास्प, यस वास्प डज, पैरासाइटिक वास्प डज, बट देन अबाउट फ्लाइज, फ्लाइज भी करता है, कई बार सपोर्ट करता है दूसरे को, different type of flies and all this, but centipedes can be a kind of a feeding on other, but directly nahi hai. And carbide beetles, as you can know, sometimes they attack other insect cut with. So here only 2 are there, right? In this option, flies and wasp, that 2 can be the part of the answer here, right? That comes here. But again, this is a doubtful question, remember that. This is a very because when say carbide beetles, really beetles, some beetles have those kind of parasitoids, centipede वगैरह जो है, तो that's again a doubtful kind of thing. But what I think 2 of them can are there. So wasp is 1 and flies can be taken there, right? Now let's go to the so only 2 as the answer there. Now let's go to the next one here. Now if you go to the next one here, agriculture. Nowadays you know that agriculture has become a very important area. Agriculture based questions are linked in geography, economy, environment, disaster management, science and technology, right? Every area agriculture comes. Now this is again direct question here. You know about leguminous plants, Fabaceae, right? They belong to Fabaceae, and leguminous plant. You know, pea plant belongs to the legume family there, right? And they are again, you know that root nodules, rhizobium bacteria, nitrogen fixing bacteria comes there. If you look at here, consider the following plants: groundnut, horse gram, soybean. How many of the above belong to the pea family? Right? See, soybean is 100% pea family. And again, the horse gram and all this belong to leguminous kind of thing. Again, you can take that. But if you take only pea, then you have to think about the only soybean. Horse gram and groundnut, they all come to the legume, but legume is also part of the pea family there. So here the answer will be all 3, right? That one can take the answer here. Direct question is agriculture based question, geography based question, direct. Now coming to this one, question 20, vermin. I've discussed in the classroom that what is vermin? Vermin is that kind of animal which increase in number and cause problem to humans. वर्मिन ऐसे जानवर होते हैं, प्राणी होते हैं जिसकी संख्या बढ़ जाने पे वो मनुष्य को नुकसान पहुंचाता है, और ये काफी न्यूज में रहा है वर्मिन. You know, Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Earlier we had how many schedules? 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to animals and 6 for plant. Schedule 5 वहां पे क्या है कि where the government can bring such kind of vermin and allow to kill them to decrease their population. Now that was in the context of Nilgai, blue bull in Haryana, and all those controversy was there, right? But then this time now government has amended Wildlife Protection Act 1972. 2021 we have amended the act and we have now removed vermin from the state purview. अब only central government has the powers to regulate the vermin. ठीक है, तो ये सब चीजें न्यूज में था. It was all in the news and everything there. Now based on that, what UPSC has asked the question about Indian flying fox. तो पहला तो ये पता होना चाहिए Indian flying fox होता क्या है. What is Indian flying fox? So you are aware that it has talked about this in the classroom also. There is not a fox, rather it is a bat. चमगादड़ है ये, kind of a fruit bat which feed on the fruit and the plants, and they also act like a keystone species, right, which I cover in the classroom as the ecology part of it. So here if you look at the statements here, statement 1, the Indian flying fox, right, which is a bat, is placed under the vermin category in the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. That is correct. It was recently in the news, it was correct. Now statement 2, the Indian flying fox feeds on the blood of other animals. They are frugivorous. They feed on the fruits and the plant matters. They are not carnivorous. They're this particular Indian flying fox, right, is not a kind of blood of other animals feed on that. Statement 2 is wrong. It's a very simple question. So here Which one of the following is correct with respect to above statements? So here the answer, you know that this type of pattern of exam, both statement 1 and 2 are correct, 2 is correct explanation, 1 and 2 correct, 2 is not a correct explanation, 1 is correct, 2 is incorrect, and D, 1 is incorrect, 2 is correct. So here 1 is correct, 2 is incorrect. So answer will be C. Here the answer is C. 1 is correct, 2 is incorrect. Right? Let's move on this. This is a very important question asked in the exam. Now if we go to the next question here. Very simple question. This is called as a bonus question. ऐसे क्वेश्चन हर साल एग्जाम में होता है. Every year you get this kind of question as a bonus question. That yeah, right. If you know even one of them, you have an answer. You can easily get the answer, get the 2 marks. So UPSC provides such kind of opportunity to students to score marks. Cicada, you know, this is a kind of insect. कई बार आपने पढ़ा होगा. Cicada insect. Cicada, grasshopper, you know, frog hopper, grasshopper, insect. Pond skater नहीं भी पढ़ा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. Hopper तो आप जान रहे हो, grasshopper, frog hopper, right? So here the insect. A, birds, B, fish, C, insects, D, reptiles. The answer is insects. Right question. Cicada. You know the cicada, right? So now let's go to the next one. So question 21 answer is here. That is the insects. C as an answer. Now going to this one. Another very important question. Chewing gums. Many times students chewing gum, right? And even, you know, sometimes in the classroom I see 1 or 2 will be there chewing. They will have been chewing gum. Right? So chewing gum, sometimes which we use in our day-to-day life, and based on that, UPSC asks question. So here chewing gum question has been asked. Look at the statements here. Statement 1. Many chewing gums found in the market are considered a source of inhaled pollution. This is true. Even if we have a common understanding, right? You know that after chewing the gum, we spit it out. Spit it out is not easily degraded. Goes there and is just stick with something there, right? And now with the more use such kind of thing, pollution here, right? Considered a source of inhaled pollution. Statement 2. Many chewing gums contain plastic as gum base. If you have used chewing gum, आपने chewing gum खाया भी है, कभी जब आप चबाते हो, you get a kind of feel of plastic. इसमें vinyl kind of a polymer, vinyl ester और vinyl chloride type के कुछ polymers है, उसको mix किया जाता है ताकि वो solidified रहे और उसका जो है proper resin वगैरह है, one can chew it. Chewing में वो help करे. Second is correct, right? Second is also correct. So here inverter hazard and you know plastic. Now you know plastic and microplastics are pollutants. They are affecting the environment, right? So both the statements are correct and 2 is correct explanation. So A is the answer. You know this type of question you have the ABCD option. A is an option. So here A is the answer here. Let's move on to the next question. Question 22 answer is A. Now look at here this one. Again, you know, surprise question. No guesswork. यहाँ आप गेस वर्क नहीं कर सकते. थोड़ा बहुत भी अगर आपको आइडिया है तो आप लगा सकते हो, लेकिन यहाँ आपका आंसर रॉन्ग होगा. और मैं बोलता हूँ ऐसे क्वेश्चंस हर साल एग्जाम में होते हैं, तो वहां आपको चिंता नहीं करना है. यू डोंट हैव टू वरी अबाउट इट, राइट? इट्स बेटर इफ यू आर एबल टू फाइंड इट आउट इज गुड. इफ नॉट देन स्किप द क्वेश्चन. You skip the question in that case. But I'll give you the answer here. Country animal found in its natural habitat. But this time UPSC has not given about Indian, Indian wildlife and biodiversity part of it. It's given about the global aspect of it. अब जैसे यहाँ Brazil इंद्री, then Indonesia elk, Madagascar bonobo. Right? Now, how many of the pairs given above are correctly matched? Only 1, only 2, all 3, none. अब यहाँ बिल्कुल गेस वर्क नहीं कर सकते. Madagascar, इंद्री is like a lemur. You know lemur. They're like a lemur there, right? So they are like a lemur. They are found in Madagascar. You have seen the lemur and all this. They look like that, right? And they're mostly in the rainforest kind of thing there. Madagascar is a biodiversity hotspot. So given the option, Brazil is also rainforest, right? But this name of Indri whether it is there in the South America or in the part of Africa. Madagascar is an island in Indian Ocean. So that part comes here. So that is wrong there. Indonesia, elk. Elk is like a deer. Elk comes into deer. But we have deer, Northwestern America, USA and Northwest America, native to that area. Right? So again, this Indonesia is wrong. Now coming to bonobo. Now bonobo is very near to chimpanzee. It's a primate. Right? It's a primate. Monkey, near to chimpanzee. And you will find it is in Congo Basin. Congo Basin and those kind of area in Africa, right? Ghana, Congo Basin and all this, where chimpanzee, gorilla, apes. So there's bonobo you find. Right? Is also very near to that chimpanzee family there, but you'll find that. So Madagascar is wrong. So answer will be here D, none. Answer is D, none. Now see here, this again very interesting thing. Even every year in the UPSC prelims exam, you have at least one question having option answer as none. So here the answer is none is there, right? So let's go to the next one. So D is the answer here, question 23. D is the answer, right? So now I am going to the next one here. Another very good question here, lions. It has taken into account 3 animal species of India: lion, common leopard, and third is cheetah. You know, African cheetah in Kuno National Park. So based on that, it has given here. So lions do not have a particular breeding season. That's true. See, if you look at tiger and other big cats, the particular mating season, that particular season they mate, reproduce, and give birth to the young ones. Lions, like generally in 3 years, or they have continuous mating period. So particular season, that is wrong. So that is do not have a particular breeding season. That statement is correct. Now second, so statement 1 is correct. Question number 25. Now statement 2, unlike most other big cats, cheetahs do not roar. That's correct. Cheetah is not a roaring animal. Now again, see biology part. Whenever you are reading current affairs, current news, species in news, you should know the biological behavior and biological aspect of it. Cheetahs don't roar, that's correct. Now unlike male lions, male leopards do not proclaim their territory by scent mark. You may be confused with the word scent marking. One is the body has a kind of a release of chemicals, that scent, that may be used for attracting females or marking the territory. Normally male leopards, they mark their territory with the help of urine. They release urine to mark their territory. So scent word, that is marking, that is not correct. So here 1 and 2 are correct, third is wrong. So if you look at the older pattern of options here, 1 and 2, 2 and 3 only, 1 and 3 only, 1, 2, 3, the answer will be 1 and 2, right? Through urine and all, they do the mark of territory, the leopards. Scent word comes wrong there. So A is the answer here. Now coming to question number 26. Now this is from current affairs. Every year you get something from the current affairs, right? And linking with climate change, global warming, climate change, you get the questions on that. So if you look at this question here, which one of the following is the correct description of 100 million farmers? Question number 26. A, it is a platform for accelerating the transition towards food and water systems that are net zero. That is a carbon, net zero emission of carbon, nature positive, and that aims to increase farmer resilience. This is the answer. A is the answer. World Economic Forum, you know, WEF, has launched this platform, which is a collaboration between public and private players, private and public participation, and helping the farmers to become resilient, and again minimizing the carbon emissions, greenhouse emission from the farm sector. तो ये जो इनिशिएटिव है वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम के थ्रू है, ये चर्चा कर रहा है, न्यूज में रहा है, और क्लाइमेट चेंज को देखते हुए कि जो एग्रीकल्चर जो एमिशन होता है उसको कम करने के लिए, दैट इज वेयर this particular initiative has been taken as a platform. Collaboration of public and private partnership, both are there. Okay? So that's what option is A here. B का देख लो आप, देखो language क्या लिखा हुआ है, international alliance and network of individuals, farming organization, supporting and strengthening the development of organic animal husbandry. अब ऐसे वो language use करते हैं question में. So if you are very sure and know what exactly, you will get the answer. So B is wrong here. Now it is a digital platform fully integrated with service providers and built on blockchain. See, blockchain technology, science and technology, but that lets buyers, sellers, third parties trade fertilizer quickly and securely. That is wrong. Now, it is a platform with the mission of encouraging the farmers to form farmer product organization, FPOs, or agribusiness consortiums, thus facilitating the access to global open market to sell their product. This is also not correct. Answer is A. So, this question number about this 100 million farmers, that platform, that is 26 number. Answer A, initiative under World Economic Forum for looking into climate change impacts and reducing the greenhouse gases emission, making the farm sector resilience. A is the answer. ठीक है, तो next question पे हम लोग आते हैं. Next one is this one. Again, now this is from, you can take this kind of question, energy question, from the science and technology perspective भी linked है, environmental perspective भी linked है. Because when you talk about such kind of storage system or battery or any kind of thing, they have a negative impact on environment, like in terms of electronic waste and all this one as a pollutant, but at the same time, it also help in minimizing greenhouse gas emission in terms of becoming carbon neutral, right? Renewable form, so वहाँ भी positive aspect comes there, right? But at the same time, these are technologies which are the part of science and technology area, right? Applied area, energy. Energy is very, very important. Every year you get question from energy. So let's look at the options here. Consider the following, question number 27. Battery storage, biomass generators, fuel cell, rooftop solar photovoltaic units. Now, what does the question ask? How many of the above are considered distributed energy resources? See here the keyword, distributed energy resources, which we use for massive level and we can use for off-grid. राइट, आज हम ऐसे सिस्टम को कहां पर ऑफ ग्रिड एप्लीकेशन कर सकते हैं, लार्जर एरिया में यूज कर सकते हैं. ये क्वेश्चन में आ रहा है. दिस व्हाट द क्वेश्चन इज आस्किंग देयर. डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड एनर्जी रिसोर्सेज. सी बैटरी स्टोरेज, you know, we can back up there. I'll give very good example. Solar park, solar power plant. You require battery storage and all this, or any kind of renewable power program. And then again, the power generated stored in the battery can be used for distribution to faraway area. So one is correct. Biomass generators. Nowadays in factories like sugar mill, right, wherever we have rice mill, where we generate biomass. So we can use cogeneration or thermal application by burning it and convert into waste to energy, electricity. So there again we can use such kind of distribution. Fuel cell, you know, now the vehicles, cars, buses, vehicles going towards the hydrogen fuel cell. Right, again sustainable energy source. So that is also correct, we can use that one. Rooftop solar photovoltaic. In our home building rooftop, when we make solar panel, solar photovoltaic, not only the solar power which we generate, we can use inside the building and the home, but also we can distribute, feed to the grid, outside grid, and distribute it to other houses. Net metering concept आता है. Net metering concept आता है कि अगर आपके पास रूफटॉप है और आप जनरेट कर रहे हो, आप ना केवल अपना यूज कर सकते हो, बाकी जो एक्स्ट्रा है आप ग्रिड में भेज सकते हो, और उसका जो भी मीटर यूनिट आता है डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनीज आपको पैसे दे सकते हैं. यू कैन अर्न मनी फ्रॉम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनीज थ्रू द नेट मीटरिंग. तो इवन दिस इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट. Rooftop solar photovoltaic units. So here the answer will be A only 1, B only 2, C only 3, D all 4. Answer is all 4. Correct. Simple question है ये, all 4. So answer of question number 27 is all 4. Now moving on. Now another one. Question 28. Again biology, general science biology, but connected with ecology, environment also. और आजकल ऐसे क्वेश्चन हर साल आ ही रहे. अब आप देखो क्या क्वेश्चन है. विच वन ऑफ द फॉलोइंग शोज अस यूनिक रिलेशनशिप विद एन इंसेक्ट दैट हैज को-इवॉल्व्ड विद इट एंड दैट इज द ओनली इंसेक्ट दैट कैन पॉलिनेट दिस ट्री. फिग, नो फिग, फिकस बेंगालेंसिस. इंडिया में फिग होते हैं बहुत सारे. तो वहां जो है पॉलिनेशन के लिए, जो कई बार तो क्रॉस पॉलिनेशन, सेल्फ पॉलिनेशन वहां पर होता है. ठीक है, तो फिग का वहां होता है. So this is where the answer is A, direct question. Mahua, sandalwood, silk cotton, right? And here the insect help in that pollination of the tree. A is the answer. Right, moving on. Question number, next question here. Question 29. Now look at another very simple question. Consider the following: butterflies, fish, frogs. How many of the above have poisonous species among them? That given in that class, how many of them have poisonous species? Like among butterflies, are there butterflies which are poisonous? Yes, there are poisonous butterflies. In fish also, like eel, mackerel, eel and all this, they kill other fish, poisonous fish. Then frogs, even frogs can be poisonous. Certain type of frogs can be poisonous. Certain type of butterflies can be poisonous, which basically protect the butterfly from predator. All these three. Simple question, direct question. Here all three are correct. Answer will be C, all three. 29 questions, answer C, all three. Now moving on, question 30. Geography linked with environment. Now see here, what is question asked? Question 30, consider the following: cashew, papaya, red sanders. How many of the above trees are actually native to India? Actually. The word actual, sometimes keyword, you have to be very, very careful with the keyword. Actually word is used, which is totally originally from India. So you know this red sanders, this is Andhra Pradesh, AP. It has been always in news there. Eastern Ghats, Nalamala Hills, right, and all those areas. There comes there, right? So this is one of the things which you know that is native to India. Red sandalwood. Illegal, felling of trees happens there. Now papaya, if you look at, papaya is not from India, right? Papaya was brought to India. Papaya is not a part of it. And again, cashew again brought from outside there. Although we grow it today, but they are not native to India. And originally native to India is not there. And they were brought by the people who came from outside, like traders, and they're brought there, right? And today we are using those kind of things there. The Goa, for cashew and all the Portuguese and all this, Goa was there, part of it there, right? So here the answer is only one, right? A as an answer there. Question 30 there. So this part, cashew nuts and all this. It's again from the part of Portuguese and all they brought, and then today in Goa, that brought into that, right? Then papaya from the Central America, South America, that part who comes into that, right? American kind of tree there. Now look at this question, question 31. Science and technology question. Radioisotope thermoelectric generator, RTG. Using radioisotopes to generate heat. And from that heat, water into steam, steam to turbine, turbine generator, electricity production. Now consider the following statements. Now this is based on current affairs. RTGs are miniature fission reactor. Correct. This type of small mini reactors are used for powering spacecraft, like NASA spacecraft, European Space Agency spacecraft. They act like a backup power, right? They use like, for example, NASA use number of rover, like Mars rover, Curiosity and all this one. So there, this comes here. So RTG is nuclear reactors. There is a fission reactor, small one, modular reactors, which is used in the spacecraft, like satellites and all this, right? For additional power generation. And they use plutonium-38, radioisotope plutonium-38. So now if you see here, RTGs are used for powering onboard system of spacecraft, correct? RTGs can use plutonium-238, just I have said here, which is byproduct of weapon development. See here, byproduct of weapon development is correct. Plutonium-238 that is generated and used in the making of atomic weapons or nuclear bomb or weapons there, right? You know that one type of reactor called fast breeder reactor. We can generate uranium, you can take uranium-238 and we can generate plutonium from there. And then we can make plutonium graded weapons. So all three are correct. So if you look at this question, options given 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3. So answer is D for Delhi, 1, 2, 3. So question number 31, RTGs, D is the answer. Now look at the next question here, 32. Now again science and technology, space, universe, astronomy. So if you look at this question here, giant stars live much longer than dwarf stars. Compared to dwarf stars, giant stars have a greater rate of nuclear reaction fission than. I don't know how many of you know this one, but I will just try to make you understand here. See, our sun is a yellow dwarf and they have a lot of fuel as hydrogen. You know, sources of energy of stars is nuclear fusion, hydrogen based nuclear fusion, which makes helium. And you know, Chandrasekhar limit, right? Nobel Prize winning Indian origin scientist, Shubhra Ranjan, who got the Nobel Prize for the life of a star. Now, dwarf star, they have a more number of lifespan and years because they are still in the young phase. They're young stars. They're burning their hydrogen into helium fusion, nuclear fusion there. Once the hydrogen is used up, right, then what happened? The star collapse, and then the helium. Then the next phase is the helium. Then carbon and all this comes. So when you say giant star, like for example, red giant, super red giant, these are those stars which are in the end of their lifetime. According to Subramanian Chandrasekhar's limit, Chandrasekhar limit, like any star bigger than or massive than, more massive than 1.44 times mass of our sun will not become white dwarf, rather end up with a kind of red giant or super giant, giant star, and then you know supernova, neutron star, quasar, pulsar, or they collapse to become black hole. This is what he has given there, which is true, and he got the Nobel Prize for this. So if you compare white dwarf with the red giant or giant stars are almost old star. They have consumed their fuel, hydrogen and all this one. So statement 1, if you look at giant stars live much longer than dwarf star, that is wrong. Dwarf star is a young star, they live longer. It's a very simple question. If one has read, can easily solve the question. Statement 1 is wrong. Statement 2, compared to dwarf star, giant stars have a greater rate of nuclear reactions. Second statement is correct because red giant or giant stars is almost to the end of their life and they are burning their fuel very fast rate, and then very soon they either end up with supernova explosion, right, or they will leave behind the after that remnant neutron star which can become quasar and pulsar, or there is a collapse of neutron star and all this under the weight and they end up as black hole. So second statement is correct, one is wrong. So here, given this kind of question, you are aware this type of choices given in the options. So 1 is incorrect, 2 is correct. So here the answer will be D. Statement 1 is incorrect because white dwarf live longer, right? And statement 2 is correct. That is true. The rate of nuclear reaction. The word is rate. How fast it is consuming the fuel, nuclear reaction, fusion reaction. Statement 2 is correct. So here D is answer. 1 is incorrect, 2 is correct, right? This is the question number, is a good question here, 32. And one can easily solve and get the marks. Now coming to this one from biology, right? Which one of the following is synthesized in human body that dilate blood vessels and increase blood flow? A, nitric oxide, B, nitrous oxide, C, nitrogen dioxide, D, nitrogen pentoxide. यहाँ दो चीजें हैं, एक तो ब्लड डायलेशन, हार्ट एंड ब्लड डायलेशन, दैट पार्ट ऑफ इट द इंक्रीज ब्लड फ्लो, और दूसरा है जो नेचुरली बॉडी के अंदर बनता है, our tissues and cells make. The answer is A, nitric oxide, NO, nitric oxide. Our cells and tissues in our metabolism, digestion, they make it, and this NO helps in dilation of blood vessel like artery and also blood flow there. कभी नहीं हो पाता, then we have to take artificially from outside, particularly the people suffering with cardiovascular diseases, but otherwise the body generate this one, right? Answer is nitric oxide, NO, A. Very unique question asked, right? Very unique question from biology it has been asked, applied biology there. ठीक है, ऐसे क्वेश्चन में अगर आपको नहीं आता है तो छोड़ देना, no guesswork, no risk, right? In this kind of question, either you know or you don't know. If you're sure, then take it, otherwise leave it, right? So question number 33, answer is A. Now question number next 34, radar there. You all know the radar system, radio detection and ranging, right? We use weather radar, Doppler radar, even for the speed of vehicle, There's a radar system used by traffic police. For space science and technology, the Earth observation, remote sensing satellite, they use radar like NISAR. Radar system is used, right? Even radar is known for weather science, rainfall, wind, all these are there. So there are a lot of applications of radars, defense, military, air force, navy, they all use radar system, right? So now if you look at here, question 34, identification of narcotics on passengers at airports or in aircraft. See, we use scanner there. You have a body scanner. If anybody is hiding narcotics, let's say cocaine, drugs, either in the luggage or something or in the body, so you have a body scanner or you have a metallic scanner which use electromagnetic radiation. What it use? Electromagnetic radiation to scan it. एयरपोर्ट में आपने देखा है जब अपने लगेज देते हो आप तो वो स्कैन करते हैं तो जो भी चीज अंदर वो दिख जाता है आफ्टर स्कैनिंग. That is not a radar system. What is radar? Radar is based on reflection of electromagnetic pulse or wave, radio wave. What we use, radio wave and microwave, that goes and return back. Radar doesn't create image. Radar only used for location. If something is there in the air, the location factor, and also in terms of speed, direction, distance, there we use radar. But what we do in airport, if anybody is carrying any narcotics or any kind of arm or weapon or something, those scanner which you use for the even metro station, you have seen the scanner that can find the images. They can find out what type of objects they are carrying, what kind of items they are carrying. So one is wrong. One is wrong. Second, monitoring of precipitation, rainfall, weather radar, correct. Tracking the migration of animals, yes. Even wildlife, biodiversity, conservation aspect. Radar can find out the location and the movement direction. Like for example, elephants, herd of wild elephants, and because of human elephant conflict, that has created problem there. So again, we can find out how they are moving, direction, distance. So again, we can use radar system. 2 and 3 are correct, 1 is wrong. So if you look at the option, only 1, only 2, all 3, none. So only 2 are correct. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct, 1 is wrong. The answer is only 2. So B is the answer. B for Bombay. B is the answer. Okay? Question 34 का answer B है. Now moving on, this question. Again, very simple question. And I cover this in the defense topic. I generally talk about all these fighter jets, what India has got now. You know that given the option here. Question 35, consider the following aircraft. Rafale. Rafale we have taken from France, right? Dassault Rafale. See, Rafale is not 5th generation. It's not 5th generation. You can say it is evolved than 4th generation, but below 5th generation. It's not FGFA, 5th generation fighter aircraft. MiG-29, MiG, you know, Mikoyan Gurevich from Russia. MiG is Russian company. MiG-21, MiG-29. Again, MiG-29 is not 5th generation, right? Between 3rd and 4th. Then Tejas, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, HAL, Indian company has built indigenous Tejas, LCA Tejas, Light Combat Aircraft Tejas. Now LCA Tejas has the features which is 4.5 generation. Which generation? 4.5 generation. Again, it is not 5th generation. None of this. इनमें से कोई भी नहीं है. सिंपल डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन आया हुआ है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी डिफेंस क्वेश्चन और ये सब क्लास में पढ़ाया जाता है. You can easily get the answer here. This has all been taught in the classroom and one can easily get the answer here. None of these are 5th generation. Answer will be none. D as an answer. Right? Moving on, let's go to the next one. Now look at here, this one. Hydrogels used. Again, medical science and use of such substance. Now if you look at the option here, in which of the following are hydrogels used? Question 36. Where hydrogels are used? First, controlled drug delivery in patients. Second, mobile air conditioning systems. Third, preparation of industrial lubricants. Select the correct answer using the code given below. 1 only, 1 and 2 only, 2 and 3 only, 1, 2, 3. Here the answer is D, D for Delhi, 1, 2, 3. All of this. Hydrogel are gelling substance. They have got multiple application. Now for drug delivery also, controlled drug delivery to the body patient, right, there this hydrogel which can help in delivery of the medicine to the patient cell, and this is being used in the medical science. Now you will be worried about this mobile air conditioning system, like mobile or computer or laptop, whatever you have heating up. What happens? The components get heated up. To cool that heating system, you have a pad like mobile, normal mobile, we have a part of inside which get heated up. So you have a layer of hydrogel. That hydrogel layer absorbs the heat. Sometimes mobile phone also get heated up. Even laptop and all computer system. So that absorb the heat. Second is correct. Third, preparation industrial lubricant. Yes, correct. Industrial lubricant made of hydrogel, right, which is used there. So here answer is 1, 2, 3. Question 36, answer D, right, D for Delhi. Now coming to question number 37, very simple question, bonus question. इसमें कुछ सोचना ही नहीं है, सिंपल आंसर आ सकता है, राइट. आज व्हीकल यूज कर रहे हैं हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल, और हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल में क्या होता है? हाइड्रोजन रिएक्ट विद ऑक्सीजन, बर्न विद ऑक्सीजन, प्रोड्यूस व्हाट? वाटर वेपर. So if you look at this question number 37, which one of the following is the exhaust pipe emission from fuel cell electric vehicle powered by hydrogen? Fuel cell electric vehicle powered by hydrogen. Hydrogen and oxygen producing water. Eco-friendly environment. Hydrogen peroxide wrong. Hydronium wrong. Oxygen wrong. D. That is a water vapor. That is a D as a water vapor. Right? So water vapor comes into that. So that comes here. So 37 answer D. Right, water vapor. Now moving on, question 38. Recently the term pumped storage hydropower is actually and appropriately discussed in the context of which one of the following? A. Irrigation of terraced crop field, like hilly areas. B. Lift irrigation of cereal crops. C. Long duration energy storage. D. Rainwater harvesting system. Now this was in the news, and this question comes from PIB, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOEFCC. The Central Ministry of Environment has gone for implementation of this kind of a system which can have storage of power for long term, and this can support solar park and wind park and all those areas where we don't have a continuous power supply. So in that case, this type of system can really help in getting those kind of a power extra storage and backup. But what is basically this type of system? I'll tell you that pumped storage hydropower, basically you have we create a kind of height. You either is a open type like river and it goes to the reservoir, or we have closed type. That means we have two reservoirs, one reservoir above, another reservoir below, and both this creates a potential difference energy storing kind of thing there, and we can use it in this time when we don't have the continuous power coming from other sources. We can use it there. Now we are using in India renewable powers based, we are using this water power or hydropower based system there. So answer is this one, C, long duration energy storage. C is the answer, long duration energy storage. Now coming to the question number next here, 39, membrane bioreactors, direct question, are often discussed in the context of A, assisted reproduction technology, no, IVF or ART is not there. Then drug delivery nanotechnologies, no, not in that way, not in nano membrane or something of that. Vaccine production technology, no, is not there. Wastewater treatment technologies, yes, correct. Answer is D. This technology used in wastewater treatment. See, this membrane bioreactors, these reactors are used for treatment. Wastewater has got primary treatment, secondary treatment, tertiary treatment. So we also have biological treatment, and there is a membrane technology, right, which we use for treatment of that. See, nanotechnology, that is a use because nanomembrane is there, but is not drug delivery nanotechnology. In that context, B becomes wrong, and D become most appropriate answer. So here the answer is D here, right? Now let's go to the next question. Question number 46. Following materials, consider following materials: agriculture residues, corn grain, wastewater treatment sludge, there's a waste which is left over, wood mill, wood mill, sawmill and all, wood mill waste. Which of the above can be used as feedstock for producing sustainable aviation fuel? Aircraft, aeroplane, aviation fuel. And nowadays we are talking biofuel, which we can get from organic matter, sometimes the waste matter, and we can convert into biofuel. And nowadays worldwide, including India, for aviation industry, airport and the aircraft, we are now going for this sustainable aviation fuel, SAF. All of these are correct. We can create this biofuel, aviation fuel from agriculture residue from farmland, corn grain, maize and corn grain, then from, we can ferment and we can make it. Wastewater treatment sludge, this is organic in nature, sludge, we can use it. Wood mill waste, again organic in nature, we can use it. So all of this is a very simple question. And option here A 1 and 2, B 3 and 4, C 1 2 3 4, D 1 3 4. Answer is C here. All of this can be used. Simple question has been asked, right? Answer will be C here, 1 2 3 4. That means all this can be used for making sustainable aviation fuel. Question 46. Now going to the next question, question 48. Another very interesting and very important question. I generally discuss this in the classroom, and I have discussed in my previous classes also there. Metaverse, Facebook, you know that, Mark Zuckerberg, metaverse system with part of a mixed reality, right? Augmented reality plus virtual reality with extended reality, XR, metaverse, right? So that is what is there. Question 48. Which one of the following words, phrases is most appropriately used to denote, now inverted commas, an interoperable network of 3D virtual worlds? It creates everything three-dimensional, right? With avatar and everything, and all the objects are three-dimensional. 3D virtual worlds that can be accessed simultaneously by millions of users. That means by using metaverse, you can be in that world. Others can also join the same world, same metaverse, right? Millions of users who can exert property rights over virtual items. Yes, you can create your own home, you can create your own kind of object, and you are the owner of those kind of virtual objects in that meta world. That is metaverse. So not a big data. See, big data analytics comes into computer science and mathematics where we analyze large data. It's not big data analysis, right? Now cryptography, is for encoding of data, security purpose. That is also not there. Now metaverse, that is correct answer. So answer here is this metaverse. Virtual metrics, that is what we use in terms of a kind of a video games and all this one. So here correct answer is C. So there is very simple question here. 48 answer will be C as the metaverse. Now going to the next question, question 90 from environment question here. According to the Environment Protection Agency, EPA, which one of the following is the largest source of sulfur dioxide emission? A. Locomotives using fossil fuels. B. Ships using fossil fuels. C. Extraction of metals from ores. D. Power plant using fossil fuels. Very simple question. Highest amount of this greenhouse gases, particularly NOx, nitrogen oxides, then sulfur dioxide, SO2, even carbon dioxide come from burning of coal and natural gas. And you know that today India use coal and natural gas based power plants, thermal power plant. Even the worldwide, if you look at USA, Europe, right, much of the power is generated through fossil fuels, burning of coal and natural gases, which generate carbon dioxide gas, the greenhouse gas. Nitrous oxide, on one of the NO2, NOx, nitrogen oxide, nitrous oxide, the greenhouse gas. All this, even sulfur dioxide gas. So that is if you look at all these sources, they all generate the greenhouse gases. But the question is which is the largest source? That is a thermal power plant, powerhouse power plants using fossil fuels. D as an answer. Simple question, direct question. D as an answer here. Now let's moving on to the next question. Question 92. India, now there again statement 1, 2 type of question, SSR region type, and it's based on current affairs. Statement 1, India does not import apples from the United States of America, is wrong. Recently, last year, September, right, India removed that kind of import duty, right, restricted import duty, right, unreasonable import duty on the apples American apples, and there was much demand of these American apples which were imported to India. So statement number 1 is wrong. Is now coming to India. We removed that import duty. There was removal of such a restricted import duty. So there's more after September, more coming of apple from America to India. So India does not import. That is wrong. If anybody has read in current affairs will know that. Second statement, in India the law prohibits the import of genetically modified food. See here, the law prohibit the import of GM food without the approval of the competent authority. And you know that in India, for any GM food or any GM crops, we have an authority called GEAC, Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, because GEAC under the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, formed under Environment Protection Act 1986. We have GM rules which give the powers responsible to the GEAC as an expert body to do all evaluation and all and recommend to the government based on biosafety. So this statement 2 is correct. In India, the law, that is the GM rules under Environment Protection Act 1986, GM rules 1989, under Environment Protection Act 1986, GAC is the body, competent authority. But this one does not import, this is wrong. After removing of that import duty, the demand has increased in India for such apples. So that is not it. So 1 is wrong, 2 is correct. So you know such kind of question option. So that will be here very simple. A will not be there, B will not be there. So 1 is, C is not there, D is answer. Statement 1 is incorrect. We are importing apples. 2 is correct. Competent authority, GAC, only can approve. So we have a law in India, right? Rules in India. So 1 is wrong, 2 is correct. D as an answer. D for Delhi, right? That is the answer here. So that is our question number 92. The question is there. D as an answer. Now moving on, question number 96 from set A. Again statement 1 and 2. Now this is based on climate change initiatives from European Union, European Parliament and the Commission. You know, Europe is very, determined to fight climate change. Now look at the question here. Statement 1. The European Parliament approved the Net Zero Industry Act recently. Correct. Current affairs? Correct. If you are following news, daily news, the statement 1 is correct. Now statement 2. The European Union intends to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040 and therefore aims to develop all of its own clean technology by that time. Now what is very important here? This law which was passed, act by the countries of Europe and the European Commission, the main objective of this act is to make Europe carbon neutral, entire Europe as carbon neutral or net zero by 2050. You know, Paris Agreement, as a part of Paris Agreement commitment, that 2050 the entire Europe should become net zero. To move into that direction about in terms of developing such clean technology, better technology, climate friendly technology which can take or absorb or sequester more carbon emission, greenhouse gas emission. So European Commission came out with the act to promote such kind of a clean technologies, climate friendly technologies which can help in net zero. Now the immediate target is 2030. When is the target? 2030. So here 1 is correct. European Union intend to achieve carbon neutrality, right, by developing its own clean technology. And also it has a business interest, commercial interest. What? Such kind of clean technologies which will be developed by European countries will also be exported to other countries. That it will create a market of its own. But this is not 2040. This year is wrong. Immediately they want to reduce by 55% by 2030 as part of Paris Agreement. 55% reduction of greenhouse gases or carbon emission as part of Paris Agreement. Europe want to achieve this target. Right? Europe wants to achieve this target. A reduction of 55% of greenhouse gases, carbon emission by 2030. This one. Then remaining, right, by 2040. And finally net zero by 2050. So those who know about the detail part of it, जिसने अच्छे से ये न्यूज को पढ़ा है कि यूरोपियन कमीशन के द्वारा लाया गया है, और जिसने पूरा डिटेल में पढ़ा है और उनको फैक्ट पता है कि कौन सा ईयर है 2030 या व्हाट, और फैक्ट बेस्ड क्वेश्चन आते हैं क्लाइमेट चेंज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में। हर साल कुछ ना कुछ क्वेश्चन होता है प्रीलिम्स एग्जाम में और फैक्ट बेस्ड होता है। So the fact-based question and this one, what is asked in the exam. So one need to be remember that. So this is where is the wrong one. So one is correct, two is wrong, right? If you know 2030, not 2040, and when it become net zero by 2050, mid of the century. तो वो सब fact को याद रखना होता है. So here, you know, A will not be there, B will not be there. So one is correct, two is wrong. So what will be option here? So answer will be C. C for Chennai. Statement 1 is correct, that act passed by European Commission. Statement 2 is wrong because the year is 2030, right? So C will be the answer here. So here the answer will be C here, correct? So I'm done with the explanation part of the questions which I have to do for the environment and science and technology. I hope that I tried my level best to give you most correct answer, right? जहां तक पूरा सही हो सकता है वो मैंने ट्राई किया है, लेकिन आपको पता है कि यूपीएससी के पास कुछ ना कुछ डिस्क्रिप्शन होते हैं. यूपीएससी ऑलवेज हैव सम काइंड ऑफ डिस्क्रिप्शन. जहां पर कुछ कुछ क्वेश्चंस के डाउट्स होते हैं तो देयर यूपीएससी हैज इट्स ओन काइंड ऑफ डिस्क्रिप्शन टू टेक द ऑप्शन, कौन सा ऑप्शन सही होगा एबीसीडी में. सो दैट व्हाट यूपीएससी ऑलवेज कीप ऑन विद हिज हैंड. बट व्हाट आई वांट टू से, द क्वेश्चंस व्हिच हैव कम दिस ईयर, दे आर नॉट डिफिकल्ट. If a well-read candidate is there, will be able to solve the question. और ये आसानी से हो सकता है. तो मॉडरेट डिफिकल्टी है. अच्छे क्वेश्चन साइंस टेक के आए हैं जो कि सिंपल भी है, कॉमन सेंस के साथ भी सॉल्व किया जा सकता है. इवन द पार्ट ऑफ कुछ क्वेश्चन जो इन्वायरमेंट के हैं वो डिफिकल्ट है बिकॉज फैक्चुअल्स हैं. वो बोनोबो वाला क्वेश्चन और फिग वाला क्वेश्चन, ये सारे जो चीजें जो कि पूरा सीधा पूछा गया, तो वहां पर कोई कॉम्पिटिशन नहीं है. व्हाट आई हैव सेड वेरी क्लियरली, देयर इज नो कॉम्पिटिशन, सो यू डोंट हैव टू वरी अबाउट इट. But science take questions one can easily solve. That white dwarf, giant star, then about this nuclear reactor, right? About fuel cell. This one can easily get the marks there, right? And every year, you know, science tech environment is becoming a game changer. They are becoming game changers. So I will be covering all these topics in the normal classroom, right? Along with the current aspect and everything. And you can always be part of it. So I've done with me now. Right, so I'll take leave from here. So for any inquiry you can always get back to us. Thank you everyone, take care, we'll meet soon. Thank you. Hello everyone, myself Neeraj Nachiketa, faculty of environment in Shubhra.
बता दे, बस स्टार्ट करें फिर. Hello everyone. Good evening to all of you. So today is a very happy day for all CSAT aspirants. Especially I'm getting a lot of messages where students are saying कि सर आपके notes किए हो तो पेपर बड़े आराम से हो जाएगा. Thank you so much. And this time definitely CSAT has been very kind of spread paper. Last year 2023 में permutation combination और number system ही था, but this year it is a variable paper, a lot of questions from arithmetic, a lot of questions from algebra. But the dangerous thing, data sufficiency, 7 to 8 to 9 questions again. So we are going to discuss the paper. So it is set A, and I am going to discuss all questions related to mathematics, quantitative aptitude, reasoning and data interpretation. And remaining RC questions, definitely we're going to give you great results, great keys, so stay with us, right? So here is the paper, guys. So I am going directly to reasoning and aptitude part. See, question number 5. Question number 5. He says, what is the least possible number of cuts required to cut a cube into 64 identical pieces, right? So you know 64 is 4 into 4 into 4. If you have attended classes of cube and cube cutting dices, we have already done this thing. that number of cuts, least possible cuts required for this cube would be 4 minus 1 plus 4 minus 1 plus 4 minus 1, which is 3 plus 3 plus 3, which is equal to 9. Your answer is 9. Just check out this class, you would get to know, yes, we have done it in the class, right? So I hope this is done. So I am going to my next question, that is question number 6. Again, I think if your basics are very right, you would be easily able to do these questions, right? Now he says in the expression, there is a star everywhere and it has to be replaced by positive, negative or multiplication sign each at most 2 times. So each at most 2 times. Then he says what is the smallest non-negative value of the expression? So at least 2 times, and I want the smallest value, isn't it? Smallest non-negative value. Agreed. So I think I would use 5 minus 4, one negative sign, and again one more negative sign instead of star and star. Why? Because I have to make a least, isn't it? And then I would replace this by positive. Why? Because multiplication is definitely going to give you the higher result, and this by multiplication. So if you check what would be your answer, you would see that this is the easiest question that you would get. What is the smallest non-negative value over here, guys? Smallest non-negative value comes out to be 0. Now again, if you go to my first class of number system, 0 is neither positive nor negative, right? So there is a lot of problem with the students because they don't want to put 0 as an answer. But then if you have attended the classes, you already know that yes, 0 can be the answer now. So I hope you would agree to this, guys, right? So let's go to the next question. So let me erase this. Question number 7. See, the paper was easy in terms if you have attended the classes. If you have not attended the classes, I can easily tell you this is not a very easy paper to solve. Now see, a certain number of men can complete a piece of work in 6K days. Now if you are my student, you would easily say, so what I would do is 5 men. So I am taking K is equal to 10. I suppose this. So 5 men are able to do it in 60 days. All right. By what percentage should the number of men increase so that the work can be completed in 5K days? So now K is equal to 10, so 50 days. So how many men are required is the question. So M1 into M2 is equal to M2, M1 into D1 is equal to M2 into D2 would give you 5 into 60 is equal to this question mark into 50, right? And this cancels out. So the question mark value comes out to be 6. So now you require 6 men. If you require 6 men, now question is beautiful. He says, by what percentage should the number of men be increased so that the work can be completed in 5K days? So now, what is the increase? 1 man has increased. So what is the percentage increase? 1 upon 5, which is equal to 20%. Your answer is C. Can you mark the answer, guys? So it is not easy if you are not prepared. If you have prepared well, yes, I can easily tell you, if you are my student, you would have sailed through this paper. I can vouch upon it, the messages that I'm getting. Now again, this is a beautiful question. Now hours, he says, X, Y and Z can complete a piece of work individually in 6 hours, 8 hours and 8 hours respectively. However, only one person at a time can work in each hour and nobody can work for 2 consecutive hours. Now this is important, right? So all are engaged to finish the work and everyone has to be engaged. So you cannot ignore people. What is the minimum amount of time that they would take to finish the work? Guys, remember X 1 by 6, Y 1 by 8, Z 1 by 8, LCM 24 units, So X makes 24 by 6, 4 units per hour, and Y makes 24 by 8, 3 unit per hour, and Z again 3 unit per hour. Now they have to work. Now, however, only one person at time can work each hour, and nobody works in consecutive hours. And then again, see, minimum amount of time. So you have to use X who is efficient. So let's see, I say first X works, then Y works, and then again X works. So I'm writing it X, Y, X. Now, this is for 3 hours. Hourly work is what I am writing. This is for 3 hours. Now, 4th hour, you cannot make X work and you have to make Z also work. So, I put in Z. Now, Z works for 3 units, and then again, X comes back and makes 4 units. Why? Because we have to minimize the time. And then again, you can use either Y or Z, it is your own choice, 3 units, because you cannot make 4 again. So you can say Y. So now again you make 3 hours, and how much total work you have done. So please pay attention. 4 plus 3 is 7 plus 4 is 11. This is 11 units, and this comes out to be 10 units. Total 21 units of work has been done. 21 units has been done, right, in 6 hours. So I'm writing 21 units in 6 hours. And how much total work has to be done? Total work completed has to be 24 units. So 3 units of work is left, and you have to minimize the time. So now I think again you would say, sir, X comes back. Now X makes 4 units in 1 hour. So 3 units would be made by X in 3 by 4 hours. So 3 more units in 3 by 4 hours. So total time is 24 units have been done in 6 3 by 4 hours. 6 3 by 4 comes out to be 6 hours 45 minutes. This is a brilliant question. Again, I know many of you may think that it is an easy question, but guys, I'm telling you, it is UPSC CSAT. If you have not taken classes, I doubt you can do that, right? So let's see the next one. And most of you would agree that this is one question that we have done it in the classroom. If you're my student, the class is uploaded. You can see CSAT numbers class 1, 2, 3, unit digit number of zeros in this question was given as a homework, right? How many consecutive zeros at the end? So number of zeros would be either power of 2 or power of 5. But we realize over here that power of 2 is actually coming many a times, and power of 5 is not coming that many times. So I would say if you write power of 2, 2 ki power 4, right, and then 4 ki power 8, and then 6 ki power. So you realize that this is happening in terms that the powers are increasing in case of 2. Even 10 ki power 10 would actually 6 ki power. See, if you see this, 10 to the power 20 would also give you 2 to the power 20. So you realize that 2 is occurring many a times, but 5 is not occurring that many times. So I would just check power of 5s. So how many powers of 5? 5 ki power 10, 10 ki power 20. Just check out. 10 ki power 20 and 15 ki power 30 and 20 ki power is 40 and 25 ki power is 50. These are 5 key entries. So then how many 5s are there? Over here you have 10 5s, over here you have 25s, over here you have 35s, over here you have 45s, and over here 25 ki power 50. 25 is 5 square. So which means there is 100, because it is 5 square. So 2 into 50 is 100. So total number of zeros at the end is actually going to be 100 plus 100, 200. This is done in the classroom. I can assure you that, right? This is done in the classroom, and that is what makes teachers really happy. So I'm really, really happy on this at least, right? So let's see the next one. Now listen to this. Again, he says on January 1st, 2023, a person saved rupee 1. On January 2, 23, he saved 2 more, right? So on 1st January, he saved 1, 2 more is 3, right? And then he says on 3rd January, he saved 2 more than the previous day, that is 5. And so on, at the end of which date was his total saving a perfect square as well as a perfect cube. Go back to the classes, a number which is a perfect square and a perfect cube. 64, 8 square, 4 cube. So you have to make this 64. So it's so very easy. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. Just check out plus 15. I don't even want to use the formula. So how many days are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you sum total this, 1 plus 3 is 4, 4 plus 5 is 9, 9 plus 7 is 16, 16 plus 9 is 25, 25 plus 11 comes out to be 36, 36 plus 10, 46, 49, 49 plus 15 is 64. 8th of January, right? So again, you just need to have basic concept. And yes, these kind of things you should always be ready with. They are not going to ask you a direct thing, right? I hope this is good, guys. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं. I just feel that this time students are really happy. And why won't they be? They have attended the classes and the fruit is here now. These are the questions that can be easily solved by everyone. 37, 37, many a times in the classroom, I have told you, 1, 1, 1 corresponds to 37 into 3. Right? Now, what is this? This is a question which most of you would actually be scared of if you have not attended classes. But then just check out. He says, see, 2 raised to the power 3, 3, 3 plus 3, 3, 3 raised to the power 2, 2, 2, right? So 2 to the power 3, 3, 3 and 1, 1, 1 raised to the power 3, 3, 3 plus. So you have just broken this, right? And then take 3 out, 3 to the power 2, 2, 2 and 1, 1, 1 raised to the power 2, 2, 2. Isn't it? And then you see that you can take 1, 1, 1 raised to the power 2, 2 common, right? From here also and from here also, whatever is left is gone. I don't care. Now 1, 1, 1 is exactly divisible by 3 and 37. We know this. Now let's talk about why not 2, sir? Because see guys, this is an even number. This is exactly divisible by 2. Agreed. But this is an odd number. This is not exactly divisible by 3. Simple. Right? So definitely 3 and 7 but not 2. Katab. Divisibility rules of number system. And I was very sure. I made you right over there. What is 1, 1, 1? 3 into 37. Right? 3 into 37. So I hope this is good, guys. Huh? Moving forward. Let us see. Oh, classroom question again. Classroom question again. You would also say, sir, आप ठीक बोलता है, right? These are all classroom questions, है ना? तो क्या करेगा क्या? What is the percentage of water must be mixed with honey so that to gain 20%? You know one thing. I said 20% is what? 1/5. So honey is to water would be 1/5. If you go back to the classes, right? If you go back to the classes, you know we have done it. And by selling the mixture at the cost price, the keyword was selling the mixture at the cost price, right? So 1/5. So he says what percentage of water must, what percent of water must be mixed with honey so as to gain. So it is water and honey, guys. So I'm just writing it as this is honey, this is water. So water and honey. So he says what percentage of water must be mixed? So 1 part of water and 5 parts of honey. So 20%. Right? The question itself has an answer 20% and it's given 20%, right? So you should have done it with your eyes closed. Next, they go. He says, what is the rightmost digit or rightmost digit preceding the zeros in the value 30 to the power 30? So he is asking you, देखो यार 30 to the power 30 at the end would have 30 zeros, right? So if you reduce all the zeros, what are you left with? If you remove all the zeros, it is 3 to the power 30. So he's asking you unit place. So he's not asking direct questions. Unit place of 3 to the power 30. Now unit place of 3 to the power 4 is 1. So 3 to the power 28 unit place is 1, which means 3 to the power 28 into 3 to the power 2 would have unit place 1 into 9, which is equal to 9. So unit place is 9. I think this is one paper where you should have attempted all quant reasoning wale questions, isn't it? This is so easy. So can I erase this? So let's erase this. HCF LCM people hated it, right sir? अपने को पसंद नहीं है. देखो. Question number 18, 421, 427, right? He says when divided by the same number leaves the same remainder 1. So HCF LCM chapter, you go back, which means we have to think of 421 minus 1 and 427 minus 1 ka HCF, which means HCF of 420 and 426, which comes out to be 6. All right, but then he says how many numbers can be used as a divisor in order to get the same remainder 1. So which means not only 6, one of the numbers is going to be 6, but factors of 6 would also matter. So how many factors of 6 are there? 6, 3, 2 and 1. We would ignore 1 because 1 when divides 421 remainder is 0. 1 when divide 427 remainder is 0. Remaining 2, 3 and 6 when divide 421 and 427 the remainder would be 1. Answer is 3. And then they give you same question. 19th is exactly the same question, right? So what is that? Let's see. One paper today you could have eaten if you have attended the classes. You could have just smashed it up. Have you attended classes? Was this paper. I'm so happy today. Last year I was not at all happy because I knew nobody is going to clear it. But I can assure you today, if you have attended the classes, this was the paper, right? He says again 399 a container, a can X contains 399 liters of petrol and Y contains 532 liters of diesel. They are to be bottled on a bottle of equal size so that the whole of the petrol and whole of the diesel can be separately bottled. Go back to HCF, told you whenever you have two numbers and you have to equally portion them, you have to use HCF, right? So he is looking for HCF, the bottle capacity in terms of liter. Now see, the bottle capacity in terms of liter is an integer, right? How many different bottle sizes are possible? So different bottle sizes, they HCF of 399 and 532 is coming out to be, I think it is coming out to be, just wait a minute, 133. And again numbers, factors of 133, 17, 19 and 133, 19 and 133. All right, so the capacity of the bottle can be 133 liters, capacity of the bottle can be 19, capacity of the bottle can be 7, and over here capacity of bottle can be 1 liter as well. Answer is 4. Come on, I think this is one paper you should have just finished, right? Okay, next, let's do the next question, right? Again, prime numbers, because you know there are people, those who love prime numbers, right? Let's see, he says, this is it. Consider the following statement in respect of the sum x is equal to x plus y plus z, where x, y and z are distinct prime numbers, each less than 10. Come on, prime numbers less than 10 are 2, 3, 5 and 7. Katam. All right. Then he says unit digit of S can be 0, right? So if you check out 2 plus 3 plus 5 would be 10, unit digit is 0, 1 is possible. Unit digit can be 9. Now, if you otherwise also see, if you are good at permutation combination 4, numbers are given and you have to make set of 3. So 4C3 comes out to be 4 options possible only, right? So you may write down options also 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 7, right? 2, 5, 7 and 3, 5, 7. So if you check out, is there any number whose unit digit is addition of unit digit? This is 0 unit digit, this is 2 unit digit, this is 4 unit digit, and again this comes out to be 12, 5 unit digit, isn't it? So no, unit digit 9 is not coming up. Then unit digit can be 5. Yes, unit digit 5 is actually there, right? If you check out the unit digit of S is 5. If you see this 15, 3 plus 5 plus 7 comes out to be 15, unit digit is 5. So this is also possible. So 1 and 3 is okay. All right. So done. Over. Not at all a trouble, right? So first 1/4 of the paper, if you are a student, you could have just done, finish, right? Ho gaya, hai na? Anyhow, I just love it. I know you guys are just happy today. Very happy for you. Very good paper this time. Equivalent, great paper for everyone. So let's see the next questions. Okay, question number 26. Wait a minute. Oh, this one, 24. Let's see, 24. So over here, if I count down the total entries, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So it is either a set of 4, 4. See, 20 is 4 into 5. So the sequence is either 4 or 5. Our sequence came out to be 5. I think you would also agree. This is one question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you put this value, see, A, D, D, C. So it is A, B, C, D, A, B, B, C, D, A, B. No, this is not going, guys. So just check out again. Option number C. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. A, C, D. Now listen to this. A, B, C, D, A, B, B, C, D, A, B, C, C, D, A, B, C, D, D. So yes, this is the answer. Option number C is going. So we are easily able to sort it out, right? Then basic partnership. He says two person P and Q enter into a business. P puts 14,000 more than Q, but P has invested 8 months and Q has invested 10 months. If P share is 400 more than Q share out of the total profit. So total profit is given to you as 2,000. This is where I hit the target. He says, what is the capital contribution of P? So I go by options. If I say P is equal to 30,000, then Q. So he says, P puts 14,000 more than Q. So Q would be 16,000. P has worked for how many months? 8 months. This guy has worked for 10 months. So profit sharing ratio would be 30,000 into 8 is to 16,000 into 10. Cancel. So profit ratio of P is to Q would actually be 24 is to 16, right? Which comes out to be 3 is to 2. So now profit is 2,000. So in that case, P would be earning 3 by 5 times 2,000, which is 1,200, and Q would be earning 800. What is the difference between 1,200 and 800? 400, which is given to you. Answer is this. So by options only, you are able to actually easily solve this question. That is how I have done it. I have not taken any XYZ. I would prohibit all of you also not to take it, right? See, P salary is 20% less than Q salary, which is 20% less than R salary. So what I've done is I have taken R to be 100, right? So Q salary is 20% less is 80. So P salary is 20% less. So 20% of 80 comes out to be 16. So P salary is 64. Right? By how much percentage is our salary more than P's salary? So now he is asking you R's salary more than P's salary. So दोनों का difference is 36. So percentage changes 36 upon 64. 36 upon 64. And if you have done properly, if you have done the classes properly, you know this is going to be, guys, what percentage is 36 upon 64? Oh, this is going to be, go by 4, 9 by 16, I think 56.25%. 56.25%, right? Yes, it is right, right? Then I would say these are the questions which makes my day today and makes everyone's day actually. So happy for you. Say number mistakenly divided by 100, divided by 4. So I say number was 100. So it was divided by 4. So result is 100 by 4 is 25. Instead of multiplying by 4, so otherwise it was to be actually multiplied, it was to be 400. What is the percentage change in the result due to the mistake? So what percentage result is this, guys? What percentage change is this? So I say, see, so what percentage result comes out to be, what percentage change, or I'll give you a better thing, right? I say this was 40. So 40 divided by 4 comes out to be 10. Otherwise 40 into 4 was 160. So definitely there is a change of 150. So 150 by 160 is there, which comes out to be 15 by 16, again 93.75%. 93.75%. Oh, set theory, guys, set theory. It is so easy. He says 80% of the student passed in English. So let's see. Pass English and 70% passed in Hindi. 80. So 100% is the total diagram. 70% in Hindi, right? And 15% failed in both the subjects. So this is 15%. So take this as x. This is 80 minus x. This would be 70 minus x. And now this in between diagram is 85. So 80 minus x plus 70 minus x is equal to 85. So one of the x gets cancelled off. So this comes out to be 150 minus x is equal to 85, which means x is equal to 150 minus 85 comes out to be 65. So in between portion is 65. So if you take this as 65, if you take this as 65, this would be 80 minus 65 and this would be 5. Now what is the question? He says, what percentage of students who failed in only one subject? See, 15% students failed in Hindi. These 15% students failed in Hindi and these 5% students, they failed in English. So 15 plus 5 comes out to be 20. Again, this is a tacky question. Not as good as you think it is. It is a tacky question. So I hope that you have done it, guys. Good. So next, let's see the next. A father said to his son, N years back, I was as old as you are now. So N years away, So today, I say today, F stands for father, S stands for son. N years back, I was as old as you are now. So N years back, father's age was F minus N, right? My present, I was as old as you are today now. So this is one equation. F minus N is equal to S, right? And then he says, my present age is 4 times your age N years back. And today I am 4 times S minus N. This is your second equation, equation number 2. And then he says father plus son is equal to 130. So 3, they believe in equations. I've been saying this for a very, very long time. We have done equations as a chapter. They believe in equations, right? So all you needed to do was from here, this n comes out to be f minus s. ये इधर put कर दो. So your f is 4 times s minus f minus s, and this is all you needed to do. So n was removed, isn't it? So this is s, see this is 2s, sorry. F is equal to 4 times 2s minus f. So f is equal to, this is 8s minus 4f. So 5f is equal to 8s. This is something you need to put in over here, and you would get father's age to be 80, son's age to be 50. Why? Because the ratio of father and son is 8:5. So 80 or 50 ही चलेगा, right? So what is the difference between their ages? Difference between their ages is 30. Paper calculative है, but easy है. Then I understand when you are in stress, definitely it takes a toll of you and you are not able to comprehend and solve equations. This is one question, otherwise I think classroom में तुम लोग कर लेगा. चलिए नेक्स्ट देखते हैं. Shall I raise this? Yes. And yes, if you are an UPSC aspirant and you have done proper GS, so you know all 3 of these are true, right? 1 meter cube is equal to 1000 liters, and 1 metric ton, come on, 1 metric ton is 1000 kgs, and 1 hectare is 10,000 meter square. We have given you a formula booklet. In that formula booklet, these are properly mentioned. Surprising, I don't believe this. They have not asked these kind of questions, so it was a shock to me also. But then, you know, whatsoever is asked, isn't it? And then they love number and its reverse. Most of you know this. Number and its reverse is their favorite topic, है ना? So let's see. He says x is a 2-digit number and y is another 2-digit number formed by interchanging the digits x of x. So x is equal to 10a plus b and y is equal to 10b plus a, and then x plus y. So what would be x plus y if you add this 11 times a plus b, right, is a greatest 2-digit number, which means definitely if this is a greatest 2-digit number, guys, this a plus b has to be 9, right? So if a plus b is equal to 9, then he says how many number of possible, what is the number of possible values of x? So this is only possible when it is 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, guys, 63, 72 and 81. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 such numbers are possible. Come on, isn't it? 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 72, 81. And I think in classroom we have done probably 10 questions on number and its reverse. This was the time, guys. This was the time when you should have done this, done and dusted this, right? He says, now, he says, weight of 6 boys is equal to weight of 7 girls is equal to weight of 3 men is equal to weight of 4 women, right? And if the average weight of a woman, so one woman average weight is 63, so 4 women total weight would be 63 into 4, and which is equal to 6 boys weights. So 6 boys, so one boy would be 63 into 4 by 6, this is 2, this is 3, it is 42. Katam. Done. Easy. Right? है So it is something you should have known, and I wish that this is something you should easily be able to do, right? So and believe me, this might be the easiest paper you would see for past 4-5 years. And come on, guys, you should have done this question with your eyes closed. How many times an hour hand and the minute hand coincide in a clock between 10 to 2 p.m.? 10 to 2. So 10 to 11, one time. 10 to 11, one time. Then 11 to 12 and 12 to 1, only one time, because it is 12 o'clock. It is 12 o'clock. From 12 to 1 also you would realize that they do not meet, right? And then from 1 to 2, 1 to 2 again one time, so 3 times they would coincide. So if you have written it 4 times, come on, in 12 hours they coincide 11 times. Why? Because between 11 to 1 they only coincide one times. You know this. Calendar, you have written it, right? What is this? 2025. 2025 is a leap, non-leap year, isn't it? So but 2025 is a leap year plus 1. If you go to calendars, we have done calendars, which means a year previous to 2025 was a leap year. So in that case, you would add 6, 2025 plus 6, 2031 would have same calendar as 2025. If you were given a leap year over here, suppose you say 2024 would have same calendar with what? In that case, plus 28. And if this condition and this condition does not occur, in case 2023, 2023 is not a leap year, -1 is also not a leap year. In that case, it is plus 11 over here. This is your answer. Clear, guys? Oh, you guys are having fun. I hope so, right? Great. Chalo, great. So let's see the next one. Let P, Q, R, S be the distinct positive integers. P and Q are odd, so I'm writing it. P, Q, they are odd, right? And R and S, they are even. So he says, following statement, consider the following statement. See, P minus R ka whole square is a positive number and Q into S. Because S is even, definitely this is even. Done. No issues. S is even number into any number is a even number, right? Similarly, if you see this, right? If you see this, guys, Q, he says Q minus S into Q square S. So again, S is there. So definitely it is a even number. And then the next one, see, P plus S. P is odd, S is even plus odd. 3 plus 4 is 7. This is odd number. This is an odd number. And again, Q plus R, odd. This is also odd. Odd ka whole square is odd. Odd into odd is odd. Yes, it is also true. All three are true. I think most of you have left this because many of you actually think that this is a long statement question. I won't do it. This is the easiest thing to do. Next. What is the angle between, guys? We have done it in the classroom again. You know, there is a formula 425. 425. So multiply this by hours by 30 comes out to be 120. Multiply minutes by 11 by 2 comes out to be 275 by 2, right? Which comes out to be 137.5. So minus these two values, whatsoever is bigger minus smaller. So 137.5 minus 120 comes out to be 17.5. This is your answer. I think you know the answer with 30 times theta minus 11 by 2 times m also. You know, if you remember, angle between theta is equal to 30 times h minus 11 by 2 times m. This is the same thing. What we have done is the same thing, isn't it? So we have done it in the classroom. So most of the things have been done in the classroom. So then also, if you say that paper was tough, there is something wrong, guys. हाँ, कुछ भी tough नहीं है इसमें. Oh, number of fives. Again, I hope you remember we have done this in the classroom. So 1 to 99, how many fives are there? 20. And then 100 to 199, again 20. Then let's talk about 200 to 260. This is where many of you would have made a mistake. Let's see where. So I think 205, 215, 225, 235, 245, 255. But then, you know, most of you stop over here, right? 255, 265, 275, 285 and 295. So this is there, but then see this 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 256, 257, 258 and 259. So this was to be added. So let's see how many of them are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Right? So 20 more are there. So your answer is 60. Your answer is 60. Right? Again, see this. We missed this line and we missed this line. Once you are talking about 260, guys, come on, 260 tak likhna tha. So we never required 265. Yes, we never required it. So we only need these many. So let me count again. Sorry, let me count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 56 is your answer. Why? It is 20 plus 20 plus 16. 56 is your answer. Okay. So I hope I'm clear with this, guys. Next देखते हैं. This is again 46 is again something you have to think about. 46. So what we found was that this is actually, see this, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2. Most of the people are not able to solve it, right? Then 1, 4, 3, 2. So it is actually 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2. So you see, ending with 1, starting with 1, ending with 2. 1, 5, 4, 3, 2. So 28, 28 terms. So this is 3 terms, this is 3 more, this is 4, and this is 5. So 3 plus 3, this is 15 terms. So I have to write more. So it is 1, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. So देखो कितना हो गया, 6 more terms. So now just check out, 15 plus 6 comes out to be 21, and one more, 1, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3 and 2, which comes out to be 7 more. 21 plus 7 is 28. So now this is complete. Sum देखें इसका, sum is 4. Over here, sum is 6. With this, sum comes out to be 10. Sum comes out to be 15. And then, sum comes out to be 21. And this comes out to be 28. Yes. So add karo, 4 plus 6 is 10, 10 plus 10 is 20, 20 plus 15, 35, 35 plus 20, 55, 56 plus 20, 56, 76, 84 aa gaya yaar. 84 is your answer. So this took some time to decode, but yes, they put good questions as well. All of us know that, right? So erasing this. So 46 done. All right. So again, this is a very easy question. I would say, you have to be good at calculations. He says P plus Q plus R is equal to 3330. Remember 333, 333, 111, 37 aega, right? P cost, so P is 25% more than R, 1.25%, 1.25, which is 5/4 of R. And then R cost 20% of Q. So R is 20% of Q, 20% is 6 by 5 of Q. So all you needed to do was, right, change, because he is asking, then what is the cost of P? So he is asking about P. So I would say R को भी P में लिख लिया. So R, this is 4 by 5 times P. And Q जो है वो है 5 by 6 times R. So which is P plus 5 by 6. Again R को दोबारा लिखा. तो 4 by 5 times P plus 4 by 5 times P. So this comes out to be easy. P plus 4 by 6 times P plus 4 by 5 times P comes out to be 3330. Find for P, P comes out to be 1350. बहुत easy. So all you needed to do was bit of grit, bit of solving. हो जाना था. Very easy, not at all tough. This is a very techy question, the next one. It has taken a lot of brains out of a lot of people. Many of the people have left this question. He says a sum of 2-digit AB and CD is equal to 1 CE. Sum A. Now, देखो यार, एक simple सा फंडा है. They denote distinct. So they are all A, B, C, D are all distinct numbers, right? अब देखो A plus C is equal to C, which is only possible. अगर आप सिंगल डिजिट की बात करो 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, राइट? सो उसकी बात करो. सो पहली चीज है, ही सेड अ 2 डिजिट नंबर, सो A कैनॉट बी 0, राइट? C कैनॉट बी 0. एग्रीड? 2 डिजिट नंबर है. तो अभी तुम्हारे पास बचता सिर्फ इतना ही है कि देखो B प्लस D, अगर तुम बिगेस्ट टू बिगेस्ट नंबर ले लेते हो 9 और 8, 9 plus 8 is 17, तो इधर 7 लिखोगे 1 कैरी होगा. 1 plus A plus C is C, which means definitely A has to be 9. Why? Because 9 plus 1 is 10. 10 plus any C would give you C back and 1 would be carried. So, and luckily he has only asked for what is the value of A. So A is equal to 9. Now there is a lot of cannot be determined, data insufficient, a lot of people saying it, but frankly देखो B और D जो है ना, ये मैक्सिमम करोगे, because you have to carry one. Very simple. A plus C, C तभी दे सकता है. You can check out. अगर सिंगल डिजिट नंबर की एंट्री करोगे, A plus C is equal to C is when definitely A is equal to 10. A 10 कब बनेगा? जब वहां से 1 कैरी होगा तभी बनेगा, which means A is equal to 9. 9 plus 1 is 10, right? So my answer is A over here. Baki remaining guys, just check out more cases, right? Maybe you are better than me. Obviously, there are people, guys, है ना? 3 numbers X, Y, and Z are selected from a set of first 7 natural numbers. So first 7 natural numbers लिया, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, right? Such that X is greater than 2y and greater than 3z. So मैं x, y और z की वैल्यू लिख रहा हूं. आप खुद kindly check it yourself, right? I am able to make a lot of values. See, 5, 2, 1. 5, 2, 1. So you can check out 5. This is 5 and 2y is 4 and this is 3. 5 is greater than 4 is 5 is greater than 4 and 4 is greater than 3. चल रहा है, right? Again 6, 2, 1. Because ये दोनों चलेगा तो उधर चलेगा, right? And then 7, 2, 1. Obviously 7, 2, 1 भी चलेगा, right? And then you know, is there one more? So yes, there is one more, which is 7, 3, 1. 7, 3, 1. See, x is equal to 7, y is equal to 3. इधर put किया तो 7 is greater than 6 is greater than 3. Yes, so there are 4 triplets that you are able to make. This is more of a hit and trial, which you have to do, right? It's a hit and trial thing, but you have to get it done. Next देखा जाए 50. The total cost, I think most of the people have left this question on face value, that it is going to be very tough. I have realized this. So total cost of 4 oranges plus 6 mangoes plus 8 apples is equal to twice that of 1 orange, 2 mangoes, 5 apples, which means 4 oranges plus 6 mangoes plus 8 apples is equal to 2 oranges plus 4 mangoes plus 10 apples. So once you solve it, this is 2 oranges plus 2 mangoes comes out to be 2 apples, which means orange plus mango is equal to apple. This is coming up. Statement number 2 over here says the total cost of 1 orange, 1 mango is equal to 1 cost of apple. Yes. So statement number 2 is automatically true. That is what it is giving you. Then statement number 1, total cost of 3 oranges plus 5 mangoes plus 9 apples is equal to total cost of 4 oranges plus 6 mangoes plus 8 apples. Again, this is giving you the same thing. Orange plus mango is equal to apple. Yes, this is also true. So both 1 and 2 are, which of the statement are correct? Both the statements are correct. So it is very, very easy, isn't it, guys? So let's see the next one. After question number 50. See this. Again, this time divisibility was not directly involved. So let's see. It is divisible by. So if you say is divisible by 3. So there you know the negative remainders. So this is 3 when divided, it is minus 1 to the power 5. 32 when divided by 3, minus 1 raised to the power 5 and minus 1 raised to the power 27, which is minus 2, which is 3 minus 2, which is equal to 1. So this is not exactly divisible by 3. Similarly, you can try with 7, but see 32 raised to the power 5 plus 2 to the power 27. I think you should realize 32 is 2 to the power 5. So 2 to the power 25 plus 2 to the power 27 comes out to be 2 to the power 25 common, isn't it? Dekho check karo yaar guys. 32 is 2 to the power 5, right? So this comes out to be 2 to the power 2, which is 4 plus 1, 5, right? And 2 into 5, if you borrow 1, 2, so it is 2 to the power 24 into 10. It's a multiple of 10. So it is exactly divisible by 10. It is exactly divisible by 10, right? So this is again a kind of a question which is totally different from the remainders that they have asked. But again, it is easy. I think if you are my student, please attend number system 3 classes on YouTube. You would be able to solve this question with a blink of an eye. 55. This is a bit techy question. He says let P and Q be the positive integer satisfying P plus Q is equal to K. P is less than Q. What is the smallest value of K that does not determine P and Q uniquely? Does not determine. So अपन अगर करता है P plus Q is equal to K is equal to 3 लेता है and we have to satisfy P is less than Q, so 1 and 2. So we are getting a unique solution, which means it does determine. If we take K is equal to 3, it gives us a proper answer. So if you take 4, if I say P plus Q is equal to 4, in that case it is 1, 3 and 2 and 2. 2 and 2 we won't consider because P is less than Q. Again it is giving you a proper value. It is giving you a proper value because 2 and 2 we will ignore. So no. Smallest value, so I am taking 5. If I say P plus Q is equal to 5, in that case it is 1, 4 and 2, 3. In that case we are not getting, it is not giving us unique answer, so answer is 5. Answer is 5. A lot of answers have been 4, but then that was not allowed, isn't it? Sir, getting through. So I've been getting a lot of messages today. Let me read few of you. Sir, getting the view was a dream come true. Thank you so much for all the guidance. Hear your voice literally in the examination hall. And when we solve such problems, thank you so much. So I've been getting amazing. See this. Again, sir, it proved class notes are enough for CSAT. Solving paper today felt like most of the questions are already done in the class. Thank you so much. Makes me so happy. And I cannot read all the comments, right? You won't have time. I won't have time. 55. Now, this is again a very, very techie question, right? This is one question which has given a lot of pain. A person walks. So either gaya walk here. Wait, huh? See this. Walks 100. Right, 100 meter, again turns 100 meters from his house. So this is his house. अपन house लेता है 100 meters, गया 100 meters straight from his house, then turns left to left 100 meter, right, and again turns left, इधर से फिर left 300 meters, 300 meters, right, and इधर से 300 meters से then he turns right and walks to reach his office. So he walks this 100. So this is his office. This is his office, right? अभी क्या बोल रहा है? In which direction does he walk initially from his house? If his office is exactly north, अभी office का direction तुम्हें northeast उसने बता दिया है. So he has given you northeast as a direction for his office. So guys, इधर का direction देखेगा अपन, right? So if you see this, this is north, south, east, west, right? तो क्या बोल रहा है कि इसका ऑफिस का डायरेक्शन जो है वो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में है. सो व्हाट इज द इन विच डायरेक्शन डज ही इनिशियली वॉक फ्रॉम हिज हाउस? तो अपने घर से वो किस डायरेक्शन पे गया था? तो अगर तुम इधर देखेगा, so let this be the reference point, right? This point comes out to be north, sorry, this point comes out to be नॉर्थ ईस्ट. अभी तुम अगर तुम देखेगा, देखो नॉर्थ ईस्ट की बात करता है, देखो दिस इज नॉर्थ ईस्ट, सो इधर नॉर्थ ईस्ट है, राइट? सो इस तरफ क्या है? चेक आउट, दिस इज साउथ वेस्ट, राइट? तो अभी अगर तुम हाउस का डायरेक्शन देखता है, सो आई थिंक it is southwest to this direction, right? So your answer would actually be, just let me check my answer. What is my answer? Answer of 56. I think it is directly opposite to this, ना? देखो ये इसके बिल्कुल opposite चल रहा है. It has to be southwest. It is southwest as your answer. चलेगा guys? चेक करो, try it. You may make an axis like this, right, where this is northeast, देखो this is north, south, east, west. तो तुम खुद देखोगे उसके डायरेक्टली ऑपोजिट उसका घर आ रहा है, राइट? आई थिंक इट इज साउथ. देखो यार नॉर्थ ईस्ट तुम इधर डायरेक्शन ले रहे हो तो इसके सामने साउथ आ रहा है गाइस. It is south. Sorry, it is south. It is south as it is. Right? I'm also sorry guys, right? But it is south because देखो वो नॉर्थ ईस्ट इधर है, इसका घर इधर से किधर जा रहा है तो इधर साउथ है गाइस, राइट. नेक्स्ट देखिए, नेक्स्ट देखो, सेम टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चन. He says a person walks 100 meters west, 100 meters west, right? West के बाद then he turns and walks 100 more meters. So he walks 100 more meters. और इधर से he says he then takes 225 turn. So इधर से अगर turn लेता है, देखो यार, right? Again I am making a direction. This is west, right? So इधर से अभी turn लेगा, right? So 225. What is 225? 90 plus 90 plus 25. 90 plus 90 plus 25, isn't it? तो तुमको देगा इधर से 90 डिग्री, राइट, फिर 90 डिग्री एंड देन राइट 25 डिग्री, isn't it? 90 plus 90 plus 45, so 45 degree. 90, 90, 180 plus 45, isn't it? So now you see this, देखो कहाँ से, इधर से चला था west. So which direction is this going to be? देखो ना, यहां से west चला, right? West, then goes down, isn't it? Which direction would this be? Check it, guys. Northeast, isn't it? West, so north, north, northeast, right? So this is your northeast direction. Clear? Then conclusion question, right? Conclusion question. A statement is given followed by conclusions 1 and 2. Consider the statement and the conclusions. India is world's largest producer of milk. Then he says conclusion 1, conclusion 1, India is world's largest producer of milk. ठीक है, producer है, ये statement है. Conclusion 1, India is world's largest exporter of milk. If it is a producer of milk, does not mean it is going to be exporter of milk also. So this is just a kind of assumption, not a conclusion. Secondly, India does not import milk. Because it is world's largest producer of milk does not mean it cannot import milk. Maybe, it is not able to justify the milk production by the consumption and may have to import milk. How do we make that conclusion? So both the conclusions are actually assumptions. So neither conclusion 1 nor conclusion 2 follows. Assumptions do not follow. All right. We have done this statement and conclusions and we were very clear about it that assumptions are not allowed, right? So question number 59. So let's see question number 59. See this, guys. This is the toughest portion of this exam. A question is given by, this is data sufficiency. He says, what are the values of m and n, where m and n are natural numbers? Again, this is important, they are natural numbers. First is m plus n is greater than m into n, and m is greater than n. Now, this is only possible when n is equal to 1 because natural number है. So, right, अगर तुम check करेगा, कोई भी number ले लो, 2 plus 1 is 3 and 3 is, see, take this as 2 and this as 1, 2 plus 1 is 3 is greater than 2. So, if 1 is one of the numbers, then the multiplication comes out to be m. So, it is only true, but again, this is what are the values of m and n? First statement would give you infinite number of values. So इससे नहीं हो सकता है. दूसरा, the product of m and n is 24. M and n is equal to 24. If I start writing n, m and n, so it can be 124, isn't it? 212. Great, huh? 3, 8, 4, 6, and just, you know, you can reverse it now. 6, 4, 8, 3, 12, comma 2, and 24, comma 1. Isn't it? And 24, comma 1. 24, comma 1. But that doesn't mean we are not able to solve the question with statement number 2 also, because we need a unique solution. So not possible. Then, you know, if we say that if we combine these two statements, statement 1 and statement 2, then we can easily say that m and n is actually 24, comma 1, because 24, comma 1, 24 plus 1 is 25 is greater than 24. Yes, m is greater than n, and m into n is 24. So when we combine them together, we are getting a unique solution. Answer is 3. Most of the people are giving answer as 4, but yes, there is an answer. Answer is 3. This is data sufficiency, and I have been very vocal about it, that you should be very smart solving these questions. Next again. I think over here 60. Now again he says what is the time required to download the software? First is, he says the size of the software is 12 megabyte, right? MB बोलते हैं तुम लोग इसको, right? And the transfer rate is 4.5 kilobyte per second. So, you know, this is a question framed for you to assume that if we combine these two statements together, we would get the answer. But my logic over here is, what do you mean by transfer rate? Is it a downloading rate or a uploading rate? Not given to you, not specified. You know, downloading a data or uploading a data is totally different. So, you know, size of the software is 12 megabyte, okay. You know, transfer rate is something I would suggest I would not go by. Transfer rate does not mean downloading rate. It may be downloading rate or an uploading rate, which I don't know. So this would be an assumption. So I would go by my answer of D. I know there is going to be a lot of fight for this. I am waiting for a proper solution or answer key. But you would agree, in case of data sufficiency, all of you know we do not assume. Data sufficiency was actually very, very tough. Again, now 64, let's see question number 64. He says, what are the unique values of x and y, where x and y are distinct natural numbers, right? Here he says x upon y is odd. अभी distinct natural number में x upon y is odd, तो बहुत सारा pairs हो जाएगा. You just cannot imagine how many pairs. For example, 21 by 7 is 3, isn't it? 33 by 11 is 3. 33 by 3 is 11. तो कितना pair तुम लोग note करेगा? So you cannot have a distinct answer. So first is not giving you answer. Second is saying x into y is 12. X into y is 12. So x or y का value, if we write it, is 112, 2 6, 3 4, 4 3, 6 2, 12 1. So again giving a lot of answers. So statement 1 alone is not true. Statement 2 alone is not true. Then he says, if we combine them together, so x upon y is odd. X upon y is odd. X upon y is odd. 12 upon 1, no. 4 by 3 is not odd. 3 by, no, no, no. 6 by 2 is odd. Yes, answer is 3. Mixing the two statements together would give you an answer. I know most of you have got answer as 4, but I'm sorry, answer is 3, right? Then you have done data sufficiency. I have put a video of data sufficiency for the same reason. I have put a video of data sufficiency for the same reason. Again, this is one question, we have done it in the classroom, ratios. but this is being mixed with data sufficiency. See this? He says, question, a certain amount was distributed between A, B and C. So X, Y and Z, X plus Y plus Z, a distributed amount hai, a lot of, let this be K, right? So he says X receives, pehla statement hai. So who received the least amount is the question. X receives 4/5 of Y plus Z. So guys, we have done it. 5x is equal to 4 times y plus z. Adding 4x both sides, 9x is equal to 4 times x plus y plus z. Right? So definitely your x comes out to be 4/9 times k. X is equal to 4/9 times k. So, but this is not giving you answer, obviously. Now, if you talk about y is equal to 2/7 of x plus z. So 7 times y is equal to 2 times x plus z, which means 9 times y is equal to 2 times x plus y plus z, adding 2y both sides. So y is equal to 2/9 of k. So now I know y is equal to 2/9 of k, x is equal to 4/9 of k. So definitely z would come out to be 3/9 of k, where k is x plus y plus z. So which is the least one? X is 4, z is this, and y is this. So we are getting an answer that y has the least value. Option is mixing the answer solution. Mixing the statement is giving you the solution, right? So I hope that you understand data sufficiency is very, very tricky. But there were so many questions today from other topics you could have easily sailed through. 66 again, let's see. He says the average marks of the class is 60, number of students of the class. So I say number of students is n. The average marks, so total marks kitna ho jayega? X मान लो यार, total marks would be 60x. So highest and he says, what is the number of students? Number of students in the class. So he's asking you the value of x. The highest in marks in the class, highest and the lowest marks are 70 and 50. इससे क्या होगा ना? We won't be able to get number of students. We won't be able to get number of students, right? Secondly, he says exclusion of highest and the lowest marks from the class does not change the average. But when we see second statement, we forget the first one. So we don't know the highest and the lowest. This is a rule, data sufficiency rule. So now once we are seeing second statement, we don't bother about the first statement. So statement 2 alone is not giving you answer. If you mix them, so he's saying is total 60x marks minus highest minus lowest upon x minus 2 is equal to the average. Again, is giving you the average again. See, does not change the average. So isse kya ho jayega? Just check out 60x minus 120 is equal to 60x minus 120. Right hand side is equal to left hand side. No proper solution. Answer is 4. Nothing can be done, right? So I hope that you love it, guys. This is something which is amazing, right? Oh, this is again a pain. He says there are 3 prime numbers whose sum is a prime number. 3 prime numbers whose sum is a prime number. What are those numbers? Right? So he says their sum is less than 23. One thing he knows is कि इनका जो sum है वो 23 से कम होना चाहिए. So I just need to understand is कि ऐसे pairs unique होते हैं. So prime numbers 2, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 23. I won't check more, right? Let's see if I can find. He says 3 prime numbers distinct whose sum is also a prime number. So check करना guys. पहले तो 2 won't be there. Why? because if you take one prime as even, remaining two would be odd. Odd plus odd is even. Even plus even is even. So वो prime ही नहीं रहेगा. तो 2 को तो ignore कर दो, right? So let's see. 3 plus 5 plus 7. So comes out to be 15, not a prime number, isn't it? So then just check out 3 plus 5 plus 11. 3, 5, 11. So check out 3 plus 5 is 8, 8 plus 11 is 19. Yes, there is one pair which is less than 23 and sum is also prime number. But is there any other pair is something I want to know. 3, 5, 13 check karna. So 3 plus 5 is 8, 8 plus 13 is 21. Not possible, it is not a prime number. Right? तो अपन छोटे से छोटा ही ले सकते हैं. अभी अगर तुम बोलता है सर 5, 7, 11. So 5, 7, 11, definitely 5 plus 7 is 12 plus 11 is 23, but not less than, so we won't take it. So then I realize that और क्या लेगा? देखिए 3, 5, 17. So this is 25. It is greater than 23. So I think there is only one unique triplet which is prime and its sum is also prime is 3, 5 and 7. 3 plus 5 is 3, 5 and 11. 3 plus 5 is 8 plus 11 is 19. No other. Second, one of the numbers is 5. Now, एक तो यही है 3, 5, 7 and one of them is this also here. No, there would be one of them. Here 3, 5, 13. Right? No, not this, not this. What about this? 5, 7, 11. 5 plus 7 is 12 plus 11 is 23. Then you know there is one which is having 5, there is one more which is having 5. See, 5, 7, 11 all prime and their sum is also prime. So one of the numbers is 5 does not give us a unique answer and we don't know. Prime number is a huge number chain. Isn't it? हमें क्या पता कि और कितने अकर करेंगे. So statement 1 is true, statement 2 is not true. In that case, let me check the options. Options देखेंगे अपन तो. Question can be answered by using one of the statement alone, cannot be answered by using another statement alone. Yes, answer is 1. Statement 1 is giving you answer, statement 2 is not giving you answer. If you are my students, you know this is a very tacky issue. Then he says, again, this is, question is x plus y an integer? He says 2x plus y is an integer. Yes. And then second 2x, wait here, 2x plus y is an integer and x plus 2y is again an integer, right? ठीक है, चलेगा. तो question क्या है? He says x plus y is an integer or not. So if I add this, I get 3 times x plus y is equal to integer 1 plus integer 2. Definitely integer plus integer is an integer. So I can say 3 times x plus y is again an integer. So x plus y is equal to integer by 3. Now integer by 3, whether it's an integer or not, we cannot say, isn't it? अब integer अगर तुम इसको 5 ले लोगे तो 5 by 3 is not an integer, isn't it? I is equal to 7 ले लोगे तो 7 by 3 is not an integer. But if I is equal to 3 ले लोगे, 3 by 3 is 1, which is an integer. So I think again this is D as an answer. Right? Very tacky because you don't need to minus them. If you minus them, x minus y comes out to be an integer, but it cannot. You cannot take up values of x and y because it would be a huge problem. So I think this is a good solution where you don't mingle up too much, right? With the values at least. Again, a very, very tacky question. You know, he says a person buys 3 articles, P, Q and R for rupees 50, the price of the article Q. So P plus Q plus R was 50 and Q is equal to 16 and Q is less than P and Q is less than R. We do not know the relation between P and R, right? In that case, P plus Q comes out to be 50 minus 16, 34. P plus Q comes out to be 34. So what is the value of P? This is what he is asking. So he says the cost of P is not more than R. So cost of P is not more than R is possible. For here it is possible, right? I say P is equal to 17.5 and Q is equal to 16.5. 17.5 plus 16.5 is 34. So cost of P can be greater than, right? Why not? So first is not giving you answer. I hope you have understood this, right? The values of P and Q can be fractions as well, right? Similarly, second statement, cost of R is not more than P. So cost of R is not more than P. So चलो उसमें क्या कर लेगा? लो इसमें है R is equal to 17 and P is equal to 16.5. So it is possible. ऐसा भी कुछ नहीं है. So not possible. Then if I combine them together, P is not more than R. P is less than equal to R. That is the meaning. And R is not more than P. So R is less than equal to P. So if I combine them together, definitely it only gives you P is equal to R. If P is equal to R, in that case, what is the price of article P? Price of article P is 17 yaar. So your answer is 3. When you combine together, you get an answer, isn't it? So definitely your answer comes out to be combination, right? So let's see the next one, guys. P, Q, R, S appear in a test. How many has, he says, has P scored more than Q? Has P scored is. So question is P more than Q? So first statement is P plus Q is equal to R plus S. Doesn't give you answer that P is greater than Q. No. Second, the sum of marks scored by P and S is more than sum scored by Q and R. Okay. But does it give you a relationship between P and Q? Second also is not giving you a relationship between P and Q. So if I combine them together, अगर अपन combine करते हैं इसको, so we need relationship between P and Q. तो मैं S का वैल्यू इधर पुट करता है, इधर S का वैल्यू पुट करता है, P plus what is S? P plus Q minus R is greater than Q plus R. So Q and Q cancels out. 2P is greater than 2R. P is greater than R, but does not give you anything else. So when I put S ka value, I'm not getting anything. Again, I'm putting P plus S is greater than Q plus R. If I put value of R, let me put value of R. P plus S is greater than Q plus R is what? R is P plus Q minus S. So this cancels with this. 2S is greater than 2Q. S is greater than Q. So P is greater than R, S is greater than Q, but I am not getting any relationship between P and Q, isn't it? So there is no relation that I am able to form. If you put any other values also, you would keep on getting this. So I am not getting any relationship at all. So I would say answer is again 4. Even combining them together, we are not able to give a proper answer. So again, this is coming out to be data sufficiency. It says ages of P and Q is less than 100, and so P is lying between 10 and 100. Q is lying between 10 and 100. All right. If we interchange the digits of P, the number represented is Q. So P is equal to 10A plus B, then Q is equal to 10B plus A. All right. What is the difference of their ages? So the statement 1, what is the difference of their ages? The age of P is greater than that of Q. So इससे क्या हो जाएगा? Difference between the ages आ जाएगा, guys. Would you be able to find the difference? So ages का difference अगर तुमने find करना है, so definitely if you minus these two, it would be 9 times a minus b. Now we don't know a, we don't know b. How can we say that we would be able to find it? No. He says sum of the ranges is 11 by 2 times the difference. So if you add 11 times, if you add 11 times a plus 11 times b is equal to 11 by 6 times their difference. What is the difference? 9 times a minus b. Just check out. So this is a plus b, 11 cancels out. 6 times a plus b is equal to 9 times a minus b. 6a plus 6b is equal to 9a minus 9b, which means 3a is equal to 15b, which means b a upon b is 5:1. Now a and b are single digit numbers. In that case, definitely a is equal to 5, b is equal to 1, isn't it? And then, if we have combined them, guys, but again in this case abhi problem kya aa jayega? So whose age is what? tum a और b का value आ गया 5 और 1, isn't it? So p is equal to 51, q is equal to 15, right? और vice versa, isn't it? अभी इसमें ये तो नहीं दिया हुआ ना, दोनों ही 51 और 15 are lying between this, so both can work. So statement 2 alone does not give us one unique answer, because this can be p, this can be q, or vice versa also. Once you combine them together, right, the age of p is greater than the age of again, what is the difference? Question is, what is the difference of their ages? In that case, the statement 2 alone is sufficient. Na? The difference would remain the same, guys. So you don't need to mix, because one of them is 51, another is 15. 51 minus 15, so difference to aa hi jayega. Statement 2 is giving you answer. Answer is A. Answer is A. Yes, answer is A. Right. So this is tacky. I'm telling you, this is not that easy, guys. This is something amazing, है ना? And most of the people really hate me when I use these words for this paper. So I'm leaving this portion. अभी इधर देखो यार, this is really easy. 75. This is again, I think, the easiest portion comes out to be these questions only. Just replace it, right, and you would get the answer. I have done it. Wait, I just replaced it. Question is 75, na? Yeah, this is he was asking was 10 plus 30 minus 100 into divided by 25, right? So the replace kiya, so this is 10 minus 30 into 100 divided by 50 plus 25. So it is 10 minus 30 into, first divide karega to 2 plus 25, isn't it? So ये हो जाएगा minus 60 minus 50 plus minus 25 is your answer. This was easy. This was actually easy, right? So again, these are symbols. Let me see. This is question number 76. So check out this here. I think the first thing, if you read it, 2x s3y, it actually gives you 2x is not less than 3y, which means 2x is greater than equal to 3y. And the second portion is 3x t 4z, which means 3x is equal to 4z. This would actually give you relationship, but the question, consider the following: which of the statement is true? Then he says, is this the relation? So the relation is 9y greater than 8z. If you even combine them together, y and z, So you just need to remove x. So देखो यार x is equal to 4 by 3 times z. This would give you 2 times 4 by 3 times z is greater than equal to 3y, isn't it? So 8 times z is greater than equal to 9y. 8 times z is greater than equal to 9y. So it is not giving you this as a result, isn't it? It is not giving you this as a result. Similarly, दूसरा वाला देखेंगे जाए. So let's see. Second statement is x is less than 2y. The meaning of q is this, and yrz is y is less than equal to z, and the question he is saying is then is x less than equal to z. So again you want a relationship between x and z. So obviously you would put over here, though isko, if I put this over here, x is less than 2y and obviously y, so it is x is less than ये y को भी अगर तुम पुट करेगा तो इक्वल टू साइन भी चला जाएगा, isn't it? So it is 2z. Not so x is less than 2z. We don't know the relationship between x and z. We know the relationship between x and 2z, right? So it is not giving you answer. So neither 1 nor 2 is your answer. Good paper, good exhaustive paper, I think, है ना guys? And this is the, I think, A, B, C, D, है ना? ऐसा कुछ है. ये basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 is 24, and he has confirmed it with E, F, G, H, which is 6, 7, 8, 9. 6 into 7 into 8 into 9 comes out to be this, right? Check करो तुम लोग. Yes guys, है ना? E is equal to 5 actually. Sorry guys, है ना? तुम E, F, G, H, 5, 6, 7 and 8 comes out to 1680. So he's asking for his I, J, K, L, right? So definitely you need to multiply them. 9 into 10, it is 9 into 10 into 11 into 12. So check करो यार कितना आंसर आ रहा है. It comes out to be 11880. 11880. We're done with 77. So easy, है ना guys? Yeah, this is again really easy. He says pot is written as A top. तो ये इसका रिवर्स है ये पोर्शन. पॉट का टॉप आ गया, राइट? एंड ए ट्रैप TRAP is A part. So देखो ये इसका रिवर्स है ये वाला पोर्शन. तो देन अरीना ARENA, ए करके रिवर्स में लिख दीजिए ANERA. D. All right. Exhaustive, huh? But better than last year, I would say. Then this is a good question. 3, 1 into 3, 14 is 2 into 7, 39 is 3 into 13. So तुम difference देखेगा. So difference of 3 and this is 3 and 7 is 4. This is 6. And then it complements. 84 is what? 4 into 21. Difference is 8. Right? So next, whatsoever it is, the difference between this and this digit has to be 10, which means this is 31. So 5 into 31 is 155. Does it, we just check out 258 also. What is 258? Is it 6 into, no, difference is, this is 12, isn't it? So 31 plus 12 comes out to be 43, and just check out 6 into 43 definitely is 258. Chalega guys, chalega. The last one, but the really a monstrous one, right? So the code for PQRST is given, but none of the numbers. So I'm just putting circles on the numbers. 4, 5, these are the numbers. It is known which letter represents which one, isn't it? If q plus s is equal to 2s. Now, guys, just remember this thing. Now, q minus s is equal to 2s, and these are two conditions given to you, and then you have to sort out. Now, you just cannot say q minus s is equal to 2s and you directly say sir q is equal to 3s, है ना? तो उससे क्या आपका चल जाएगा? बिल्कुल चलेगा guys. देखिए q is equal to 3s, so s can be 5. If s is 5, right, in that case q is 15, or s can be 3, in that case it is 12. So these are two possible things. s का यही दो वैल्यू पॉसिबल हो सकता है. 3 है नहीं guys, 3 है नहीं है, it is 4, sorry, 4 and 2, sorry, right? And then he says now t is equal to r plus s plus 3. Now if I take s is equal to 4, then t is equal to r plus 4 plus 3. अगर देखो यार s is equal to 4 ले लिया है तो अपना definitely your q would be 12, isn't it? अभी क्या हो जाएगा? t is equal to r plus 7. Now t is equal to r plus 7. देखिए two values are gone, 4 and 12 are gone. So you are left with t and r to be 5, 10 and 15, isn't it? In that case, either your r, देखो यार अब r का वैल्यू तुम्हारा क्या होना चाहिए? देखो r is either 5, so then t would be 12, not possible because 12 is already taken, isn't it? Or r can be plus 7 करना है ना, तो 5 तो चल नहीं रहा है, 10 plus 7 कर दीजिए. If r you take it as, if you take r as 10, right, in that case t is equal to 17. 17 है ही नहीं है, 17 is not possible, and r is equal to 15 तुम ले नहीं सकता. 15 plus 7 is 22 is not there, right? तो S4Q12 is not going over here, not working. Then let's check out another, the second option, right? Again, you know, t plus r, and I'm taking s to be 5 plus 3, so I'm taking s to be 5, then q would be s, I'm taking s to be 5 and q is equal to 15, so t r plus 5 plus this, so t is equal to r plus 8. Now let's see, अभी क्या अपन लोग क्या कर रहा है? इसमें 5 चला गया and 15 gone, you're left with 4, 10, 12, right? 4, 10, 12. So if you take r is equal to 4, then t would be equal to 12. चल सकता है, बिल्कुल चल सकता है, right? And if you take r is equal to 10, तो possible नहीं है because t 18 नहीं चलेगा. If you take r is equal to 12, वो भी possible नहीं है. So definitely s is equal to 5, q is equal to 15, r is equal to 4, t is equal to 12, right? And your remaining p would be 10. So it is 10 minus, plus 4. So what is the value? Minus t कितना है? What is t? 12, right? So 2 is your answer, right? So I hope that aptitude and reasoning part is sorted out. We are going to get back to you with the English. You know, it is a techie thing and I don't want into getting into the mess. Let me check out. Stay positive, stay hungry. Thank you so much. I'm really proud of you. My students are rocking and I'm very, very happy. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Please check the answers and stay positive. Thank you so much.